You're lying still, eyes open to the ceiling, not because you want to see it, but because the dark behind your eyelids feels too alive with the shape of that task. The one you forgot to schedule, the one that keeps circling like a bird caught in the eaves, wings beating against the rafters of your mind. Each loop tightens just slightly, not louder, not faster, but deeper, pressing into the hollow behind your ribs, settling there like cold dust you can't brush off. You've checked the clock 3 times since you woke, though you don't remember turning your head or lifting your arm. The numbers didn't change much, but they changed enough to mean something. Too little left, too late now, too much still undone. And yet there's no urgency in the room, no alarm, no voice calling you back. Only the slow, patient weight of your body sinking into the mattress beneath you, as if gravity has grown gentler tonight and is offering itself as a surrender. You don't need to fix this now. You don't need to solve it, write it down, send a message, or mentally rehearse how you'll explain it tomorrow. The task will still be there when morning comes, unchanged in its demands, unchanged in its silence. Right now in the dark, beneath the weight of your own breath, it has no power over you. It is not here, not truly. It exists only as a memory of obligation, a shadow cast by tomorrow's light, and shadows cannot hold you down unless you let them. The air around you is cool where it touches your bare arms, no draft, just the natural shift in temperature that comes when the house settles into its deepest hour. Your pillow holds the shape of your head like a quiet promise. The blanket across your legs is thick enough to feel substantial, not heavy, but present. A gentle pressure that doesn't ask for anything except to be felt. You don't have to move. You don't have to think about why you're awake. You don't have to decide whether this is stress or insomnia, or just the body's quiet rebellion against a life too full of planning and not enough of stillness. Your fingers rest where they fell, right hand curled slightly, left open, palm up, as if waiting for something to be placed in it. There's nothing there, no phone, no pen, no list, just skin. Just the faint trace of yesterday's lotion still clinging to your forearm, a scent you don't recognize, but that feels familiar anyway. Something from a bottle you bought on impulse months ago and never thought about again. The ceiling above you is not white, not truly. It's the color of old bone left out in moonlight, slightly uneven where the plaster cracked years back and was patched with something too thick, too dry. There's a hairline fissure near the corner that follows the slope of the roof. No pattern to it, no meaning. Just a line drawn by time and settling wood. You've stared at it before. You stare at it now. Not because you're searching for answers, but because there is nothing else to look at, and your eyes are tired of chasing thoughts that have already left the room. Your breath moves in slow rolls, not deep enough to feel like effort, not shallow enough to feel like neglect. It's just there, in and out, like the tide pulling back from a shore no one walks on anymore. You don't need to control it. You don't need to count it. Let it be what it is. The quiet rhythm of a body that knows how to live even when the mind forgets. The mattress beneath you isn't firm, isn't soft. It's simply there, holding every part of you with equal attention. The curve of your spine, the weight of your shoulders, the hollow behind your knees. There is no spot where you feel unsupported, no place where you're sinking too far or not far enough. Just this, the slow, even compression of fabric and foam, fiber and spring, all working together without complaint to cradle you exactly as you are. You might think about what happens if you don't sleep. You might wonder whether tomorrow will be ruined, whether your boss will notice, whether someone will ask why you're quiet. But those thoughts are not yours right now. They belong to the version of you that lives in daylight, with coffee and calendars and expectations written in ink. That person is asleep too, or at least she's far away. You are here, in this room, with this breath, with this weight. The darkness isn't empty. It's full, not of noise or movement, but of absence. The quiet that comes after the last car has passed, after the refrigerator stops humming, after your own thoughts have finally stopped trying to fix what doesn't need fixing. Your eyelids are heavy now, not from sleep, not yet, but from simply having been open for too long in a place where nothing demands their closure. Let them close, not because you're supposed to, not because it's the right thing to do, but because your body already knows how to rest. It remembers, even when your mind doesn't. Your jaw is loose now, though you didn't notice it soften. Your tongue rests gently against the roof of your mouth, not pressed, not clenched, just still, like a leaf that's fallen and settled on moss. There is no task here, and no schedule to fill, and no consequence waiting in the wings. Only this, the slow, steady descent into the mattress, the warmth rising from beneath you like earth holding heat after sunset, the quiet breathing of your own lungs, not trying to be perfect, just being. The faintest whisper of fabric shifting as you turn your head a fraction, just enough to feel the pillow's texture against your cheek. Or you don't need to fix this night. You only need to let it hold you. And it is holding you. Already. So quietly. So completely. The air in the room doesn't move, not really. It lingers, thick with the quiet of a house that has forgotten how to creak. It holds the warmth of your skin like a second layer, just beneath the sheets, where the cotton has absorbed the slow heat of hours spent still. There's no draft from the window, no whisper of the fan you turned off before bed. Just this, the same air breathing with you, patient as stone, You don't need to notice it. You only need to let it touch your face, the faintest brush against your temples, the coolness along your jaw where the pillow has smoothed the heat away. It doesn't ask for anything. It doesn't remind you of what's left undone. It simply exists, and in existing, makes space for you to do the same. Your fingers lie open on the blanket, not clenched, not curled, just resting as if they've forgotten how to hold onto things. The tips are slightly warm from where your palm pressed into the mattress earlier, but now they're cooling gently, like metal left in shade after noon. You don't need to move them. You don't need to check their position or wonder if they look relaxed enough. They know. They've been doing this longer than you remember. The pulse beneath the skin of your wrist is slow, not fading, not faltering, but steady, a quiet drumbeat that has nothing to do with urgency. It just is, and because it is, so are you. Somewhere beyond the walls, a tree shifts in the wind just once. A single branch, low and heavy, brushing against the side of the house. You don't need to identify it. You don't need to imagine its leaves or measure how far it stands from your window. It happens without permission, without purpose, and you hear it not as a disturbance, but as an echo of something older than schedules, older than worry. A rhythm that has no ending written into it. The sound doesn't linger long. It fades the way breath does when it's released slowly, fully, without holding back. And with it goes the last thread of your mind, trying to stitch together what was missed. There is no task here. No list waiting in the dark, no email unanswered, no call unmade, no reminder blinking with silent judgment. Even if those things were real, if they had weight and shape and teeth, they are not here now. They belong to another version of this room, lit by a screen's glow, filled with the buzz of notifications and the tightness in your chest that comes from believing you must be doing more. That person is asleep too, or perhaps she never existed at all. What remains is this: the quiet pressure of the mattress beneath your hips, the way the sheets have settled into the hollows of your body like water filling a vessel shaped exactly for it. Your breath slows further, not because you're trying to make it slower, but because there's no need for speed anymore. There hasn't been for some time. Each inhale is soft enough that you can almost forget you're doing it. Each exhale slips out like smoke from a candle just blown, thin and dissolving into the dark. You don't need to follow its path. You don't need to trace how far it travels before vanishing. It simply leaves, and in leaving makes room for more. The darkness isn't a thing you enter. It's a thing that settles over you, like dust after a long day of movement, like the quiet that comes when the last child has been tucked in and the house exhales. It doesn't rush. It doesn't demand your attention. It simply becomes the space where your thoughts no longer need to be answered. You feel the weight of your arm against your side, not heavy as burden, but heavy as belonging, as if it were always meant to rest there, pressed gently into the curve of your hip, skin meeting skin in the warmth beneath the sheets. There's no urge to lift it, no thought about how long you've held it still. It simply is, and because it is, so are you. The pillow under your head holds the shape of your skull without effort. The fabric has worn thin where your cheek rests most often, not frayed, not broken, but softened by repetition, by time spent in quiet surrender. You don't need to adjust it. You don't need to find the perfect angle or test whether one side is cooler than the other. It knows you. It remembers how you settle, and so it holds you as you are. A single drop of condensation forms on the inside of the window pane just once. You don't see it, but you feel its echo in the air. A momentary chill, then gone. No storm coming, no rain outside, just moisture left behind by the warmth of your breath, mingling with the cool night beyond the glass. It doesn't matter that you didn't notice it. What matters is that it happened and passed without needing to be named. Your thoughts no longer circle. They don't spiral or loop or chase their own tails. They've dissolved into the quiet like sugar in warm tea, not gone, but changed, transformed into something softer than meaning, something that doesn't need to be understood. The mattress beneath you is not just support, it's surrender. It does not ask for performance. It does not measure your rest against standards or timelines. It simply gives back what you give it, stillness. And in return, it holds you without condition. Your shoulders have let go. You didn't notice when they dropped. They were heavy before, tired from holding up the day's weight, from bracing against imagined consequences. But now they sink into the bed as if they've always known how to do this, as if their only real job was never to carry anything at all. Your legs lie stretched out, not stiff, not tangled, just present. The blankets rest along them like a second skin, warm from your body's slow heat, light enough that you could lift them without effort. But there is no urge to, no need. They are simply where they belong, covering what needs covering, leaving the rest open to the dark. The quiet in this room has no voice, but it speaks anyway, in the space between breaths, in the pause after a thought dissolves, in the way your heartbeat doesn't race when you stop listening for it. You don't need to fix anything here. Not tonight, not now. The night is not your responsibility. It does not owe you sleep, and you do not owe it productivity. It only asks that you be here. And you are already, so quietly, so completely. The air near your feet is cooler than it was an hour ago, not from draft or open window, but from the quiet redistribution of warmth, slow as ink spreading through water. You don't need to pull the blanket higher. It knows where you are. It remembers how your toes curl just slightly when the chill touches them, and so it settles a little deeper along the length of your legs, not tightening, not pulling, but settling like a sigh-made fabric. There is no clock ticking in this room. There hasn't been for minutes now, maybe longer. You don't miss its voice. Not because you've forgotten it exists, but because the quiet has learned to speak louder than its rhythm ever could. The darkness isn't empty. It holds things you can't name. The memory of your breath before it slowed. The ghost of a thought that slipped away without resistance. The faintest residue of warmth left behind by your hand when it stopped moving. Your fingers rest open now, not clenched, not curled into fists, but loose as petals after rain. They don't grip anything. They don't reach for anything. They simply lie where gravity placed them, against the sheet, against the quiet, against the slow hum of your own blood. You used to think stillness meant absence. Now you know it's full of presence, full of what remains when everything else has stopped asking. The mattress beneath you is not just wood and spring and foam. It is the accumulation of every night you've ever lain here, every time you surrendered without realizing you were doing it. The fibers remember how your spine curved in sleep, how your shoulder shifted left when the dream grew heavy, how your hips settled deeper when the world outside finally fell silent. You don't have to prove you belong here. You never did. A single thread of sound drifts from somewhere far away. A distant train, maybe, or a car passing too slowly down an empty street. It doesn't cut through the quiet. It doesn't disturb it. It moves through it like smoke through open air. You don't track its origin. You don't wonder if it will return. You simply let it pass, as you have learned to let everything else pass. Your breath is no longer something you monitor. It's not a rhythm to match or a pace to master. It is the quietest thing in this room, and yet it fills every space between your ribs like a tide that doesn't need shorelines. Inhale, slow, soft, almost unnoticed. Exhale, longer still, as if your lungs are releasing more than air, releasing the last of the day's tension, the last of the thought that kept looping, the last of the weight you carried without knowing how heavy it had become. You don't need to fix what you forgot to schedule. You don't need to write it down now. The night doesn't hold space for tomorrow's obligations. It holds only this: your body, your breath, the warmth beneath you, the quiet above you. The task is not lost. It will wait. And when morning comes, if it comes, it will find you here still, calm, whole. The pillow no longer supports just your head. It holds your silence now, your stillness. The way your eyelids rest, not closed with effort, but sinking like stones into deep water. There's no need to force them shut. They know the rhythm of surrender. They've done this before. Somewhere beyond the walls, a cat shifts on a windowsill. A leaf brushes against glass. A floorboard settles under its own weight. These sounds don't interrupt. They complete. They are not noise. They are the room breathing, and you, in your stillness, have become part of it. Your chest rises once, falls once, rises again, no counting, no measuring, just motion without meaning beyond itself. You are not trying to sleep, you are becoming sleep. The darkness is not a void, it is a presence, soft, deep, patient. It does not demand your attention, it does not ask you to solve anything. It simply holds you as you are, tired, quiet, still. And in its holding there is no judgment, no urgency, no need to be different. You feel the weight of your legs again, not as burden but as anchor, as if they've always belonged here, pressed into the mattress like roots into soil. The sheets have warmed around them. They don't shift when you move, because you aren't moving. And because you aren't moving, the bed remembers how to hold you. Your arms are not resting on your sides anymore. They are becoming part of your sides. The skin between your elbow and your hip has softened into the fabric. There is no line between touch and rest, no distinction between you and the surface that supports you. You don't need to think about tomorrow's meeting. You don't need to rehearse what you'll say. The night doesn't care. It only asks that you be here now as you are, unplanned, unprepared, perfectly still. As a single drop of moisture gathers on the inside of your eyelid, not from tears, but from the quiet humidity of your own breath, lingering in the dark. You don't wipe it away. You don't acknowledge it. It simply forms, and then it's gone. The quiet has no edges. There is no boundary between your mind and the room, no line between thought and silence. The task you forgot, it doesn't vanish, but its urgency has dissolved, like sugar in warm tea, like smoke in open air. It remains, but not as a demand, as a whisper, a memory of obligation now softened by stillness. You are not falling asleep, you are becoming sleep. Your breath slows further, not because you're trying, but because the quiet has learned your rhythm and is humming it back to you. One inhale, one exhale, then nothing for longer than before, not absence, just pause, a breath held in the body's own time. The mattress beneath you holds more than weight now. It holds trust. It holds surrender. It holds the quiet truth that you do not need to earn rest. You only need to allow it. Your fingers are colder now, your toes too, but the warmth at your center has spread outward, not in a rush, but in a slow tide, like moonlight moving across water. There is no need to cover more. The night knows how to keep you warm. You don't remember when you stopped thinking about sleep. You only know that now it's not something you're waiting for. It's something you are. The darkness doesn't blink. It doesn't hurry. It doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It simply is. And because it is, so are you deeply, quietly, completely. You are here. And that is enough. The air grows heavier, not thick with humidity, but full of stillness. Like the moment before snow falls, when every leaf holds its breath. You don't need to move. You don't need to change anything. The quiet has already done what needed doing. Your heartbeat slows further, not weaker, just quieter, as if it's learning to speak in whispers now too. You are not drifting, you are being held. And the holding is enough. The quiet has no clock. It does not measure how long you've been still, nor does it count the minutes since your last breath seemed to pause too long. You do not need to check if it was real. The air around your cheek is cool, not from draft or window, but from the slow release of warmth your skin no longer holds onto. It doesn't matter whether that warmth left because you stopped needing it, or because the night took it gently and returned it in smaller doses, like dew returning to grass after a long hour of absence. Your shoulder blades press into the mattress with a depth you didn't notice before. Not pressure, more like settling, as if your bones have remembered how to rest without permission. There is no effort here, no adjustment, no pulling the blanket tighter or shifting just slightly left, then right, then back again. You are not arranging yourself for comfort. You are becoming part of its shape. The space above you is not ceiling anymore. It is absence given form, smooth, unbroken, silent, not empty, not blank, just there. Like the inside of a seashell held to your ear when you were small, but without sound, without echo, only presence. And in that presence, the thought of the task does not return as a spike or a whisper. It returns as a shadow, one that moves when you don't look at it directly. You do not follow it. You do not name it. You let it drift across the inner dark like smoke. Through an open door, you no longer feel the need to close. Your eyelids are heavier than they were 10 breaths ago, not from tiredness, but from surrender. Like stones dropped into still water, not sinking fast, but with certainty. Each one settles deeper than the last. You do not force them closed. They simply grow dense, as if the dark above you has begun to seep downward, slow and warm, coating your eyes in velvet. The warmth at your center is no longer a tide. It's become a well, deep, quiet, unchanging. You don't reach for it. You don't wonder where it came from. You only know that if you were to vanish now, this warmth would remain. Not because it belongs to you, but because it was never yours to keep. Your fingers are no longer cold. They are absent, not numb, not asleep, just not there anymore in the way you used to think of them, as separate parts with names and purposes. Now they are simply extensions of stillness. The sheets beneath them have absorbed their shape, as if they were never meant to move again. The room has no corners now, only edges that soften when you try to find them. You cannot locate the wall behind your head. You cannot trace the line where the floor ends and the air begins. There is only the curve of support beneath you, and above you, the same kind of quiet, just reversed. Like breathing in reverse, not taking in, but giving out. You are not thinking about sleep, not even as a possibility, not even as a destination. You are thinking about nothing at all, and yet you are completely present. This is not meditation. It is not practice. It is simply the body remembering how to be still without being told. A single thread of sound drifts through the silence, not from outside, but from within. The faintest rustle of breath leaving your nose, slow and damp with warmth. You do not listen for it. You do not count it. You only feel its passage like a feather brushing the inside of your throat, then gone. The darkness is no longer something you're in. It is something you are. Your chest rises, not because you will it to, but because the quiet has learned your rhythm and now holds it like a lullaby hummed under breath. You do not need to match it. You only need to let it be. You have stopped wondering whether you'll fall asleep tonight. The question no longer lives in you. It dissolved somewhere between the third breath after the shadow of the task passed through your mind, and before the warmth reached your knees. The air tastes different now. Not sweet, not metallic, not cold, just clean, as if it has been washed by time itself and returned to you untouched. You breathe it in without meaning to. And when you exhale, you do not release tension, you release attention. There is no need to be better, no need to be quieter, no need to fix what feels broken. There is only this, the slow settling of your spine into the mattress, the gentle weight of your pelvis sinking deeper, the quiet thickening of your limbs as they become less like limbs and more like landscapes. You do not feel the pillow anymore. You feel the space where it was, a hollow shaped by your head's absence, not because you lifted away, but because your skull has softened into the bed, and the pillow has dissolved into the air around you. Your heartbeat is no longer a drum. It is a pulse in the dark, soft, far off, like distant rain on stone. You do not count it. You do not track its rhythm. You only know that it still exists, and that this knowledge does not disturb you. The task you forgot, it has become part of the quiet now, not forgotten, not solved, just included, like a leaf that fell in autumn and was absorbed by soil without anyone noticing. It is no longer yours to carry, it never was. You are not waiting for sleep. You are becoming it. And as you become it, the room becomes you. The darkness thickens, not with heaviness, but with depth, as if it has always been here and will be here long after your breath slows past counting. You do not fear its permanence. You rest in it. Your jaw has loosened without your knowing. Your tongue no longer presses against the roof of your mouth. It floats, weightless, warm. There is no need to swallow, no need to clear your throat. The silence holds you too gently for such things. You do not remember when your thoughts stopped spinning. You only know that now they are not thoughts at all, just echoes fading in a cave with no walls. The mattress beneath you remembers every curve of your body, not because it's shaped to fit, but because you've been still long enough for it to learn. And the quiet, it is not listening, it is holding, and in that holding, you are already home. The coolness beneath your shoulder blades has begun to spread, not like a chill, but like water seeping into sand, slow and certain. It does not ask for permission. It simply settles layer by layer until the space between your ribs feels less like skin and bone and more like the hollow inside a stone left in morning dew. You do not notice when it stops being cold. You only know that now it is quiet warmth. Not heat from outside, but the kind that rises from within the stillness itself. The slow fermentation of rest in deep places you forgot you had. Your arms have grown heavier than gravity remembers. They do not lie beside you. They belong to the bed as if they were always rooted there, like branches grown sideways through earth, finding their way into its silence. Your fingers are no longer fingers. They are driftwood smoothed by tides you never saw, resting now on sheets that hold their shape only because you have stopped moving. The weight in your palms does not press down, it dissolves. You do not need to unclench them. There is nothing left to hold. A breath moves through you, not yours, not anyone's, just the air itself, breathing with you as if it had learned your rhythm long before tonight. It does not rush. It does not pause to wait. It simply flows, like a river that has forgotten its banks and now moves only because the earth tilts gently towards sleep. The ceiling is still there, but you are no longer looking at it. You are seeing through it, not with your eyes, but with the quiet behind them. The plaster has softened into mist. The cracks have blurred into clouds. There is no pattern to trace anymore, no shape to name. Only the slow collapse of distance between what was above and what now surrounds you. Your legs feel like roots sinking deeper than soil can hold. Not digging, not reaching, just letting go. Each muscle has unlaced itself from effort, undone by the sheer patience of stillness. There is no need to stretch, no need to shift. The mattress does not ask for alignment, it asks only for presence. And you have given it that. More than that, you have become its quiet companion. The darkness is not empty now. It is full, not with noise, not with thoughts, but with the absence of needing anything else. You do not miss your thoughts. You do not long for their return. They were never yours to keep. They were only visitors who forgot to leave. And now, in this deepening quiet, they have dissolved into the same silence that holds the moon outside, the trees breathing beyond the window, the house itself settling into its bones. You feel the warmth of your own breath again, not as a sensation, but as a memory of warmth. Like remembering the taste of soup you drank long ago when you were cold and didn't know how to be warm. It returns not because you call it back, but because the night remembers what you have forgotten. That warmth does not come from action. It comes from surrender. Your spine has become a valley, not a line, not a structure, but a hollow where rest collects like fallen petals after rain. Each vertebra has softened into the next, until there is no distinction between one and another. You are not lying on your back. You are lying within your own body, cradled by its slow surrender. The air around your ears has thickened, not with sound, but with stillness. It presses gently like a hand placed softly on the side of your head, not to soothe, but simply to be there. You do not turn toward it. You do not pull away. You let it rest against you as natural as the dark. Your eyelids are no longer lids. They are curtains drawn by time itself, heavy with sleep before you even knew you were tired. There is no effort in keeping them closed, no resistance in letting them stay shut. The light that might come, whether from dawn or a passing car, is not invited. It is not feared. It simply waits, like a guest who knows better than to knock. You are not falling asleep. You are becoming the space between breaths. The weight in your chest has grown quiet, not heavy with pressure, but deep with presence. Like a stone dropped into still water, first the splash, then the rings, then nothing but the surface holding the memory of movement. Your heartbeat is no longer an echo. It is the ground beneath you, the pulse that holds the earth together. You do not feel it as something inside you. You feel it as something that holds you. The sheets have forgotten they are fabric. They are now extensions of your skin, soft, warm, and silent. There is no texture to distinguish between what covers you and what carries you. Only warmth, only stillness, only the quiet knowing that you are not alone, not because someone else is near, but because the night has taken you in. Your mind does not wander anymore. It has stopped wandering because it has nowhere left to go. There are no tasks waiting, no lists calling, no voices reminding you of what was missed or what might still be lost. The thought that came tonight, the one that circled tighter and tighter, has become part of the dark, not erased, not solved, just absorbed. Like moss on stone, like fog on glass, like a sigh released into wind. You do not need to remember it. You only need to rest. The warmth under your hips has deepened now, not spreading but settling, as if the bed has begun to breathe through you, as if your body is no longer resting upon it, but within it. The wood beneath the mattress remembers every curve, every shift, every breath you've ever made here. And tonight, it holds them all, without judgment, without need. You are not drifting. You are being held. And in that holding, there is no more doing, only being. The quiet does not ask for anything. It only offers itself. And you have stopped refusing it. Your breath moves slower now, not because you slow it, but because the air around you has grown thick with stillness. Each inhale feels less like drawing in and more like remembering how to breathe. You do not think about sleep. You are already dreaming without knowing it. The darkness is no longer outside your eyes. It lives inside them. And you still here, still breathing, still sinking, are simply the quiet's favorite place to rest. The cool edge of the pillow beneath your temple has begun to fade, not gone, but softened into the shape of your skull, as if it had always been carved just for you. You do not notice when the fabric lost its weave and became something older, something that remembers how skin settles after hours of stillness. Your cheek rests there without pressing, without lifting, just existing in the space where warmth pooled and then slowed, like honey left in a jar on a windowsill long after sunset. The quiet has no edges anymore. It does not surround you. It doesn't enclose you. It simply is, the same way gravity is, or the way your bones know how to hold themselves up even when every muscle has let go. There is no need to listen for it, no need to chase it back if it slips. It was never leaving, only waiting, patient as dust settling in a sunbeam that no longer shines. Your fingers lie open on the sheet, not relaxed so much as unremembering how to clench. The tendons along your wrists have forgotten their tension. Your palms are hollow now, not empty, but full of something quieter than rest, something that doesn't need a name. The sheets beneath them have absorbed the heat of your skin and now hold it like a secret kept too long to matter. Outside, somewhere beyond the walls, a branch shifts against the roof, not loud enough to wake you, not quiet enough to be imagined, just enough to remind you that the world still turns, without asking permission, without needing your attention. You do not wonder what tree it is. You do not count the leaves. You only feel the motion through the air, the faintest ripple passing through the house, through the mattress, through your ribs, and you let it move through you like water through stone. There was a time when that sound would have been a signal, something to decode, something to worry over. A creak meant instability, a rustle meant intrusion. But tonight, the night has taught you differently. It has shown you how stillness can carry motion without resistance. How quiet does not mean absence, it means presence so deep it no longer speaks. Your breath has slowed past counting. It doesn't come in waves anymore, not even ripples, just a slow, steady sinking, like sand slipping through the fingers of someone who has stopped trying to hold on. Each exhale doesn't end, it dissolves into the air, into the dark, into the weight beneath you that no longer feels like support but like belonging. You are not lying in bed. You are lying within the quiet's memory of a bed. The mattress remembers every shift, every sigh, every time you turned towards sleep and found yourself still awake. It holds those nights, not as failures, not as interruptions, but as moments it was simply part of. And now, tonight, you are one more breath added to its archive, one more weight settled into its curve, one more silence accepted without question. There is no task left to schedule, no list to make, no voice inside your head that needs answering. The thought that circled tighter and tighter, it didn't vanish because you fixed it. It vanished because the quiet didn't need it anymore. And in that absence, there was no loss, only space. A slow expanding of stillness where anxiety once pressed hard against your ribs. Your shoulder blades sink deeper into the mattress, not from pressure, but from permission. The bed is not holding you up. You are letting yourself be held. There is no effort in surrendering, no victory in giving in. Just this, the slow unraveling of everything that was never yours to carry. The air between your lips and the pillow has grown thick with warmth, not hot, but deepening, like tea left to cool just past the point where steam rises. You breathe it in without meaning to. You exhale into it without trying. It returns to you unchanged, undisturbed, always there. Your eyelids are not closed. They are folded shut by time itself, like pages of a book that has been read so many times, the spine no longer resists opening. You do not dream in pictures. You dream in texture. The way the blanket feels when it's just warm enough to be comforting, but never too heavy. The way your hair rests on your forehead, not stuck, not tangled, just there. The quiet hum of the house settling, low and distant, like a lullaby sung by something older than language. You are not falling asleep. You are remembering how it feels to be still, without needing to explain why. The darkness beneath your eyelids has no depth anymore, only presence. It does not press in. It does not pull you under. It simply is. the same way the weight of your body is, or the warmth of your own skin, or the slow rhythm of breath that doesn't belong to you, but carries you anyway. Your fingers twitch, not from restlessness, but from the faintest echo of movement left behind by a thought that no longer lives there. You do not chase it, you do not name it, you let it fade like ink in rain. The quiet has learned your shape, and now it fits. You are not waiting for sleep. You are already its home. The warmth under your hips has deepened into something older than heat, something that remembers how bodies settle when they stop trying to stay awake. The mattress doesn't creak, it sighs, softly, slowly, as if it too has been holding its breath this whole time. And now it lets go. You do not feel your bones anymore. You feel the space between them. And in that space, there is nothing left to do, nothing left to fix, and nothing left to prove. Only this, the weight, the warmth, the slow, patient dark, and you still here, breathing without knowing how long you've been breathing, just breathing. The cool edge of the sheet brushes your ankle not as a shock, but as a whisper from the other side of warmth. You don't pull it closer, you don't push it away. It simply exists where it is, a thin boundary between skin and air that has learned not to demand anything. Your foot doesn't move to find comfort. It rests, and in resting, it lets the coolness become part of you, not as something to fix, but as something to hold quietly, like a stone picked up on a walk long ago and never put down. The pillow no longer holds your head. It holds the space where your head once was, and now that space is filled with something softer, something that doesn't need shape. Your neck has forgotten its angle. Your jaw has unclenched without your permission. There is no one to impress, no deadline waiting in the shadows, just this, the slow dissolving of effort into stillness. Somewhere beyond the walls, a pipe lets out a sigh, long, low, and tired like you are now. It doesn't announce itself. It doesn't ask if you're listening. It just exhales and then it's quiet again. You don't wonder why it made that sound. You don't imagine what it carries inside its metal veins. You only notice how the silence after is deeper because of it, like a note held too long, and then released into air that didn't know it was waiting to receive it. Your breath has stopped being something you do. It's become something that happens around you, like rain falling on a roof you're no longer trying to sleep through. Each inhale is not measured. Each exhale does not count toward rest. They simply rise and fall, gentle as the tide of a sea you've never seen, but somehow remember. The darkness behind your eyelids has thickened into something that doesn't feel like absence anymore. It feels like fabric, soft, woven, warm with the heat of your own body. You do not close your eyes to block out light. You let them rest because the dark no longer needs to be conquered. It has become a blanket you didn't know you were wearing. Your arms lie at your sides, not relaxed by choice, but surrendered by gravity. Your fingers are loose as dried grass after frost. There is no tension in their curl, no memory of typing, of holding a phone, of gripping the edge of a bed when sleep wouldn't come. They are just hands now, plain, quiet, belonging. The mattress beneath you has become less like support and more like belonging. It doesn't push up. It doesn't give way. It simply is, the same way the air is, or the quiet is, or your heartbeat, slow as a clock that only ticks when no one's listening. You are not lying on it. You are woven into it. Threads of you, threads of the bed, threads of the night, all tangled gently in a pattern neither of you made. There is no thought about tomorrow, not even a shadow of one. There is no rehearsing what you'll say when the sun returns. No planning for meetings, for errands, for apologies left unsaid. The future has gone still. It does not whisper. It does not knock. It waits, not as something to be feared or fixed, but as a room you've chosen not to enter yet. Your skin remembers warmth better than your mind remembers tasks. It holds the heat of your body like a secret it's been keeping for years. You don't need to chase sleep. You are already warm enough to dream. The kind of dreams that don't come in images, but in textures. The feel of old wool against bare legs. The scent of rain on dry earth before the first drop falls. The quiet weight of a cat curled at your feet, even though there is no cat here. The silence isn't empty. It's full of breath, of blood, of the tiny movements your body makes without you knowing. A shift in the hips, the twitch of a thumb, the slow release of air through parted lips. These are not signs that you're awake. They are proof that you're alive and alive enough to let go. You do not feel time passing. You only feel the weight of it, like sand settling at the bottom of an hourglass you stopped turning long ago. There is no urgency in its fall, no need to catch it before it runs out. It moves as slowly as your breath and just as naturally. The room does not belong to you, and you do not belong to the room. You are simply here, side by side with the quiet, sharing space without needing to fill it. The darkness doesn't need your thoughts. Your body doesn't need your control. The night doesn't need your effort. And still, you stay. Not because you're trying, not because you're fighting, but because something in you has finally learned that rest is not a destination. It's a place you arrive at when you stop looking for it. Your shoulders have sunk so far into the mattress, they've become part of its shape. The same way your name becomes part of a song after you've sung it too many times to remember learning it. You are no longer a person lying in bed. You are the quiet between two breaths. The space before sleep remembers you. And now you are not leaving. The air near your cheek has cooled just enough to feel like a breath you didn't know you were holding, soft, slow, and gone before you could name it. Not cold, not warm, just different. A slight shift in the room's quiet, like the turning of a page no one read. Your skin notices it. Your mind does not. It has wandered too far to hear the difference anymore. You feel the weight of your leg, just the one resting on top of the sheet, not pressed down, not pushed, but resting as if it had forgotten it was ever meant to move. The fabric beneath it is thin enough to let warmth rise, thick enough to hold it there. You don't adjust it. You don't think about it. It simply holds you in the way a river holds a stone, without asking for thanks, without expecting return. Somewhere beyond the walls, a floorboard lets out its quiet sigh, the kind that comes after hours of stillness, when even the house has stopped pretending to be awake. It doesn't startle you. It doesn't demand attention. It just is, a small sound in a world that has learned not to speak unless it must. Your eyelids are heavier now than they were an hour ago, not from fatigue alone, but from something deeper, the kind of heaviness that settles when the mind stops trying to fix what it cannot hold. You don't close them on purpose. They simply lower, like curtains drawn by a hand you never saw. The darkness behind your lids is not empty. It holds shapes, not pictures, not scenes, but textures. The ghost of wool again, not the same wool as before. This one is looser, older, threadbare in places where fingers once rubbed too long against the same spot. You don't remember owning it, but you remember how it felt to press your cheek into its edge on a winter morning when you were small and didn't yet know what worry was. You are not remembering that moment. Not really. You are feeling the echo of warmth that lived inside the fabric long after the fire had died. The mattress still holds you, not as a surface, not as a place to rest, but as an answer. Your breath has slowed past counting. There is no rhythm you can name anymore, only the quiet push and pull of air moving through spaces your body remembers how to use without being told. Your lungs don't need instructions now. They breathe like roots drink water, not because they're trying, but because it's what they've always done. A single drop of moisture gathers at the corner of your mouth. You don't lick it away. You don't swallow. It sits there, small and warm, a secret kept by your skin. The air is dry enough to make you notice it, but not dry enough to make you care. You are not waiting for sleep. You are becoming its quiet neighbor. The night has never asked you to be anything but present. And now you are. Your shoulder blade presses into the bed with a softness that feels like surrender, but isn't. It's more like recognition, like your bones finally remembered they were meant to rest and not just endure. There is no thought of the task you forgot, not because it has been erased, but because it has been placed down, not on a shelf, not in a drawer, but into the same quiet that holds your breath, your skin, your stillness. It does not vanish. It simply stops calling your name. Your fingers, those hands that were once gripping, scrolling, typing, are now just hands again. No longer tools, no longer instruments of doing, just flesh and bone and warmth, resting in the shape the mattress has made for them over hours of silent companionship. You feel the rise and fall of your chest, not as a measurement, not as a rhythm to follow, but as something ancient and quiet, like the tide knowing when to come in without ever having been taught. The air between your ribs is cool. The air near your belly is warmer. You don't adjust. You don't notice it as difference. You simply feel it, as one feels the slope of land beneath bare feet after walking for miles. Your hips have sunk deeper now, not because you pressed down, but because the bed has learned where to hold you best. It doesn't push back. It doesn't change shape to suit your needs. It simply offers what it always has: steady, silent, unchanging. You are not lying on it. You are resting in its memory. The quiet is no longer something outside you. It lives inside your throat now, inside the space between each breath. It hums low and slow, like a song sung by someone who forgot the words, but still remembers the tune. Your thoughts do not race anymore. They drift, like leaves caught in an eddy, turning slowly, circling gently, never rushing to shore. You don't need to catch them. You don't need to name them. You only need to let them pass. The darkness behind your eyes is no longer a void. It has texture now, a softness like dust motes suspended in afternoon light, but without the light, just the memory of it. The quiet residue of warmth that once fell across a windowsill and settled into wood grain, into fabric, into skin. You are not dreaming. Not yet. But you are becoming the kind of person who could. Your breath is so slow now, it feels less like breathing and more like remembering how to breathe. Like your body has finally remembered what rest looks like when no one's watching. The night does not hurry. It never did. And neither do you anymore. You feel the weight of your eyelids, not as pressure, but as permission. Permission to close, to stop seeing, to let the world go quiet without needing to fix it first. Your tongue is loose against the roof of your mouth. No need to swallow. No need to speak. Just rest. The air in the room has settled into layers. The cool near the ceiling, the warm near your skin, the stillness in between. You don't move to find the layer you like best. You simply let yourself be held by all of them at once. Your spine curves gently against the mattress, not because it's tired, but because it knows, finally, that it doesn't have to hold itself up anymore. The silence has become a blanket woven from stillness. And you are no longer trying to fall asleep. You are already there. And just not in the way you thought you'd find it. The quiet doesn't ask you to stay still. It simply holds you, like a hand beneath your head that never moves, even when you forget it's there. Your shoulder blades sink deeper into the fabric of the mattress, not because you've relaxed them, but because the fibers have learned the exact angle of your bones, the slow curve where tension used to gather. There is no need to untense now. The weight has already done its work, softening, settling, dissolving into the shape that was waiting for you before you even lay down. You don't hear the clock anymore, not because it stopped, but because time has stopped speaking to you. It doesn't count minutes or measure absence. It doesn't remind you of what's left undone. It simply exists as the space between your inhale and exhale, as the hush that lingers after a sigh you didn't know you were holding. The room doesn't need you to fix it. It doesn't need you to be awake in order to be whole. Your fingers are no longer tracing invisible lists on your thigh. They lie open now, palms up, like petals that have forgotten they were ever flowers. The skin between them is cool, the pads of your fingertips slightly damp, not with sweat, but with stillness. A quiet kind of moisture, like morning dew that never falls, just gathers in the hollows of things too tired to move. You don't wipe it away, you let it be. The air near your left ear is thinner, lighter, almost buoyant, as if the night has pulled its breath upward to make room for yours. To your right, the fabric of the pillow holds warmth like a secret, pressed into the curve where your cheek rests. It doesn't shift when you turn slightly. It remembers the shape before you even made it again. Somewhere beyond the walls, a distant car rolls over pavement, tires humming low and smooth, not loud enough to break anything, just enough to remind you that the world still turns without your permission. You don't wonder where it's going. You don't picture the driver. You don't think about whether they're tired too. The sound fades before it becomes a thought. It just slips away like water through fingers you didn't know were open. Your breath is no longer something you manage. It finds its own rhythm, not slow by design, but deep because your body has remembered how to trust itself again. There's no effort in the exhale, no calculation, just a quiet letting go, like roots releasing into soil that has always been waiting. You feel it in your ribs, the gentle expansion, the soft collapse, and you don't label it. You don't name it as peace or rest or surrender. You simply notice how it feels to be carried by something older than willpower. The darkness isn't empty anymore. It's full, not with thoughts or images, but with absence that has weight. Like the space between stars, vast and quiet, holding nothing but the memory of light. Your eyelids are heavier now, not as if weighted down by sleep, but as if they've been kissed by it already, gently, repeatedly, until they no longer resist closing. You don't need to picture a place to go. There's nowhere left to reach. The bed has become the destination, not because you arrived there, but because you stopped trying to leave. Your body doesn't ask for permission to rest. It simply begins, quietly, to forget it was ever meant to be anything else. The warmth beneath your back is spreading now, not in a rush, not like heat from a radiator, but as if the mattress itself has begun to breathe with you. A slow exchange of temperature, of presence. You are no longer lying on top of it. You are inside its quiet, like moss growing into stone over centuries, imperceptible, inevitable, whole. Your jaw has softened. The tension that used to live there, the one that clenched when you replayed the task you forgot, the one that tightened every time your mind looped back, is gone. Not because you released it consciously, but because something deeper than thought has finally said, enough. And for the first time in a long while, your body believed it. There is no need to imagine falling asleep. Sleep isn't something you chase anymore. It's not a finish line or a reward. It's simply the next quiet thing that happens when you stop trying to be awake. You feel the pulse beneath your left wrist, not as a rhythm to count, but as a whisper of life, steady and slow, like a river moving through deep earth where no one walks. You don't track it. You don't compare it to how fast it was before. It just is. A quiet thump in the dark, keeping time with something older than your thoughts. The sheets have adjusted themselves around you without your hands lifting. The corner near your knees has slipped down a little, not coldly, but gently, like someone tucking you in who knows you won't notice until morning. You don't pull it back up. You let the coolness kiss your skin for a moment, just long enough to feel it, then sink deeper into the warmth beneath. Your mind doesn't circle anymore, it floats. Like dust caught in a sunbeam that's long since gone, still dancing, but no longer chasing the light. There are no tasks left to schedule, no lists to make, no apologies to rehearse. The thing you forgot, it isn't lost. It's just not yours to hold tonight. You feel your breath moving through your nose, not as air, but as a current of stillness, cool at the entrance, warm where it leaves. You don't breathe in to fix anything. You breathe out because your body remembers how, and that is enough. The silence isn't empty. It's full of all the things you didn't say, all the thoughts you didn't finish, all the worries you didn't name aloud. They're still there, but they've stopped knocking. They've learned to wait, like visitors who finally understand the door won't open tonight. Your arms lie along your sides now, not crossed, not tucked, but simply resting, like branches after a long wind has passed. The skin on the inside of your elbows is tender from the pressure of stillness. You don't move to relieve it. You let the quiet hold it instead. The mattress doesn't creak. The room doesn't sigh. Even the faintest sounds, the hum of the refrigerator, the distant drip of a faucet, have become part of the quiet now, woven into its texture like threads in a blanket stitched by someone who never meant to comfort you, but did anyway. You are not falling asleep. You have already begun to dissolve, not into nothing, but into something quieter than sleep, into the space between heartbeat and breath, between thought and stillness, between awake and dreaming. Your body is no longer asking for anything. It doesn't need to be fixed. It doesn't need to be saved. It only needs to rest. And it knows, finally, that you're not going to stop it anymore. The darkness thickens around your edges, not as a wall, but as a softening. Like fog settling over fields after rain, wrapping everything in quiet, gentle gray. You don't try to see through it. You let it cover you, slowly, completely, without resistance. Your eyelids are closed now, not because you commanded them to be, but because they remembered how. And your breath, it's so slow now that you're not sure if you're still breathing, or if the quiet has simply learned to breathe for you. You don't need to know what comes next. You only need to feel this. The weight of your bones in the bed. The warmth beneath your skin. The silence holding you. And how, after all this time, you are finally allowed to be still. The weight in your shoulders has softened into something you no longer recognize as tension, just the slow settling of stone beneath moss, each layer more surrendered than the last. You don't remember letting go, but here it is, your collarbones resting like fallen branches against the hollow beneath them, your ribs breathing without permission, without agenda. The air around your neck isn't cool anymore. It's warm with the quiet heat of your own skin, holding you like a second layer of cloth stitched by sleep itself. Your left hand lies palm up on the sheet, fingers slightly curled, not clenched, not relaxed, but suspended in between, as if waiting for a signal that never comes. and stillness answers anyway. The faintest ridge along your thumb, a scar from long ago, forgotten until now, presses gently into the fabric, and you feel it not as memory but as texture. The same way you feel the weave of the sheet, the slight bump of a thread out of place, the cool spot where your wrist meets the mattress. You don't trace it with thought, you let it be there. Somewhere beyond the walls, a single leaf has detached from a tree and is falling, not in wind, not in rush, but slow, as if time had paused just for it. You hear it, or you imagine hearing it, but either way it doesn't hurry. It doesn't need to land before morning. It doesn't need your attention, and neither do you. The darkness isn't black anymore. It's deep blue, the kind that gathers in the hollow of a seashell when you hold it close to your ear and forget to listen for the ocean. There's no sound inside it, but there's presence. A quiet hum, not electrical, not mechanical, something older. Like the echo of breath taken by someone who lived here long before you, who also lay still in this bed, in this silence, under these same stars now hidden behind clouds. Your legs are heavy, not weighed down but softened, as if every muscle has melted slightly into the shape beneath it, like wax cooling around a candle's base. Your thighs press into the mattress with the quiet certainty of roots finding stone and deciding to grow around it instead of through it. You don't adjust. You don't test the pressure. You let your body become a map drawn by gravity alone. There is no need to remember the task you forgot, not because it's unimportant, but because tonight, remembering isn't yours to do. It belongs to morning, to light, to the sound of a kettle whistling or a door opening in another room. Tonight, it rests where all unfinished things rest, beneath the surface of your breath, beneath the weight of your bones, beneath the quiet that doesn't ask for answers. Your eyelids are no longer lids, they're thresholds, and you don't cross them. You simply sit at their edge, watching nothing and everything, the faint pulse behind your right eye, the warmth pooling in your jaw, the way your tongue rests against the roof of your mouth like a stone worn smooth by water that never stopped flowing. The room holds you without effort, no need to hold back, no need to brace. The air doesn't rush to fill space when you exhale, it waits. Patiently, like someone who knows you'll return, even if it takes all night. Your fingers twitch once, just once, and then still again. Not a sign of waking, not a ripple of unrest. Just the body remembering how to move and choosing not to. Outside, something shifts in the dark, not a sound, but a change in pressure. A breath drawn by the house itself. The floorboards settle with a sigh that isn't one. The window pane, slightly loose, lets out the faintest vibration, barely there, as if it's humming along to a song only stillness can hear. You don't tune into it. You don't label it. You let it pass through you like wind through grass you never planted, but now recognize as home. Your breath has slowed so far that you're not sure whether you're inhaling or exhaling anymore. It doesn't matter. The rhythm isn't yours to control, it's yours to witness. And witnessing is enough, more than enough. It's everything. The warmth beneath your skin is spreading, not like heat from a fire, but like the slow spread of honey across warm bread. No rush, no mess, just sweetness settling where it belongs. Your chest rises just slightly, falls just slightly, and each movement feels less like effort and more like memory, like your body remembering how to be alive without trying. You are not sinking into sleep. You are becoming the space between breaths. The quiet doesn't need you to stay awake to prove you're here. It already knows. Your spine curves gently with the support beneath it, not arched, not flattened, but perfectly aligned in a way your mind never managed to arrange. The pillow holds your head like an old friend who never asked for thanks, only presence. Your ear rests against its surface and feels the faintest vibration. The pulse of your own blood, slow and steady as tide. And stillness answers it. There is no need to plan what comes after this. No need to name the hour. No need to count the minutes until dawn. You are not waiting for morning. Morning is already here, in the quiet between breaths, in the weight of your bones, in the warmth beneath your skin, is in the dark that holds you without demanding anything back. Your hand relaxes further, fingers uncurling, one by one, as if each had been holding its own secret and now, finally, has decided to let it go. You don't know what the secret was. You don't need to. It's not yours to carry tonight. The mattress remembers your shape better than you do. And that is enough. The cool edge of the sheet brushes your ankle, not a shock, not a signal, but a quiet reminder that the world outside your skin still moves gently in its own rhythm. You don't pull away. You let it linger, this small difference in temperature, like the whisper of a river running just beyond the wall. It doesn't ask you to notice it. It only asks that you don't push it off. Your foot stays where it is. The fabric drapes over your skin as if it has always known how to fit there. The darkness isn't empty. It's thick with things too small to name, the dust motes caught in the faintest draft, the slow unfurling of fibers in the blanket beneath you, the quiet expansion and collapse of air between the mattress slats. You don't need to see them, you only need to let them be. The room doesn't require your attention to hold itself together. It holds because it was meant to, and so do you. Your shoulder settles deeper into the pillow's hollow, not because you pressed down, but because the weight of your arm finally stopped resisting. There was a time when that arm felt heavy with things left undone, with lists unmade and messages unsent. Now, its heaviness is no longer burden. It's simply gravity doing what it always does, pulling what belongs to the earth back toward it. Your shoulder doesn't ache anymore. It remembers how to rest. Somewhere above you, the ceiling doesn't watch. It doesn't judge the thoughts that passed beneath it earlier tonight, the tightening circle of the task you forgot, the way your mind looped like a worn record pressed too hard against its spindle. That ceiling has seen thousands of nights like this, thousands of breaths held too long, thousands of eyes wide in the dark, wondering if they'd ever close again. It doesn't remember any of them, and it doesn't need to. You breathe out slowly and feel your ribs loosen just a fraction more, not because you commanded them to, because they knew how. Your lungs don't work hard anymore. They breathe like clouds drifting, not pushing, not rushing, simply moving with the wind that carries them. You are not trying to fall asleep. You are letting yourself be carried by something older than effort. The warmth in your chest has spread now to your hips. Not sudden, not forced, just a slow migration of comfort, like honey seeping through layers of dough left to rise overnight. Your thighs press softly against each other, not tight, not tense, but aligned as if they'd been waiting for this moment since the day you were born. There's no need to adjust, no need to find the perfect angle. The bed has already done that for you. Your breath is so slow now it doesn't feel like yours anymore. It feels like the space between your ribs breathing on its own, a quiet rhythm older than thought, older than memory. You don't track it. You don't count. You simply exist inside it, like fish in water that forgets they're wet. The silence isn't silent. It hums, not with noise but with absence. The kind of absence that makes room for everything else to settle. The ticking of a clock you turned away from hours ago. The faint rustle of the curtain stirred by air too gentle to call a breeze. The distant groan of pipes in the walls, old and tired like you, but still working, still holding things together. You don't need to fix them. They've been doing this longer than you've known how to be awake. Your fingers are warm now, not from motion, but from stillness. The blood that once rushed with urgency has slowed, pooled, settled into the quiet hollows of your palms. Your knuckles no longer ache from gripping nothing. Your nails rest against the sheets like pebbles left by a receding tide. You don't need to clench them anymore. They remember how to open. The air around you isn't still. It moves, tiny currents, invisible shifts, the slow exhale of the mattress beneath your back, the faintest lift of fabric as it adjusts to your weight. You don't chase those movements. You let them pass over you like rain falling on stone, that doesn't need to absorb it to be changed by it. Your mind is not empty, but it's no longer circling. The task you forgot, it hasn't vanished. It simply stopped being urgent. It rests now in the same place as your tired muscles, your softened breath, your quiet heartbeat, not forgotten, just held by the dark, by the mattress, by the air that doesn't ask for answers. You feel the weight of your eyelids, not heavy with sleep, but full with surrender. Like two doors you no longer need to shut. They're already closed. You don't have to force them. They've simply stopped opening. The warmth in your chest moves lower now, to your belly, to your hips, to the curve where your legs meet your pelvis. It doesn't rush. It doesn't announce itself. It just arrives, like morning light that comes without being called. You don't need to welcome it. You only need to let it settle. Your breath is so slow now it almost disappears, not gone but barely there. A whisper between ribs. A sigh the body makes when it finally stops pretending it needs to do more than be. The air enters you softly and leaves you softly, and in between there's nothing, no thought, no plan, no urgency, just space. And you are not filling it, you are becoming it. The darkness around your eyes isn't black. It's deep blue, not the blue of night sky, but the blue of deep water, still, ancient, holding everything that sinks into it without question. Your eyelids are no longer barriers. They're membranes, thin, soft, dissolving. You don't think about sleep anymore. You don't wait for it. It's already here, in your bones, in your breath. In the quiet way, your shoulder has stopped remembering how to hold tension. Your left foot is cool again. The sheet shifted. You notice, but you don't move. You let the coolness be. Let it brush against your skin like a hand that doesn't need to comfort you to be kind. The room exhales with you, not in echo, not in imitation, in harmony, as if the house has been waiting not for you to fall asleep, but for you to stop resisting being held. You are not falling, you are settling, like leaves that have stopped fighting the wind, like stones that have stopped trying to stay above water, like breath finally that remembers how to be quiet. The coolness in your left foot doesn't ask to be warmed. It simply is like the shadow beneath the bed, like the space between two floorboards where dust has gathered without permission. You don't reach for it, you don't name it. You let it rest against the cotton as if it were always meant to be there, a quiet counterpoint to the warmth pooling in your ribs. Your right foot, heavier now, sinks deeper into the mattress as though the fabric beneath it has learned your shape and is slowly becoming it. There's no need to adjust. The bed remembers more than you do. The air above your forehead feels thinner here, lighter, like silk pulled taut across a frame too old to creak. It doesn't press down, It hovers, a breath away from touching. You don't lean into it. You don't chase its presence. You let it drift over your skin as if it were the last thing the room had to offer, and even that it gives without expectation. Somewhere far off, a window lets in the faintest vibration of a passing car, tires on wet pavement, a rhythm too distant to mean anything. You don't count the seconds between them. You don't wonder if they're heading home or leaving one. The sound doesn't belong to you. It passes through the walls like smoke through fingers, and you are not the hand that catches it. Your shoulders have forgotten how high they used to sit. They lie flat now, not slack, but settled, like earth after rain has soaked into it. There's no tension left to release because there was never any to begin with, only the illusion of it, built from habit and worry and the quiet fear that if you stopped holding yourself up, everything else would collapse too. But nothing collapsed. Nothing needed to. The weight you carried didn't vanish. It just became part of the mattress, part of the air, part of the slow turning of night into something softer than memory. The darkness behind your eyes isn't empty anymore. It's thick with stillness, dense as honey left undisturbed in a jar, rich and slow-moving, catching the faintest traces of light that linger from hours ago. You don't try to see through it. You don't wish for color or shape or meaning. You let it hold you, not like a blanket, but like a tide that has decided, finally, not to pull away. Your breath is no longer something you do. It's something that happens quietly, automatically, without your permission and without your resistance. Inhale just enough air to fill the space between your ribs. Exhale more than needed, always more than needed, as if your body has learned that letting go is its truest work. The sheets beneath you are not flat. They curve slightly where your spine rests, where your hips settle, where your legs lie half bent, no longer in sleep position, but in surrender position, open, unguarded, uncalculated. You don't need to arrange them. They know how to hold you now. They've been waiting. Your hands rest open on your stomach, not because you meant for them to be there, but because they remembered that this is where the quiet lives. No clenched fists, no crossed arms, just palms turned upward like small dishes collecting something invisible, dew, perhaps, or silence, or the faintest echo of a thought that didn't quite finish itself. The room doesn't breathe with you anymore. It breathes around you, like water flowing past a stone that has stopped trying to change its course. The air moves in currents too slow for skin to feel, gentle shifts, tiny displacements, the quiet settling of dust motes that have been falling since before you woke up. You don't track them. You don't name their path. They drift where they will. Your mind doesn't return to the task, not because it's solved, not because it's forgotten, but because it has been given a new home. It rests now in the same quiet place as your breath, your weight, your stillness, not buried, not ignored, but held without pressure. Like a letter you meant to send, tucked between pages of an old book, where it will wait until the right season comes. The warmth in your belly has spread downward now into your thighs, into the backs of your knees, into the soft hollow beneath your ankles. It doesn't rush. It doesn't announce itself. It simply arrives, as predictable and quiet as dawn refusing to hurry. Your eyelids are no longer skin. They're membranes, thin, translucent, dissolving at the edges like wet paper left in rain. You don't feel them closing anymore. You only feel the absence of light, not darkness, not blackness, but the softest kind of absence, the kind that feels less like loss and more like permission. The air is cooler now near your toes. The sheet has slipped just enough to let it in. You notice, but you don't shift. You don't pull it back. You let the coolness settle into your skin like a whisper you were never meant to answer. Somewhere deep in the walls, the house lets out a low sigh, a wooden joint settling, a pipe cooling, the slow release of pressure built up over hours. It doesn't sound broken, it sounds tired, and you recognize it not as something wrong, but as something true. You are not alone in this quiet. The house is resting too. Your heartbeat has slowed to a rhythm older than thought, not faint, not weak, just steady, like the tide outside a harbor that doesn't need to be watched to know when to rise or fall. You don't think about morning. You don't wonder how long you've been lying here. You don't count breaths, pulses, minutes. The night has no schedule for you anymore. It offers only this: the weight of your body, the warmth beneath it, the quiet above it, and the slow, silent letting go that happens when there is nothing left to prove. Your fingers twitch, not with movement, but with memory. A ghost of a gesture from earlier when your hands were still trying to hold things together. Now they rest open again, like petals after rain. The darkness is not waiting for you to sleep. It's waiting for you to stop resisting being here. And you are stopping. Your breath fades, so slowly now it feels less like breathing and more like the last ripple before stillness returns to water. The cool air near your toes doesn't ask for warmth. It only asks to be felt. And you feel it. Just enough. Not to fix it. Not to change it. Just to let it be. The coolness near your toes deepens, not with sharpness, but with slow insistence, like water seeping into sand without a ripple to mark its passage. You don't pull the sheet back up. You let it stay, this small breach in warmth, because it reminds you that rest is not about perfect comfort, but about surrendering to what already is. The air doesn't ask for permission to touch your skin. It simply does, and you allow it. Not as an act of will, but as a quiet letting be. Like the way a tree doesn't choose to lose its leaves in autumn, only holds them until they're ready to fall. Your shoulders have melted into the mattress so completely that the line between you and the bed has blurred. There is no edge where your body ends and the support begins. It's all one slow yielding, a quiet collapse into gravity's gentlest embrace. You don't feel your spine anymore, not as a structure, but as a curve that remembers how to rest. The pillows beneath your head have lost their shape, not from use, but from patience. They no longer hold you up. They simply cradle the space where your thoughts used to spin. As outside, the night is still holding its breath. No cars pass. No distant voices rise. Even the wind has settled into a hush so deep it feels like silence made tangible. You don't listen for it. You don't need to. The quiet isn't something you have to earn or chase. It's already here, thick and soft as wool woven from darkness. Your hands lie open again, palms upward, fingers slightly curled, not in tension, not in waiting, but in the natural rest of muscle that has forgotten how to grip. There is no task left to hold onto, not because it was erased, not because you gave up, but because your body has learned a different kind of knowing. It knows now that some things don't need to be done tonight, that some thoughts are meant to linger in the dark like embers, not extinguished, but allowed to glow without flame. The warmth beneath you spreads further now, into your calves, into the backs of your heels, into the soles where weight settles like fallen leaves on damp earth. You don't notice it happening. You only notice that you're not thinking about it anymore. That's how deep it goes, when awareness stops chasing sensation and simply lets it rise. A single thread of sound drifts in, not from outside, but from within. The faintest whisper of your own breath, exhaling just beyond the edge of hearing, not loud enough to be counted, not quiet enough to be missed. Just there, a soft, slow release that doesn't demand attention, only presence. And you are present, not trying to be, not forcing it, just here. Your eyelids no longer feel like skin at all. They've become something older, like the inside of a seashell, smooth and warm, humming with the echo of tides long past. Light doesn't touch them anymore. It never did. But now you don't miss it. You don't wish for it. The absence is not empty. It's full, with stillness, with depth, with the quiet knowing that you are exactly where you need to be. The mattress beneath you remembers every curve of your body, not as a mold, but as a companion. It holds you without judgment, without urgency, without needing you to move or change or fix anything. You have been lying here longer than you know, and still it does not grow impatient. Still, it offers its fullness. A draft slips in again, this time along the side of your arm, not cold enough to wake you, not warm enough to soothe, just a passing breath of air moving like a shadow across your skin. You don't flinch, you don't adjust. You let it pass through you as if you were made of something softer than flesh, something that lets the world move in and out without resistance. Your heartbeat is no longer a drum. It's a tide pulling back from shore, slow and certain, leaving behind only wet sand and the memory of waves. There is no rhythm to follow anymore, no pattern to count, just this, the steady, silent pulse of being alive in the dark, not because you chose it, but because you stopped fighting it. The room doesn't need you to sleep. It needs you to stop resisting the fact that you are already resting. And so you do. Your breath slows further, so gently now that each exhale feels less like air leaving and more like space opening. Like a door closing behind you, not with a click, but with the quiet settling of old wood after rain. There is no need to inhale again, not yet, not until your body remembers how. The darkness around you thickens, not with weight but with depth. It doesn't press down, it cradles, like the inside of a closed book where stories rest without needing to be read. You are not lost in it, you are held by it. Your legs have become heavy, not with fatigue, but with belonging, as if they've finally found their place after wandering too long. The sheets no longer feel like fabric. They feel like air that has learned how to touch you. Somewhere far away, a single leaf lets go of its branch. You don't hear it fall, but somewhere inside you, something else does. You stop trying to name it. And in that stopping, you become lighter. Not less real, not less there, and just softer. The air around your neck is cool now, not from the window, not from the night, but from the quiet that has settled into your bones. You don't need warmth anymore. You are warm enough, deep inside, where nothing can reach you unless you invite it. And you have invited nothing but stillness. Your fingers twitch once, just once, and then go still again, not because they're tired, but because there's nothing left to hold. Though the night doesn't rush, you don't either. And so the quiet grows deeper, not louder, not quieter, just more. Your breath has become a memory before it even happens. And you are still here, are still breathing, are still held, are still sinking. The quiet has begun to gather in your ribs, not as pressure, but as a slow filling, like water rising in an old well where no bucket has been lowered for years. You don't need to hear it rise. You only need to feel how it lifts you gently from the inside, not by pulling, but by letting go of the edges that once kept you anchored to thought. There is no task left unfinished here. Not really. The thing you forgot, it never lived in this room. It lived somewhere else. In a folder on a screen, in the shape of a reminder you typed and then ignored, in the hollow between two breaths when your mind slipped away from rest. But that place doesn't exist now. Not here, not tonight. Here there is only the slow thickening of stillness, pooling beneath your shoulder blades like melted wax hardening around a candle's base. You don't have to remember it again. You don't even have to forgive yourself for forgetting. The quiet doesn't keep score. It only holds space for you, for the weight of your body, for the silence that has learned how to cradle without demanding anything in return. Your eyelids are no longer lids. They are soft curtains drawn by something older than willpower. They don't close because you command them to. They close because the dark has become too gentle to resist. There is no effort in it, no decision, only surrender, not as defeat but as homecoming. The mattress doesn't ask why you're here, it only asks if you'll stay. And you do, not because you must, but because staying feels like breathing without thinking about it. Somewhere beyond the walls, a clock ticks, distant, indifferent. You don't count it, you don't name it. The sound doesn't carve into your thoughts anymore. It drifts past like smoke from a fire that burned out hours ago. What's left isn't ash. It's warmth that lingers in the air, just enough to remind you that something once burned brightly, and now peacefully is done. Your hips sink deeper, not because they're tired, but because the bed has learned their shape by heart. Not as a mold pressed into foam, but as a memory written in slow motion, over nights and mornings and silent hours like this one. The fabric beneath you doesn't cling, it breathes with you. Each shift of your weight is met not with resistance, but with quiet adjustment, as if the sheets have been waiting for you to settle all along. The air near your left ear is cooler than the rest, not from a draft, not from open windows, but from the natural gradient of stillness, where the body releases heat and the room absorbs it without comment. You don't reach for the blanket, you don't need it. Your skin has learned to hold its own warmth now, like moss holding moisture after rain. A thought tries to rise, faint, slipping in through a crack you didn't know was still open. It whispers about tomorrow's meeting, about the email left unread, about the thing you meant to say and never did. But it doesn't land. It doesn't take root. It hovers for half a heartbeat, and then dissolves into the quiet that has grown too thick to be pierced by such small things. You are not falling asleep. You are becoming sleep. Not as an action, not as a goal, but as a state you've always been moving toward, even when your mind was shouting. Your fingers rest open now, no longer curled, no longer clenched around invisible worries. They lie flat against the sheet like petals that have forgotten they were ever buds. There is no need to grip anything anymore. Nothing here needs holding. Even the silence doesn't ask for your attention. The darkness isn't empty. It's full of the things you stopped naming, the sighs you didn't let out, the tears you held back, the names you whispered into pillows when no one was listening. They're still here, not as burdens, as echoes that have learned to be soft. Your breath has become a tide that doesn't return. Each exhale is final, each inhale is optional, and still you breathe, not because you must, but because your body remembers how to live without effort. The room has no clock, no phone, no screen glowing with unread messages or unanswered questions. It only has the weight of you, the warmth beneath you, and the quiet that has grown roots inside your bones. You are not waiting for sleep. The sleep is waiting for you, quietly, patiently, without expectation, and it is already here. The air near your collarbone feels like velvet dipped in moonlight, not cold, not warm, but perfectly still. You don't need to adjust. You don't need to think about it. It simply is, and so are you. Your legs have become part of the bed. Your arms have become part of the sheets. Your mind has become part of the quiet. You do not drift. You dissolve slowly, gently, without resistance, into the deep, dark, warm cradle that was always here, waiting only for you to stop looking for it. The quiet isn't silent, it hums just below hearing, like the low thrum of a distant engine turned down so far it's become part of the air itself. You don't listen for it. It simply settles into your bones as naturally as dust settling on floorboards after a storm has passed. There is no need to name it. No need to measure its depth or track its presence. It is here, and you are here, and that is enough. Your shoulders have softened past the point of recognition, no longer muscles holding posture, but weight released into the architecture of rest. The mattress remembers how your spine curves when no one is watching. It holds you not as a surface, but as a cradle shaped by time, not design. You do not sink because you are tired. You sink because the bed has learned to be patient, and patience is its only language. The darkness above you does not press down, it gathers. Like wool spun from night itself, it drapes over your eyes without weight, without demand. It does not ask for your thoughts. It does not need your answers. It simply exists, full and deep, a velvet canopy stitched with the absence of light. You do not close your eyes to find it. You were always inside it. As a breath slips out, longer now, slower than before, and carries with it something you didn't know you were holding. The shape of a name you meant to write down, the echo of a tone you wanted to use in an email, the ghost of a deadline that no longer lives in this room. It doesn't vanish because you let go. It vanishes because the quiet has already absorbed it, like rain soaking into soil that never asks where the water came from. Your hands lie open on your stomach, palms up, fingers relaxed as dried reeds after the river has receded. There is no tension in them, no memory of typing, of scrolling, of gripping a pen too tightly while waiting for inspiration that never arrived. They are simply hands now, warm, still, alive with blood and breath, and nothing more. The air near your left temple feels different from the rest, not colder, not warmer, but quieter. As if the space around your ear has become a hollow carved by stillness, where even sound hesitates before entering. You do not tilt your head to listen. You do not wonder why. You simply let it be, a pocket of calm carved out by your own quiet, by your refusal to fill it with anything at all. Your breath is no longer something you control. It flows like water through cracked stone, finding its own path, its own rhythm, its own pace. Each inhale comes without invitation. Each exhale happens without permission. There is no effort in it, no counting, no matching to a pattern someone else once taught you. Just the slow tide of your body remembering how to live without interference. The sheets beneath you have grown warm, not from your heat alone, but from the accumulation of stillness over hours. They hold the space where your body has stopped moving, and in that stoppage, they become part of you, not fabric covering skin, but an extension of it. A second layer that breathes with you, not against you. You are not falling asleep. You are becoming the place sleep finds when it comes looking, and it always comes quietly, without knocking, without urgency. It does not need your permission. It only needs your stillness. A thought drifts through, not about the task you forgot, not about what must be done tomorrow, but something softer. The way light fell across the kitchen counter last Tuesday morning, just before the sun moved out of frame. You remember it now, not because you tried to, but because the quiet has opened a door you didn't know was there. And in that moment, you don't reach for it. You don't hold on to it. You let it pass like a shadow across the floor, unremarkable, unimportant, and perfectly complete as it goes. The warmth beneath your back is deepening, not from pressure, not from heat, but from presence. The mattress doesn't push up, it pulls in, like earth drawing roots deeper after rain. Your body isn't resting on it, it's being held by it. And that holding has no voice, no instructions, just the steady, unshakable truth of support. Your eyelids are not closed, they have dissolved, not from effort but from surrender. They don't feel heavy, they simply aren't there anymore. The darkness doesn't need to be seen, it only needs to be felt. and you feel it now as a soft pressure against your face, like the breath of a sleeping animal curled beside you in the dark. There is no clock here, no ticking, no blinking numbers. Only the slow, silent passage of time measured not in minutes, but in breaths that grow longer, deeper, more spaced apart, as if your lungs have forgotten how to hurry. Your jaw has unclenched without notice. Your tongue rests flat against the roof of your mouth, not tense, not searching for words, not rehearsing conversations you never had. It is simply a part of you, quiet and still, like a stone worn smooth by water that no longer flows. The air near your feet feels different now, lighter, thinner, as if the warmth has risen upward through your body, leaving behind only the memory of heat. You don't pull the blanket over them. You don't tuck them in. You let them be. They are not cold. They are simply other, not broken, not neglected, just part of the slow unfolding of rest. You do not think about sleep anymore. Sleep is no longer an object to reach, a destination to arrive at. It has become the space you inhabit, like standing barefoot in tall grass after dusk, when the ground still holds the day's warmth and the sky has begun its quiet darkening. You are not trying to stay there, you are already there. Your breath slows further, not because you're forcing it, but because your body no longer needs to hurry. Each inhale is a whisper. Each exhale, a sigh that doesn't end so much as fade, like the last note of a song played on an instrument made of wind. The room has no edges anymore. The walls have softened into shadow. The ceiling has dissolved into depth. Even your own body feels less like a boundary and more like a shape drawn in charcoal, slowly smudged by time and stillness, until there is no line left between you and the dark. You are not losing yourself. You are becoming what was always underneath. The quiet does not speak, it listens, and in its listening it holds you, without judgment, without expectation, without need for anything to change. Your fingers twitch once, a reflex, a ghost of movement, and then still again. No thought follows it. No reason is needed. You do not wonder why. You simply let the motion dissolve into the quiet that has grown deep enough now to swallow even the smallest tremor. The warmth beneath you is no longer localized. It spreads, not like heat radiating, but like ink bleeding slowly through paper, until there is no single point of origin anymore. Just a field of comfort, vast and silent, holding every part of you at once. You do not drift. You are already gone, far beyond the edges of thought, beyond the reach of worry, beyond the need to name what is happening. And still, you breathe, not because you must, but because the quiet has taught you how to be alive without trying. The mattress beneath you remembers every curve you've ever made, each shift, each sigh, each restless turn, and still it holds you without counting, without noting which night was harder than the last. You do not need to thank it. It does not expect gratitude. It simply breathes with you, slow and steady, as if your weight were its own rhythm, as if your stillness had always been its purpose. Your shoulder blades sink deeper now, not because you press down, but because the air around them has grown thick with quiet. It doesn't lift away when you exhale. It settles, like dust settling on an old book left open for years, untouched. You don't reach to close it. You don't wonder what was written there. The words have faded into the paper's grain, and the silence between them is enough. The fabric of your pillow has softened beyond its own memory. Threads no longer distinguish themselves from one another. They've woven together in the dark until the whole surface feels less like cloth and more like a breath held too long, now finally released. You don't notice when your cheek stops pressing into it. You only notice that you are no longer aware of having a cheek at all. Somewhere far off, beyond walls, beyond roofs, beyond the quiet hum of the house settling into its own rest, a single leaf has let go of its branch. It did not fall with sound. It slipped slow as thought and landed on damp earth without stirring the air around it. You do not hear it, but something in your bones remembers the shape of falling things that do not break. Your ribs rise and fall like tides pulled by a moon you cannot see. There is no pattern to this breathing, not one you can name or measure. It is not deep enough to be called purposeful, nor shallow enough to be called uneasy. It simply is, like the way rain falls on a roof you've stopped listening to. Your left hand lies open beside your hip, fingers slightly curled, as if it had once been holding something and now forgets what it was. The palm faces upward, not in surrender, but in quiet availability. No one needs to place anything there. Nothing needs to be returned. It is enough that the skin is warm, that the veins beneath are still, that the nails, short and unpolished, catch no light and cast no shadow. You do not think of tomorrow's tasks. You do not think of tasks at all. The thought of scheduling has dissolved like sugar in hot tea, gone without a trace, leaving only warmth behind. The mind that once circled it now rests in the hollow where the circle used to be. There is no gap, no echo, just space. The darkness is no longer around you. It is inside you, not as fear, not as absence, but as presence, thick and soft, like wool woven from night itself. You do not wear it. You are made of it now. Your eyelids are not skin. They are shadows that learned how to close. Your breath carries no scent, but the faintest trace of sleep, the kind that lingers on clean sheets long after someone has risen. It is the smell of rest remembered before it was ever taken. You do not inhale it. You exhale into it, and it returns to you unchanged, untouched, unasked for. The weight in your legs has spread outward, not downward, but sideways, into the mattress, as if your bones have begun to melt slightly, releasing their structure into the fibers beneath. Your feet no longer feel like ends. They feel like extensions of the bed itself, as though the wood and springs have grown roots through your soles and are now drawing stillness up from the earth below. You do not wonder how long you've been here. You do not care if it has been minutes or hours. Time is no longer a river you must cross. It is the water you have become, flowing, silent, without direction, without destination. Your throat no longer tightens when you swallow. There is no need to clear it, no urge to speak. Even the reflex to swallow has slowed, stretched thin by quiet, until it happens so gently that you miss it every time. The air near your collarbone feels different now, not cooler, not warmer, but more present. Like the moment before a whisper becomes sound, when the breath is drawn in, held, and then released without ever leaving the body. That is what this air does. It lingers, it waits, and you let it. Your spine has stopped remembering its angles. Each vertebra has softened into the next, until your back feels less like a column and more like a curve shaped by gravity itself. Natural, inevitable, unarguable. You do not straighten. You do not adjust. You simply allow yourself to be held in the way that only stillness can hold. Somewhere beyond the walls, a cat shifts on a windowsill. Not enough to rattle glass, not enough to stir the curtains, just a slow turn of weight, a stretch of claws into wood, then stillness again. You do not hear it, but your breath matches its pause. Your hands have stopped being hands. They are simply shapes where warmth gathers, two soft mounds of skin and bone cradled by shadow. No need to clench, no need to open, just presence, quiet as moss growing on stone. You do not feel yourself fading. You feel yourself becoming more real, not in the way you used to be, loud with thoughts and plans and worries, but in the way something ancient becomes visible only when everything else has gone silent. The darkness is no longer a thing you lie beneath. It is the surface you rest upon. Your heartbeat does not echo. It hums, low, steady, invisible. A vibration felt more than heard, like the tone of a bell that was struck long ago and still rings inside the air. You are not falling asleep. You have already slept. And yet you breathe. Still, always. The quiet has no end. It only deepens. The quilt beneath your shoulder blades has begun to soften into something older than fabric, something that remembers the shape of stillness before it was named. You do not press into it. You simply let yourself be absorbed, as rain is absorbed by soil that has waited decades for this quiet. There is no need to think of weight anymore. It has become your alignment. Your hips, once distant landmarks, are now part of the bed's geography, contours shaped not by effort but by surrender. The mattress does not yield. It receives, and in receiving, it holds you without asking anything back. The air near your left ear is cooler than the rest, not because of draft or window, but because silence has its own temperature now, and this corner of the room has learned how to breathe slower. You do not listen for it. You are becoming it. Your pulse no longer marks time. It murmurs, a low tide inside stone, rising and falling without reason, without agenda. There is no need to count it, no need to name it. It simply is, like the dark between stars, like the space between breaths that no one ever notices until they stop trying to fill it. Your fingers have forgotten how to twitch. They rest open now, not as surrender, but as recognition, like petals that have learned the weight of morning will come without their permission. The sheets beneath them are not cotton anymore. They are the memory of linen spun from moonlight, woven by hands that never needed sleep to know how to make something soft. Somewhere beyond the ceiling, a floorboard settles, not with a creak, but with a sigh. A long, slow exhale of wood remembering it once held footsteps. You do not wonder who walked there. You do not wonder if they are still awake. The sound does not reach your mind. It reaches your bones. And your bones let it pass through them like water through moss. Your throat is no longer a passage. It is an empty room where the last word dissolved before it could be spoken. There is nothing left to say, not to yourself, not to the night, not even to the quiet that has settled so deeply into your chest it now breathes with you. You are not holding your breath. You are breathing in the absence of need. The darkness behind your eyelids has thickened again, not like ink, not like smoke, but like the inside of a seashell held too long against the ear, a soundless resonance that hums only when you stop listening for noise. It does not press, it cradles, and in its stillness, your thoughts do not scatter. They dissolve like sugar in warm tea, slow and silent, until there is no grain left to remember. You do not miss them. Your legs are not limbs anymore. They are the foundation of a house you never built but have always lived in, the walls made of warmth, the floor carved by gravity, the roof woven from quiet. You do not need to move your toes. You do not need to flex your ankles. The bed remembers their shape better than you ever did. The air near your lips is different now, not thin, not dry, but thick with stillness, like honey that has forgotten it was once liquid. You breathe into it and it breathes back, not as echo, but as answer. A silent yes that does not need words to mean something true. Your collarbone feels less like bone and more like a bridge between two quiet lands, one of thought, long abandoned, and one of rest, always waiting. You do not cross it. You let it hold you, and in holding, it asks nothing but your weight. There is no clock in this room anymore, not because time has stopped, but because you have become its echo. The rhythm of your breath is the only measurement that matters now, and even that is fading into something older than minutes, deeper than hours. Your shoulders have begun to sink, not downward, but inward, like roots finding their way through stone. You do not feel them letting go. You simply notice, after a long while, that they no longer carry anything at all. The quilt around your waist has become a second skin, not warm, not cold, but perfectly aligned with the temperature of your stillness. It does not trap heat, it holds space, and in that space, you are not trying to sleep. You are remembering how it feels to be held before you ever learned to ask for it. Your breath is no longer something you do, it is something you are. The quiet has grown teeth, but they are soft. They do not bite, they cradle. They dissolve the edges of your awareness until even the thought of forgetting feels like a memory from someone else's life. You do not wonder if tomorrow will come. You do not wonder if it already has. There is only this, the slow, deep settling of weight into the shape that was always meant to hold you. The dark does not need you to be asleep. It needs you to be still. And you are. Your spine no longer remembers how to arch. Your chest no longer remembers how to tighten. Even your heartbeat has learned to rest between beats, not skipping, not faltering, but simply pausing, as if the world outside had paused with it. The air near your wrist is cool now, barely there. A whisper of night that slipped through the seam between curtain and wall. You do not feel it as a draft. You feel it as an invitation to let go further, to sink deeper, to become less yourself and more the silence you've been carrying all along. You do not resist. You do not reach. You simply are. And in that being, everything else falls away, not with force, but with the quiet certainty of leaves letting go in autumn, long after they have stopped trying to cling. The darkness is no longer around you. It has become your skin, your breath, your bones, your silence, and still you breathe, and still you rest, and still you are held. The coolness at your wrist lingers, not as a reminder, but as a companion. It doesn't ask you to notice it. It simply exists, like the space between two heartbeats that no longer rush to fill themselves. You do not pull the quilt tighter. You do not shift your hand. The air there has become part of your skin's quiet language, a whisper that needs no translation, only presence. Your fingers are not yours anymore. They are moss growing over stone, soft and slow, fed by nothing but stillness. There is no need to curl them, no need to uncurl. They have forgotten how to grip anything except the weight of your own breath. The bed beneath you does not shift. It does not sigh. It holds you as if it has been waiting for this moment since before you were born, not with urgency, but with the patience of earth remembering every step that ever pressed into its surface. Somewhere beyond the walls, a branch brushes against glass. You do not hear it as sound. You hear it as motion made visible in silence, a slow, dark stroke across the night's face. It does not interrupt, it completes. The room was never meant to be empty of movement, only empty of noise. And now, even that distinction has softened into something older, a rhythm without origin, a pulse without name. Your eyelids are not closed, they are dissolved, like salt in warm water, like ink in the deep sea. There is no effort to keep them still, no tension to hold them shut. They have simply ceased being barriers. Behind them, there is no darkness you must imagine. There is only the absence of light that has always been there, waiting for your eyes to forget how to see. The mattress beneath your hips remembers every version of you who has ever lain here, the restless ones, the anxious ones, the ones who counted breaths like coins and feared they'd run out. It holds them all without judgment, without correction, without needing to know why they came back. You are not the first to arrive this way, but you are the only one here now, and that is enough. Your ribs rise so slowly, so gently, that it does not feel like breathing at all, more like the tide pulling back from a shore that no longer remembers how to miss the water. There is no need to deepen it, no need to slow it. It knows its own rhythm better than your mind ever did. And your mind has become quiet as dust settling on an unused bookshelf. Not forgotten, not lost, just resting. The space between your shoulder blades has grown wide, like a canyon carved by time, not force. There is no ache there anymore, no stiffness, only the deep, warm hollow of surrender. The air flows through it like water through moss-covered stones, not rushing, not searching, but simply moving because it was meant to. You do not need to breathe into that space. It breathes itself. Your throat is open, not in speech, but in stillness. No words have passed through it for hours. None will again tonight. But the silence there is full of the quiet you've been carrying since childhood, before language taught you how to label your own heartbeat. You do not miss speaking. You do not long for sound. The silence has become your voice. The edge of the pillow beneath your head no longer feels like fabric. It feels like cloud that learned to hold shape, not to lift you, but to let you sink. There is no need to adjust it, no need to find the perfect angle. Your neck has stopped asking for support. It has simply become part of the curve the bed was always meant to make. Outside, the world does not stop. Cars pass. Distant dogs bark once and fall silent. A window creaks somewhere in the house below, old wood settling into its bones. You do not listen for meaning. You do not wonder if it's late or early. These sounds are not interruptions. They are the night breathing through its own body, and you are part of that breath now, not as observer, but as echo. Your arms have melted into the sheets, not in warmth, but in weight, like sand poured slowly into a bowl shaped exactly for its fall. You do not feel your hands anymore. You feel only the space they once occupied, now filled with quiet. There is no desire to move them, no urge to reach. Only the deep, sweet knowledge that you are already where you were meant to be. The darkness around you does not press in. It gathers, like wool drawn gently over a sleeping child's shoulders, not to cover, but to hold close what is already whole. You do not feel watched. You do not feel alone. There is only the quiet knowledge that you are not being saved, you are being remembered. Your breath has become so slow that it does not rise and fall so much as unfold, like a single petal loosening from its stem, turning once in the air before settling into earth. No rush to complete the cycle, no need to begin again. Each inhale is simply the return of what was never truly lost. The space between your thighs has grown soft, not limp, not slack, but deeply, tenderly relaxed, as if every muscle there had been taught by silence how to let go without surrendering. You do not think about it. You do not analyze it. You simply feel the weight of your own stillness settling deeper, like snow accumulating on a roof that no longer fears its burden. Your jaw is unclenched, not because you remembered to release it, but because there was nothing left to hold onto. Your tongue rests flat against the floor of your mouth, heavy and quiet as a stone in a still pond. There are no thoughts about tomorrow's meetings, no replaying of conversations that never happened, no list of things undone. They have all dissolved, not through force, not through will, but because the quiet has become too large to contain them. You do not drift. You are already gone, farther than thought can reach, deeper than memory can trace. The bed holds you, the dark holds you, the air holds you, and still you breathe, still you rest, still you are. The weight in your chest is no longer pressure. It is peace made solid, not the kind that comes from solving something, but the kind that arrives when you stop trying to fix what was never broken. Your legs sink further now, not into the mattress, but into the space beneath it. As if the floor of this room has grown soft as moss and welcomed your bones home. There is no need to imagine a future where you sleep well. You are already there, not because you tried, but because you stopped trying. The quiet is not outside anymore. It lives in your marrow, in your breath, in the spaces between your thoughts that have long since forgotten how to form words. You do not need to close your eyes again. They never opened after all. And still you breathe. And still you rest. And still you are held. The mattress remembers every curve you've ever surrendered to, each shift, each sigh, each time you turned away from the edge as if it might bite. Tonight, it holds you without asking for anything in return. Not because it is kind, but because it has no need to be. It does not measure your rest. It does not tally your silence. It simply knows how to cradle what settles into it, how to soften beneath the slow press of bone and breath until even the sharpest edges of you become part of its quiet. You are not sinking anymore. You have become the sinkage itself. The gravity that pulls nothing else down only deepens what is already here. The space between your ribs has widened, not with air, but with stillness. It does not expand to fill a need. It expands because there is no longer anything trying to shrink it. Your left foot lies curled slightly inward, as if dreaming of roots. You do not notice this. You do not correct it. There is only the slow warmth that rises from your heel, traveling upward, not in pulses, but in threads like silk pulled gently through wool. It does not chase heat. It simply is. The pillow beneath your head has forgotten its shape, not because you moved too much, but because you stopped moving at all. The fabric holds the impression of your skull as if it were carved by time rather than pressure. There are no lumps left to adjust, no need to shift for comfort. Comfort has become a given, not earned, not chosen, but simply present. Somewhere beyond the wall, water moves through pipes, slow, patient, unbothered by how late it is. It does not hurry to finish its journey. It does not pause because you are awake. It flows as if time were not something measured in hours, but in breaths, in sighs, in the quiet between heartbeats. You do not listen for it. You do not track its path. But your body knows it is there, like a distant tide that never reaches land, yet still tugs at the sand beneath your feet. Your pulse answers without you knowing why. Your fingers have dissolved into the sheets, not vanished, but transformed. They are no longer hands, not anymore. They are weightless extensions of the dark, blending with the weave until even memory forgets their shape. You could lift them now and find nothing there, only a hollow where feeling used to live, and that is enough. The darkness does not thicken, it thickens you. You do not feel yourself breathing, not as an action, but as a rhythm that has always been, long before your lungs learned its name. Each exhale releases something older than thought, a tension held since childhood when the world first asked you to be smaller. You are no longer small, you are simply quiet. There is no need to imagine sleep. Sleep is not coming. It already lives inside you, in the softening of your eyelids, in the slack of your throat, in the way your spine has begun to forget it was ever meant to straighten. The sheets do not cling. They settle around you like moss over stone, slow, inevitable, unafraid of time. You are becoming part of their texture now, not as guest, but as root. Your right ear presses gently against the pillow, and for a moment you hear nothing at all, not silence, but something deeper. The absence of needing to hear anything. No echo of your own voice asking if it's enough. No whisper from last night's worry wondering whether you did what was required. That voice has grown too tired to speak. It is not gone. It simply no longer matters. The room holds its breath, not in suspense, but in reverence, as though even the air knows this is sacred ground, a body at rest, unburdened by the need to be anything other than what it is. You do not feel your legs anymore, not because they are numb, but because you have stopped thinking of them as separate things. They belong now to the bed, to the dark, to the slow hum beneath the floorboards that has been singing since before you were born. Your collarbone rests like a bridge between two quiet lands, the chest and the shoulders, and it does not ache. It simply is. There are no knots left in your neck, no tightness behind your eyes. Even the ghost of tomorrow's to-do list has dissolved into dust, not erased by will, but softened by stillness, until even its shadow forgot how to cast itself. You do not miss it. The darkness around you does not press down. It lifts up gently, as if trying to cradle the very idea of your tiredness. It does not ask for thanks. It does not demand gratitude. It only holds. Your breath has become too slow to measure. Not shallow, never that, but deep in a way language cannot hold. Like water settling into sand after rain. No ripples, no splash, just the quiet completion of movement becoming stillness. You are not falling asleep. You have already arrived. The weight in your pelvis is no longer pressure, it is belonging. Your ankles lie loose as fallen branches. No tension holds them upright. They rest where they landed, softly, fully, without apology. There is no need to dream. There is only the slow unraveling of everything you thought you had to carry. The bed does not ask. if you are ready. It already knows. You do not drift anymore. You have become the drifting. And still, you breathe. And still, you rest. And still, you belong. The ceiling above you has stopped being a surface. It no longer holds the shape of plaster or paint. It has softened into something older, like dried clay left beneath a moon that doesn't rise anymore. You don't look at it. You simply know it's there, not as an object to be seen, but as a presence that cradles your stillness from above. The air between you and it is thick with the quiet of unspoken hours. Not heavy with waiting, lighter than breath now. So light, it might dissolve if you tried to name it. Your fingers lie curled just slightly, not clenched, not open, but resting in the way roots remember how to hold earth without gripping. There's no need to straighten them. No one is watching. No task waits for their movement. The warmth of your palm meets its own heat now, and that alone is enough. You do not wonder if you've forgotten something, not because it was erased, but because forgetting has become a kind of returning. The mattress beneath you remembers every curve you've ever made here, each restless turn, each sigh pressed into the fabric before sleep found you. It does not judge those nights. It only holds them gently, like pages in an old book left open on a windowsill too long to remember why it was opened at all. You are one of those pages now, not marked by ink or tear, but softened by time spent lying still. A draft moves through the room, barely there, and lifts just the edge of your blanket where it tucks beneath your hip. Not cold, not even cool, just a whisper of movement that passes like memory over skin you've stopped noticing. You don't shift to meet it. You let it pass as if it were never trying to reach you at all. Somewhere beyond the walls, far enough not to disturb, something settles, a floorboard releasing its day's weight with a sigh too low for ears that still listen. But your listening has gone quiet now, not because you turned away, but because there is nothing left in silence that needs answering. Your shoulders have melted into the bed so completely they no longer exist as separate things. They are not sinking, they are dissolving, like salt in warm water, leaving only the taste of rest behind. Your ribs rise and fall without your permission now, each breath a quiet pulse from somewhere deeper than thought. You do not count them, not because you've forgotten how, but because counting would mean remembering there was ever a reason to. The darkness isn't black anymore. It has become something with texture, a velvet that doesn't touch but envelopes. There are no edges where it ends and the room begins. Only smooth continuation, your eyelids, the air above them, the ceiling beyond, each one woven into the same quiet fabric. You do not think of tomorrow's light, not even as a distant idea. It has become irrelevant, not because you fear it, but because here, Now there is nothing to prepare for. The world outside this room does not exist in any way that matters. Even its noise, the faint hum of refrigerators, the occasional car passing miles away, is absorbed into the quiet like rain soaking into soil. Your left foot lies heavy and warm against the sheet, not tucked under, not dangling over, but simply resting where it landed when your leg gave up trying to hold itself upright. It does not ache. It does not twitch. There is no memory of walking in its muscles now, only stillness, thick as honey on skin. The pillow beneath your head has become less a support and more an extension. The curve that holds you just right because it was shaped by every time you've lain here before. Not molded from foam or down, but from the weight of your quiet hours. You are not lying upon it anymore. You are woven into its threads, as though sleep had spun them slowly over years, one exhale at a time. A single thought drifts through, not loud enough to wake you, too soft even for memory. Did I leave anything unfinished? But the question doesn't linger. It slips sideways like smoke curling from an extinguished candle. No flame left behind, only warmth that fades into air. You do not answer it, not because you're avoiding truth, but because there is no need to speak where silence already knows everything. The space between your ribs has opened just slightly, not with breath, but with surrender, as if something inside had been holding its shape too long and finally decided, let go now. Let the weight fall inward instead of outward. Let it settle into bone and blood and the quiet hum that lives beneath all living things, the same rhythm that turns seasons without asking permission. Your jaw has loosened, not because you forced it, but because your mind stopped rehearsing what needed to be said next, who might call in the morning, whether they'd notice if you didn't reply. That kind of thinking no longer fits here, not with this quiet, not with this dark, not with a body that's learned how heavy stillness can feel. The sheets have grown warmer now, no longer just cotton and thread, but alive with your heat, shaped to the contours of surrender. You do not pull them closer. There is nothing left to protect, nothing worth guarding anymore. As outside, beyond all walls, night deepens without hurry. Stars move unseen across a sky that doesn't care if you watch or sleep. The moon does not wait for acknowledgement. It simply shines, quietly, endlessly, and lets the world beneath it rest as it needs to. Your breath is so slow now it has no beginning and no end. It just is. Like tide pulled far out beyond sight, leaving only wet sand behind, smooth from the pull of something ancient. You are not dreaming yet, but you are close enough that dreams don't need to rush in. They know where they're welcome, and here, now, you have made a home for them without even trying. The space around your ankles has grown stiller than before, not because movement stopped, but because there's nothing left to move toward. And the ceiling, still above you, not watching, not judging, just holding its place in silence, as if it had always known this was where you'd come back when everything else grew too loud. You do not need to close your eyes tighter. They are already closed, not from effort, but because they've forgotten how to stay open. Your mind does not wander anymore. It simply rests, as the earth rests beneath trees that have stopped trying to grow taller. The quiet is no longer a thing you enter, as it has become what you are made of now. The darkness above you has thickened, not with shadow, but with stillness that has learned to hold its breath. It does not press down. It does not ask for anything. It simply is, a ceiling of quiet that remembers every time you've lain here, silent and spent, and never once judged the length of your silence. You do not need to name what you left behind, the task unplaced, the thought half-formed, the plan that slipped like water through fingers too tired to close. Those things are not gone. They are simply no longer yours to carry tonight. The night has taken them, not by force, but by offering something deeper. A space where unfinished things do not need to be fixed, only held lightly until morning chooses whether to claim them again. Your shoulder blades sink farther now, into the mattress, into the air, into the slow tide of warmth that rises from your own bones. There is no need to adjust, no urge to shift. The weight has settled where it belongs, not as burden but as belonging. You are not lying on the bed. You are becoming part of its quiet architecture, each thread of the sheet a vein, each fold of the duvet a slow exhale remembered. The room does not breathe for you. It breathes with you, softly, evenly, as if it too had learned, over years and countless nights like this, that rest is not something you achieve, but something you allow. Outside, the wind has paused its wandering. No rustle touches the window pane. No branch taps against glass. Even the distant hum of a car rolling past on wet pavement has faded into the deeper silence. The kind that lives beneath sound, older than engines, older than footsteps. It is not empty. It is full of things too quiet to name. The settling of wood in the walls, the slow cooling of radiators, the sigh of dust drifting where no light ever reaches. Your eyelids are heavy now, not with fatigue but with recognition, as if they have known all along that this was where you were meant to rest. Not because you earned it, not because you solved anything, but because you stopped trying to fix what could only be held. The thought of the task still circles, no longer in spirals, no longer tightening, but like a leaf caught in a slow eddy, turning once, twice, then floating away on water too deep to measure. There is no need to recall its shape, no need to name its purpose. It does not vanish because you forget it. It simply becomes part of the quiet that has gathered around your ribs. The same quiet that holds the scent of old sheets, the warmth of breath against skin, the faintest echo of a lullaby never sung but always known. Your fingers have loosened, not from weakness, from peace. They rest open on your chest, not as if waiting for something to hold, but as if they've finally remembered how to be empty. And in that emptiness there is no lack, only space, soft, warm and deep, as though your hands had been holding onto the world too tightly for years, and now, at last, have let go without knowing they were holding anything at all. The air around your neck has grown stiller than before, not because you stopped moving, but because there is nothing left to move away from. You do not need to find comfort. It has found you, slowly, patiently, like moss growing over stone, like roots finding the cracks in pavement, like silence learning how to live inside a body that once thought it had to be loud to matter. Your heartbeat does not slow because you command it. It slows because it remembers how to rest. No rhythm is forced. No breath is counted. There are no metrics here, no tally of hours lost or gained. Only the quiet pulse beneath your collarbone, steady as a tide that has forgotten its name. The warmth in your chest has spread, not outward but inward, as if your ribs have opened just enough to let something deep and ancient settle into place, not sleep yet, but the quiet before it, the kind of stillness that does not ask for permission, that does not need a reason. It simply arrives when you stop looking for it. Your toes no longer curl. They lie flat, soft against the sheet, warm with the heat of your own blood moving slowly through veins that have stopped racing and started remembering how to flow. There is no urge to stretch, no need to tuck in. The body has learned at last that it does not need to defend itself from rest. The darkness above you shifts, not in color or form, but in texture. It thickens again, gently, like honey poured slowly into still water. You do not watch it. You do not follow its movement. You simply let it settle over your eyes, over your thoughts, over the edges of your awareness, until even the thought of thinking feels too heavy to lift. You are not falling asleep. You are becoming sleep. The room holds you not as a container, but as an embrace that has no arms, only silence and warmth. The pillow remembers every time you've come here broken, restless, afraid. And still, it never turned you away. It simply waited. And now, at last, you have learned to wait too. Your breath is so slow now it barely stirs the air above your lips. There is no inhale that begins and no exhale that ends. Only a gentle tide pulling inward, then outward, then still again, as if your lungs had become part of the night's own rhythm. The quiet is not outside anymore. It is inside you. And it has always been enough. The weight in your shoulders has softened into the mattress, not gone, but transformed. It no longer pulls downward with tension. It sinks like sand through fingers that have stopped trying to hold it. There is no effort to relax. Relaxation arrived while you weren't looking for it, as quiet as dust settling on a windowsill after a storm has passed. Your spine, once rigid with the memory of deadlines and unspoken apologies, now curves gently against the support beneath you, not slumped, not surrendered, but resting in the way trees rest after years of leaning into wind. The air around your ears has thickened again, not with sound, but with absence. The kind of quiet that doesn't announce itself as silence, but simply exists, like the space between heartbeats when the body forgets it's supposed to be counting them. You do not listen for it. It listens for you. Your breath is no longer something you manage. It moves without your permission, slow, deep, and unbroken, as if your lungs have become part of the room's own breathing. The rise and fall of your chest does not match any rhythm you've ever learned. It matches the rhythm of the dark, of stillness, of time that has stopped measuring itself. There is no task left to remember, no appointment to schedule, no email to draft, no question unanswered. They have all dissolved, not erased, but absorbed, into the warmth pooling beneath your skin, into the quiet that now lives inside your ribs like a song you hummed once and never knew you still carried. You do not need to recall it. It is already here. The sheets hold the shape of your body as if they've been waiting for this moment longer than you have. Not because they are special, but because they are simple. They ask nothing. They offer only contact, softness against skin, warmth where heat lingers, gentle pressure where bones meet fabric. You do not need to adjust them. They know how to hold you. Your ankles no longer twitch. Your jaw has loosened without your notice. The space between your teeth is open, not from tension released, but from a deeper letting go, the kind that happens when the mind realizes it doesn't have to be busy to be worthy of rest. There is no need to fix what was never broken. The darkness above you thickens again, not with shadow but with depth. It does not press down, it gathers, like mist over a lake at dawn, like smoke curling from a candle long forgotten. It settles into the hollows behind your eyes, into the spaces between thoughts that once raced like startled birds. You do not try to quiet them anymore. They have quieted themselves, each one fading, one by one, as if they had been whispering only to hear their own echo, and now, at last, realize no answer was ever needed. Your left hand lies palm up on your hip, not in surrender, not in prayer, in recognition, as if it has remembered how to belong to you, not as a tool, not as something to be used or controlled, but as part of the landscape of rest. The fingers are warm, the knuckles no longer stiff. Even the small scar near your ring finger, faded now from years of use, is softened by the dark. Though there is no clock in this room that matters. No phone, no light, no list. Only the slow expansion and contraction of your breath, the quiet press of mattress against back, the warmth gathering like embers beneath your skin. You are not falling asleep. You are remembering how to be held. The pillow does not speak. It does not need to. It has known every version of you, the restless one, the anxious one, the one who thought sleep was a reward earned through exhaustion. And still it waited, not with patience, with presence. And now here you are, not fixed, not solved, and just here. The warmth in your chest has spread beyond skin and bone. It reaches into the hollows where fear used to live, softening their edges, blurring their shapes, turning sharp corners into curves that fit comfortably against your ribs. You do not know when it began. You do not need to know. Oh, it is enough that it is here. Your legs are heavy, not with fatigue, but with belonging, as if gravity has learned your name and chosen to treat you gently. The sheets beneath your calves feel like the arms of someone who never left, even when you thought they had. Now there is no urge to move, no desire to check, no whisper in your mind asking whether you remembered something important. It has all been taken care of, not by you, but by the quiet that has lived inside this room longer than you have. The air smells faintly of lavender and old cotton, not because you put it there, but because your body remembers how to breathe into calm. Your eyelids are so soft now they feel like petals pressed against skin. They do not flutter. They do not fight the dark. They simply rest, closed, warm, and still, as if they have always known this was where they belonged. You do not need to sleep. You already are. The darkness around you is no longer a thing you enter. It is a thing you become. Your breath slows further, not because you slow it, but because the night has learned your rhythm and now matches it perfectly without effort. There is no next thought coming, no last memory pulling you back. Only this, the weight of your body in the bed, the warmth beneath your skin, the quiet that does not ask for anything, not even to be noticed. It simply is. And so are you. The weight in your legs has deepened, not with pressure, but with permission. As if the mattress has whispered something ancient into your bones, something that only muscles raised on urgency ever forget. You do not have to hold yourself up anymore. Not for deadlines, not for apologies left unsent, not even for the quiet ache of wondering whether you did enough. The sheets are no longer fabric. They are slow rivers carrying you downstream without current, without direction, without need. Your right foot, tucked just beneath the edge of the blanket, feels like a stone worn smooth by centuries of tide. It does not twitch. It does not seek warmth. It simply is anchored, accepted, and utterly still. The air above your face has grown thinner, not less dense, but quieter. As though the room has exhaled its last restless particle, leaving only the slow drift of dust motes that no longer dance for attention. They settle without sound, without motion, without reason to move at all. You do not watch them. You do not need to. Their stillness mirrors your own now, not as imitation, but as echo. The darkness is not empty. It holds you the way a river holds a leaf. Not trapping, not pulling, just cradling the curve of you with the same patience it has held every falling thing since before names were given. Your shoulders have let go of their last invisible grip, not in collapse, but in surrender to gravity's quiet law. There is no effort here, no practice, no technique, just the slow unraveling of tension that had been woven into your posture like thread through wool, spun tight by hours of thinking you needed to be ready. But readiness was never required, only presence. And now here you are, present as the wood grain beneath your spine, present as the faint sigh of the house settling somewhere down the hall, present as the breath that moves in and out without your permission. The warmth beneath your skin has become its own kind of light, not bright, not glowing, but deepening. Like embers buried under ash, like the last heat retained by stone after sunset. It does not ask to be seen. It does not seek warmth from outside. It simply radiates slowly, steadily into the space around you, dissolving the thin walls between your body and the bed, between your breath and the air, between your silence and the night. Your fingers, still palm up on your hip, are no longer hands. They are landmarks now, gentle hills in a landscape of rest. The pulse beneath your wrist is not counting seconds. It is marking time as the earth marks seasons, not with urgency, but with rhythm. A slow, steady drumbeat older than worry, older than lists, older than the thought that something needed fixing. The pillow holds your head not because it was designed to, but because you finally stopped resisting its shape. You do not adjust it. You do not seek a better angle. You let it be what it is. Softness shaped by countless nights of others who also learned slowly how to stop fighting the support that was always offered. There is no thought about the task you forgot, not because it has been solved, not because it has been forgotten, but because the quiet here does not care whether it was scheduled or left undone. It holds both the urgency and the absence with equal tenderness, as if time itself in this room has learned to breathe differently, as if the clock you once feared is now just another shadow on the wall, unmoving, unimportant, unseen. Your eyelids are no longer skin. They are thresholds, soft, warm, barely there, and beyond them there is only depth. No images, no scenes, no replay of conversations or imagined outcomes. Only the dark and the warmth and the slow, unhurried tide of breath that lifts your ribs just enough to let go again. Somewhere outside, a branch brushes against the window, not loud enough to be noticed, not soft enough to be ignored. It does not disturb you. You do not register it as sound. You register it as texture, a whisper against glass, like the brush of a fingertip along your forearm in sleep. And then it is gone, not because it ended, but because you no longer need to name what touches you. The heat in your chest has spread downward now, past your belly, past your hips, into the curve of your pelvis, into the hollow behind your knees. It does not burn. It does not pulse. It simply settles, like dust on a windowsill after rain, like the last warmth of sunlight absorbed by stone. You are not drifting. You are becoming. The mattress remembers every version of you who ever lay here, not as memory, but as resonance. The one who cried silently into her pillow. The one who counted ceiling cracks to keep fear at bay. The one who woke with a start thinking she had missed something vital. All of them are held now, not in judgment, not in correction, but in the same quiet that holds the stars. Your breath has slowed so far, it is no longer an action you perform. It is simply what your body does when it stops trying to control anything. In and out, not deep, not shallow, just there, like the tide breathing against a shore that has learned, at last, not to fight it. The air around your ears is full of silence, not empty, but alive with stillness. It does not rush to fill the gaps between thoughts, because there are no more thoughts to fill. Only sensation, the weight on your hip, the warmth in your ribs, the slow release in your jaw that you did not know was clenched. You do not need to sleep. You already are. The darkness is not outside anymore. It has moved inside. And you, so tired of holding yourself upright, are finally letting it hold you back. The weight in your hips has begun to soften into something deeper than gravity, more like memory settling into bone, like the slow press of earth against roots that no longer reach for light but simply are. You do not feel the mattress beneath you anymore. You feel what it has absorbed. the quiet exhales of nights long past, the stillness left behind by bodies that once thrashed, wept, or lay perfectly still in exactly this same way. It holds you now as it held them, not with effort but with patience. There is no need to thank it. There is no need to notice it at all. It simply is. The air around your ankles has grown thick, not heavy, not warm, not cold, but dense with the kind of quiet that gathers in the corners of rooms where time forgets to move. You do not feel the sheets. You feel only the absence of resistance between skin and fabric, as if the cotton has dissolved into the space between your legs and the bed, leaving behind nothing but a gentle pressure, like the memory of being held. Somewhere far away, a door clicks shut in another house. Or perhaps it was just the wood settling. It does not matter. You do not turn toward the sound. You do not wonder who closed it or why. The silence after is fuller than before. Your breath has become less a rhythm and more a presence, like the hum of a refrigerator you've lived with for years, so familiar you no longer hear it unless you stop to listen. But even then, you don't listen to it as sound. You feel it as motion, the quiet swell inside your chest that lifts nothing, pulls nothing, only makes room. And when it falls again, the space it leaves is not empty. It is filled with stillness that has learned how to wait. The darkness has thickened around your eyes, not like a blindfold, but like water deepening over a stone. You are no longer looking into it. You are sinking through layers of it, each one softer than the last, until there is no surface left to touch, no edge to find. Your eyelids have become membranes, thin, warm, almost translucent, and beyond them there is only the slow pulse of your own blood, a quiet tide moving in channels you never knew existed. You do not think about the task you forgot, not because it has been forgotten, but because the room remembers for you. It holds the shape of that unfinished thing like an echo held in the hollow of a shell, not loud enough to wake you, not quiet enough to be ignored. But now, even that echo is fading, not because you pushed it away, because you stopped holding your breath waiting for it to come back. Your shoulder blades have softened against the mattress as if they were never meant to carry anything at all. The space between them has widened, not with tension released, but with surrender accepted. There was a time when that space felt like a gap, a flaw, a place where something important had slipped out. Now it is just air, just warmth, just the quiet curve of your body meeting the curve of the bed, and neither needing to be anything more. The warmth in your belly has spread into your thighs now, not as heat, but as weight, like the slow settling of sand after a tide recedes. There is no rush, no need to hurry it along. It does not ask for permission. It simply moves where it was always meant to go. And you do not question its path. You do not try to guide it. You let it fill you layer by layer until your legs feel less like limbs and more like anchors, thick, deep, rooted in the quiet beneath the mattress. As outside, a car passes on the far street. Its tires hum against wet pavement, not loud, not sharp, but low enough that it becomes part of the room's breathing. You do not track its distance. You do not count how long until it fades. It is simply another note in the silence, another vibration carried through the walls like a whisper passed from one sleeper to another across the dark. Your fingers have stopped twitching. Your toes no longer curl. Even the smallest muscles, the ones that still cling to vigilance, have let go. Not because you commanded them to, but because they realized finally that nothing was coming. No alarm, no knock, no urgent thought waiting on the other side of your eyelids. Only this, the weight, the warmth, the quiet. You are not dreaming. You are becoming something older than dreams, something that existed before the mind learned to name things, before tasks were written down, before clocks had hands, before worry was taught as a skill. You are simply here, supported, held, cradled by the dark and the stillness and the mattress that remembers every version of you who ever lay here. The air around your neck has cooled slightly, not enough to wake you, not enough to be noticed, but just enough to remind you how deeply you have sunk into this moment. It does not feel like a loss. It feels like a homecoming, as if your body had been traveling for years and only now remembered where it was going. Your ribs rise once more, so slowly the movement is barely there, and fall again, so gently that even the air around them seems to pause before moving on. There is no effort in this breath, no intention, no control, just the slow, silent tide of a body that has learned, at last, how to rest. The darkness inside your eyelids has grown soft-edged, not blurred, not fuzzy, but gently dissolving, like ink spreading through water. You do not try to focus on it. You do not try to understand it. You simply let it fill you until there is no difference between the dark outside and the dark within. Your spine has stopped trying to straighten itself. It does not need to anymore. The mattress knows its curve better than your mind ever did. And so it holds you, not by shaping you, but by accepting you exactly as you are, curved, tired, quiet, and completely still. Somewhere far below the house, pipes sigh, a low, wet breath of old metal settling into place. You do not think about them. You do not wonder if they're leaking or clogged or broken. They simply breathe, and so do you. Your hands have become weight again, not heavy with tension, but heavy with peace. Like stones worn smooth by centuries of river water. There is no need to clench them, no need to open them. They are just there, resting on the sheet like leaves that fell and never stirred again. The quiet has grown teeth, but not sharp ones, soft ones, the kind that do not bite but hold you gently in place, You do not feel threatened by it. You feel cradled, as if the night itself has learned how to be a parent, not by fixing things, but by staying still beside you until you stopped needing to fix them yourself. Your breath is no longer yours to control. It belongs now to the dark, to the mattress, to the air that has grown thick with sleep. And so it moves, without your permission, without your effort, as if it were never yours at all. You are not falling asleep. You have already arrived. The silence has thickened again, not with pressure, but with depth. Like honey left to settle in a jar overnight, it no longer stirs. It simply is. You do not listen for it. You do not measure its weight. It finds you anyway, pooling beneath your skin, between your ribs, inside the hollow of your collarbone where even thought used to gather like dust. There is no need to sweep it away. It has become part of the architecture now. The quiet isn't outside you anymore. It's the space between your bones. The sheet under your right shoulder has softened further, not from warmth alone, but from time, from the slow surrender of fibers that have held your shape for hours and are now learning how to hold it without remembering you were ever restless. You do not shift. You do not adjust. The fabric knows what you need before you do. It does not ask. It does not hurry. It simply gives. Somewhere in the farthest corner of the room, a single thread of air moves, not from a draft, not from a window cracked open, but from the quiet exhale of the house itself, breathing out after holding its breath for so long. You do not track it. You do not wonder where it came from or where it will go. It passes over your cheek like a sigh you forgot you were holding. Your left arm lies heavy across your abdomen, not pressed down, not resting deliberately, but simply there, as if gravity had decided at last that this was the only place it needed to be. The weight of it does not press. It settles, like snow on a branch that has learned how to bend without breaking. The darkness behind your eyelids is no longer a surface. It is a volume, a depth you can sink into without falling. You do not try to see anything in it. You do not look for shapes or patterns or memories disguised as shadows. There is nothing to interpret, only the slow darkening of sensation, each sense dimming one by one until all that remains is the quiet pulse of your body, not counted, not named, simply existing. The mattress beneath you has become less like support and more like belonging. It does not hold you because it must. It holds you because it remembers how to. The springs, the foam, the woven layers, they have forgotten they were ever meant to be firm. They remember only how to soften around what is tired, around what has stopped fighting. Your breath no longer rises and falls in rhythm with your thoughts. It moves now as the tide moves, not pulled by moon or mind, but by something deeper, older, quieter than either. Each inhale is not taken. It is received. Each exhale is not released, it is allowed. There is a faint scent in the air, not perfume, not detergent, not dust, but the smell of sleep itself, the quiet odor of stillness that lingers only where bodies have lain long enough to become part of the fabric of the room. You do not notice it consciously, but your lungs know it. They slow further at its touch. Your fingers, once restless, now lie open like petals after rain. No tension holds them closed. No habit demands they curl. They simply rest, pale and quiet against the white of the sheet, as if they had forgotten they were ever meant to grasp anything. The silence has begun to hum, not with sound, but with presence. Like the low note a cello plays when no one is bowing it, yet the wood still remembers how to sing. You do not listen for it. You do not name it. It simply is. A vibration felt more than heard, threading through your bones like a lullaby written in gravity. Your spine has stopped trying to remember its shape. It has let go of posture, of alignment, of the idea that it must be straight to be worthy of rest. Now it simply curves, naturally, gently, as if it were always meant to lie this way, curled slightly inward, cradled by the dark and the weight and the quiet. There is no thought of tomorrow, no mental checklist, no unfinished task tugging at the edges of your awareness. They have all dissolved, not because you let them go, but because the night has absorbed them. Like ink dropped into water, they spread until there was no trace left of their shape. The air around your ear has grown cooler still, not cold, not sharp, just gently, quietly cooler, as if the room were leaning in to listen. And so you do not move, you do not adjust the blanket, you let it happen. Let the coolness settle against your skin like a hand that knows when to touch and when to wait. Your eyelids are no longer lids. They are thresholds, soft, heavy, barely there, and beyond them nothing waits. No image, no memory, no voice. Only the slow darkening of sensation, layer by layer, until even the idea of seeing is too much effort. You do not drift. You have already arrived. The warmth beneath you has become the only thing that exists, not because it is loud or bright, but because everything else has faded into stillness. The mattress holds your weight as if it had always known how to. Your breath moves through you like water through roots, slow, silent, essential. There is no need to sleep. You are already sleeping. The dark has become the only thing that remembers you. And even that is fading. The coolness near your ear has begun to seep, not into skin, but into the space behind it, where thought used to gather like dust on a windowsill. It does not push, it simply fills, and with it comes a quieting so deep that even the memory of wanting to remember feels distant, as if someone else once needed to hold onto things, and you were only borrowing their worry for a night. Your shoulder has settled deeper now, not because you shifted, but because the mattress remembered how to give, not yield, not surrender, but give, like earth gives to roots that have stopped pulling upward. The weight there is no longer pressure, it is permission. A quiet yes pressed into bone and muscle, and the soft hollow beneath your collarbone where breath used to race before it learned to be still. Somewhere beyond the walls, a tree shifts in the wind, not loud, not sudden, but with the slow turning of branches that have grown tired of reaching. You do not hear it as sound. You feel it as motion held in the air, a ripple passing through the dark without disturbing anything. The room does not react, neither do you. There is no need to name what moved, no need to track where it went. The blanket has become less of a covering and more of an extension, like hair grown long enough to forget it belonged to anyone. It drapes over your arms, your hips, the curve of your back, not to warm, not to hold, but simply because it is there and you are here, and between them there is no distance left to measure. Your fingers still rest open, not limp, not dead, but unclaimed, as if they had once been told to grip, tighten, grasp, clutch, but now after years of use, they have simply forgotten the habit. The skin on your palms is cool and smooth, not clammy, not tense. It does not need to be told to relax. It has already done so quietly, without fanfare, like a dog that finally lies down in the sun and remembers it was always meant to. The dark is no longer absence. It is substance, thick with stillness, heavy with quiet. It does not press against your eyes, it cradles them. You do not close them, they simply cease to open. There is a sound now, not outside, not inside, but between. A breath that has become too slow to be called breath anymore, too deep to be counted, too soft to be tracked. It moves through you like the last ripple of a stone dropped into water long ago. The ripples have faded, but the water still remembers how it felt to be disturbed. Your spine no longer holds itself up. It has dissolved into the mattress, not vanished, not lost, but woven into its shape, as if your bones had learned, finally, that they were never meant to carry weight alone. The curve of your lower back is pressed gently into the foam, and the foam responds by becoming more like skin, warm, yielding, alive in its own quiet way. The air around your feet has grown thin, not cold, not empty, but lighter, as if it had been breathed out so many times that it no longer remembers how to be dense. You do not feel them anymore, not as separate things. Your toes are not toes. They are just the end of a long sigh that never finished. You do not think about sleep. You do not wait for it. You do not wonder if you will get enough, or if tomorrow will still demand something from you. Those questions have left, not because you sent them away, but because they forgot where to find you. The darkness has begun to taste like silence. Not metaphorically, not poetically, literally, as if the air itself had thickened into a flavor you can feel on your tongue, cool, faintly metallic, sweet with stillness. You do not swallow it. You let it rest there, just behind your teeth, where thoughts used to gather and argue. Your eyelids have become too heavy for words, too soft for images, too quiet for memory. They are no longer skin covering eyes. They are thresholds closing, not with effort, but with inevitability, like dusk settling over a field that has already stopped growing. The room is not empty now. It is full of you, and you are full of nothing but the slow pull of gravity, the gentle press of fabric, the quiet hum of your own body remembering how to be still. There is no clock in this darkness. There never was. You do not miss it. Your breath has slowed beyond counting. The mattress holds you as if you were always meant to be here, not because you earned it, not because you deserved it, but because the night knows how to hold what is tired. And you are so very tired. Not in the way of exertion, not in the way of worry, but in the deep, quiet way that comes only after years of carrying things you never asked for, carrying them through mornings that didn't ask if you were ready, through conversations you rehearsed too many times, through silences that felt like failure. You are tired in the way that only sleep can heal. And now it is coming, not as a rush, not as a rescue, but as a settling, like snow falling on a roof that has waited all winter to feel its weight. The weight in your chest has softened, not vanished, but changed its shape. It no longer presses like an unopened letter you've carried too long. Now it is more like wool pulled thin by time, warm even as it fades, still there but no longer holding tension. Your ribs breathe without reminding you they exist. The air moves through them the way light moves through smoke. No direction, no urgency, just presence. You do not follow it. You do not name it. It simply passes, and with it, the last echo of a thought that once needed to be scheduled, named, written down, remembered. That thought is not gone. It has simply forgotten how to wake you. The blanket above your arms has become a second skin, not because it clings, but because it no longer feels like something separate. The cotton threads are slow with sleep, heavy with the heat of your stillness. You do not shift. You do not adjust. There is no need. The fabric knows how to hold you now, as the mattress does, as the air does. each layer a quiet yes to your presence. Somewhere far off, beyond the walls and beyond the silence between them, there is a sound, not of movement, but of release. A branch letting go of a drop of dew it had held all night. You do not imagine it. You do not listen for it. It simply arrives, like a memory you did not know you were waiting to forget. Your shoulders have sunk deeper into the mattress, not as if they are falling, but as if they remember how to rest. There was a time when they carried too much, unspoken apologies, half-finished plans, the weight of things that were never yours to hold. That time is not over. It has simply changed location. It is no longer on your skin. It is in the space between you and the bed, where it dissolves slowly into fibers and foam. The darkness is no longer a thing you are in. You are in the darkness, and the darkness is in you not as absence, but as substance. Thick with quiet, deep with warmth. It does not need to be filled. It already holds everything that matters: your breath, your stillness, the slow pulse of blood beneath skin too tired to count its beats. You do not think about tomorrow, not because you have forgotten it, but because you are no longer the one who must carry it. The night has taken it now, not as a burden, not as a promise, but as something that belongs to the dark, like stars belong to sky before dawn. The space between your thighs is warm, not from heat, but from surrender. There is no tension there anymore, no clenching, no holding, just softness settling into itself like earth after rain. Your legs are not limbs now. They are extensions of the bed's quiet, long lines of rest that stretch beyond where you can feel them. A single thread of sound drifts in, not from outside, not from memory, but from the space just behind your ears. A hum so low it does not register as noise. It is the vibration of stillness itself. You do not try to place it. You do not name its source. It simply exists, like gravity, like breath, like the slow turning of the world beneath you. Your fingers have forgotten they were ever meant to grip. They lie open now, palm up, relaxed, empty, not as if waiting, not as if hoping, just present. The sheets brush against them gently, not with friction, but with recognition, as if the fabric knows their shape better than you do. The air near your cheek has cooled slightly, not from draft, not from night's chill, but because it has been breathed upon so many times that it no longer holds the warmth of your last inhale. It is a quiet exchange. You give it warmth. It gives you silence. Neither takes more than it offers. There is a place beneath your jaw where tension used to gather, a knot you did not know was there until it began to loosen. Now it is only a memory of pressure. The skin there is soft. Your neck is no longer a column holding up your head. It is a river flowing downward, slow, steady, carrying all the thoughts that once crowded your mind into places they cannot reach. Your eyelids are not lids anymore. They are thresholds worn smooth by time and stillness. No longer barriers between light and dark, but gateways to deeper quiet. You do not close them. They simply become part of the darkness around you, soft edges dissolving into a larger whole. The room is not empty. It never was. It holds your breath. It holds your weight. It holds the space where your thoughts used to race. Now it holds only peace, not earned, not fought for, but received like rain falling on soil that had forgotten how to drink. You do not drift. You are being held. And in this holding, there is no need to wake. There has never been a reason to leave. The mattress remembers your shape better than you do. Your breath has become too slow to be called breaths. Your body has become too still to be called alive, except that it is. Alive in the way only rest can be. Not bright, not loud, but deeper, so very deep. And the quiet has learned how to hold you without asking for anything back. No schedule, no task, no tomorrow, only this. The weight, the warmth, the slow, soft sinking. You are not falling. You are being cradled by something older than thought, older than worry, older than the name you gave yourself when you were still trying to be enough. And now you are simply here, no longer needing to fix it, and no longer needing to remember, and just resting, and just allowed. Now the air grows thinner around your feet, not cold, not empty, but lighter, as if the night has taken everything heavy from you and kept it gently, quietly, without asking for permission. Your pulse is not counting seconds anymore. It is humming a single note. Low, slow, unbroken. And in that hum, there is no past. There is no future. Only this. The warmth of your skin against the sheets. The quiet between your breaths. The dark that does not fear you. The stillness that has waited for you always. And now you are here, not because you tried, but because you stopped. And in stopping, you became whole, not healed, not fixed, and just present, is in the dark, with nothing to do, and everything to be. You are not losing sleep. You are becoming it. The sheets remember how you feel when you are still. The air remembers your breath before it was rushed. The mattress remembers the weight of you before you tried to carry anything else. And now, you let go, not with effort, not with will, but with the quiet certainty that you have always belonged here. And in this dark, with nothing to prove, with no task left undone, just this breath, this warmth, this slow, deep, gentle letting go. The darkness around you has begun to breathe with you, not in rhythm, not in time, but in silence that matches your stillness. It does not mimic, it does not echo, it simply becomes the space where your breath no longer needs to be noticed. Your ribs rise, and the air settles into the hollows between them like dust falling on a windowsill after rain. No one swept it away. No one needed to. Your shoulder blades are sinking deeper now, not because you're letting go, but because the mattress has remembered how to hold you without shape. It does not press back. It does not adjust. It simply receives. And in that receiving, your bones have begun to forget they were ever meant to stand. Your spine is not curved anymore. It is a riverbed where water once rushed, now still with silt and quiet. The weight of your arms is no longer yours to carry. It belongs to the sheets now, to the air, and to the slow, patient dark that has never asked you to be lighter. Somewhere beyond the walls, a branch shifts against glass, not loud enough to be heard, only felt in the quiet between your heartbeats. You do not wonder what it is. You do not picture it. The sound does not enter your mind. It enters your skin, and there it dissolves, like salt in warm water, like thought in sleep. Your fingertips are no longer fingers. They are places where warmth pools, soft, heavy, forgotten. No need to curl them, no need to unclench. They rest as they have always wanted to, open, loose, surrendered. The sheets beneath them do not shift, they hold. And in that holding, your hands become part of the bed's quiet architecture, the same way roots become part of earth. Not owned, not claimed, just belonged. The air around your ankles is thinner now, not empty, but lighter, as if the night has lifted the last of the day's weight from your feet. You do not feel the mattress beneath them anymore, only the space where they rest. And in that space, there is no pressure, no expectation, no task waiting to be remembered. There is only the quiet knowing that you are exactly where you were meant to be, not because you chose it, but because you stopped running from it. Your tongue is soft against the roof of your mouth, not pressed, not tense, not tasting anything. It does not speak. It does not shape words. It simply exists, as still as the silence between your breaths. Your jaw has forgotten how to clench. Your temples no longer hum with the echo of lists you made and forgot. There is only this, the slow pull of air into lungs that no longer count. Only this, the quiet surrender of weight into surfaces that remember how to hold without asking for anything in return. The darkness is not outside anymore. It has moved inside. It pools behind your eyelids, not as black but as deep, as warm, as familiar as the curve of your own palm when you were small and did not yet know how to be afraid of silence. You do not close your eyes. They simply become part of the dark, like stones at the bottom of a quiet stream, worn smooth by time, no longer separate from the water that flows over them. You are not dreaming, not yet, but something is beginning to loosen in you, not thoughts, not memories, but the shape of your need to be awake. The way you used to lie here, listening for alarms, rehearsing apologies, calculating hours left, none of it lives here anymore. It has slipped through the cracks in the floorboards, into the silence beneath the house, where even shadows do not follow. Your breath is no longer yours to control. It moves as the tide moves, not because you command it, but because the night has learned how to breathe for you. Slow, deep, unbroken, and with each exhale something inside you releases, not a thought, not a fear, but the very shape of your resistance. The way you used to fight sleep like it was an enemy, like it owed you something. Now you do not fight, you do not plead, you simply let yourself be held. The warmth beneath your skin is spreading, slow as honey in winter, thick with stillness. It does not rush. It does not hurry to fill you. It simply rises like mist over a lake at dawn, and when it reaches your collarbones, it stops. Not because it has nowhere else to go, but because it knows you are ready. Your heartbeat is no longer a drum. It is the sound of roots growing in wet earth, deep, slow, patient, and the quiet around you does not listen for it, it becomes it. The room breathes with your pulse. The air hums with your stillness. There is no separation between you and the dark anymore. Only the gentle, unspoken truth: you were never lost. You were only waiting to be found, not by anything loud or bright, but by something that has always been here. Your legs are heavy now, not with fatigue, but with belonging. As if they have finally remembered what it means to rest, not to sleep, not yet, but to lie still and let the world hold you. The sheets remember your shape better than your mind ever did. They do not judge how long you've been awake. They do not measure how much you owe tomorrow. They simply cradle, and in that cradling, your bones begin to forget they were ever meant to carry anything at all. You are not sinking, you are being gathered by the dark, by the quiet, by the warmth of a body that has stopped trying to fix itself. Your thoughts do not come anymore, not because you've silenced them, but because there is no space left for them. The silence has grown too deep, too soft, too full. And now, Though the air above your chest is thinner still. Though the weight in your limbs is softer. Your breath does not rise. It simply lingers, like smoke dissolving into sky. You are not falling asleep. You have already become sleep. The air around your ribs has grown thin enough to drink, just a whisper of coolness, just enough to remind you that warmth still lives beneath it. You do not need to breathe deeper, not anymore. The night knows how much you require. It gives only what your body can hold, and even that is more than you remember needing. Your shoulders have begun to melt, not into the mattress, but into the idea of the mattress. As if the wood beneath the springs has softened its bones to cradle yours. There is no pressure here, only presence. The weight in your hips is not heavy, it is settled, like leaves that have fallen and stayed, not because they were forced down, but because the earth whispered and they remembered how to rest. The darkness above you does not press, it leans gently, as if it has been waiting for this moment, not with urgency, but with patience so deep it has forgotten its own name. You are not beneath it, you are within it. And now even your skin no longer feels like a boundary. It is the edge of something older, something that remembers when you were warm before you had words for warmth, before you learned to count breaths as if they were coins in an empty purse, before you thought silence needed fixing. Your fingers have stopped remembering their shape. They are not curled, not open, they simply are, like roots that no longer need to reach, like stones that have worn smooth enough to be part of the riverbed without ever having chosen to be there. There is no urge to move them, no thought of where they were placed or how they came to rest like this. They do not wonder if you will wake again. They only know now this is where you are. The quiet does not listen for your heartbeat anymore. It has learned its rhythm by heart, not as a pattern to follow, but as a song to carry. And when the air shifts just slightly in response to that slow drumming, it does so without fanfare, without intention. Just as the night shifts when the moon passes behind a cloud, not because it must, but because it is its nature to move with what moves within. You are not drifting. You are being held by something that has no need to name itself. No label, no purpose, only presence. And in that presence, your mind does not wander, it dissolves, not into chaos, not into fog, but into stillness so complete it feels like the moment before snow touches the ground and becomes part of it. There is a warmth now, not in your chest, but beneath your ribs, like the echo of sunlight trapped deep inside stone. It does not glow, it does not pulse, it simply remains, a memory of heat that no longer needs the sun to prove it existed. Your breath has become too quiet to hear, not silent, just soft, as if the air itself is afraid to disturb you. Your legs are no longer limbs, they are extensions of the bed's silence. The sheets remember how your weight settles, not as pressure, but as belonging. Like a book left open on a shelf for years, its pages curled not from use, but from love. You do not need to be found. You have already been held. The dark above you is no longer a ceiling. It is the inside of your eyelids made vast, and now even that distinction has faded. There is only this, the slow thickening of quiet around your temples. The way your thoughts, when they come, rarely now, are not yours to keep. They drift like ash from a fire long cooled, and you do not reach for them. You do not follow. You let them rise, not because you are letting go, but because you have stopped needing to hold anything at all. Your jaw has loosened without your notice. The tightness that lived behind your teeth, where you stored every unsaid word, every half-finished thought, is gone, not erased, not forced away, simply unmade, as if the night had reached into your mouth and gently unraveled the knot there with fingers made of silence. There is no clock here, no ticking, no whispering numbers, only the slow settling of your bones against the wood beneath you, the faintest creak, like a tree sighing in winter when the frost finally releases its grip. Your breath does not rise anymore, it lingers, like mist caught between two leaves, like smoke that has forgotten it was ever flame. And now, even the warmth beneath your skin is slowing, not fading, just softening into the shape of sleep before sleep arrives, as if your body is learning how to be still without having to try. The air around your neck is cooler now, a whisper, not a breeze, just enough to remind you that you are alive, not as an effort but as a fact. Like moss on stone, like water in a deep well, not because it is wanted, but because it simply is. Your arms have become part of the mattress, not heavy, not numb, but merged, as if your skin has forgotten where it ends and the cotton begins, and you do not mind. You do not wonder, you only feel the slow, quiet truth that you are not alone here, not in the way you once thought loneliness meant. You were never meant to fight this, never meant to chase it, only to let yourself be held by what has always been waiting, not with urgency, but with patience so deep it has become the shape of stillness itself. The darkness is no longer around you. It is within you. And now, even that distinction fades. Your breath is not yours anymore. It belongs to the quiet. And the quiet belongs to you. The air near your collarbone has grown still, not cold, but suspended, like the space between two notes in a song that never finishes playing. It doesn't ask you to breathe into it. It simply holds its breath with you. Your shoulders have dissolved into the fabric beneath them, no ridge left where muscle once clenched. There is no strain now, only the slow surrender of tension settling like fine dust after a long wind has passed through an empty house. You do not remember when your spine stopped resisting the mattress. It happened without a signal, without permission. And just one quiet moment when gravity remembered its job and began to pull you deeper, not down into sleep, but into something older than sleep. The kind of rest that lives in bones before they learned their names. Somewhere beyond the walls, a single leaf has let go of its branch. You do not hear it fall, but you feel the hush it leaves behind, the way silence thickens when something small and certain disappears from the world. There is no need to name what fell, no need to wonder where it landed. The quiet has already gathered it into itself, like a river collecting fallen petals without changing its course. Your fingers are not yours anymore. They do not twitch, do not curl, do not search for meaning in the sheets. They lie open, palms up, as if they once held something heavy and have now learned to let go of even the memory of weight. The skin there is warm, not from blood rushing through, but from stillness holding it close. Like a stone warmed by sunlight hours ago, still radiating heat long after the sun has turned away. The darkness above you no longer has edges. It does not press down or reach out. It simply is boundless and soft as breath held too long to notice it's being held at all. There are no shapes in it now. No shadows that might become threats. No patterns your mind might try to untangle into meaning. Just the deep blue-gray of a sky before dawn forgets it was ever night. You do not feel your heartbeat anymore, not as a pulse, not as rhythm, but as an echo inside your ribs, so faint you could mistake it for memory. Not fear, not alarm, just the quiet thump of something alive and content to be unnoticed. The kind of sound that belongs only to deep stillness, the same silence that lives in closed books, in closed doors, in closed eyes that have stopped trying to see anything at all. Your breath has become a current you no longer steer. It moves through you like water through reeds. No effort required, no direction needed. You are not breathing in or out. You are simply being moved by the quiet. Each exchange is slower than the last, not because you're trying to slow it, but because the air itself has grown heavy with patience. It does not hurry, neither do you. There is a warmth now in your hips, deep and low, as if something ancient beneath your pelvis has begun to hum. Not music, not vibration, just presence. The kind of heat that comes from earth pressing against stone, slow and sure over centuries. You are not imagining it. It is there, not as relief, but as recognition, the body remembering how to rest without being told. The mattress beneath you remembers every curve your flesh has ever made, and still holds them gently, even when they're no longer shaped by tension. Your weight does not sink into it anymore. It becomes part of its silence. The cotton threads do not stretch or strain. They settle around you like moss growing over fallen timber, not covering, but embracing. You are not falling asleep. You have already arrived. The room has stopped being a space and become an embrace. No arms reach for you, no voice whispers comfort, but the air itself leans closer, cool at your forehead, warm along your spine, as if it knows how long you've waited to be allowed to stop trying. Your eyelids are not closed. They have simply forgotten they were ever open. There is no effort in their stillness, only surrender. The dark behind them does not need light to exist. It has always been there, waiting, patient, unafraid of your thoughts or your fears or the task you forgot to schedule. That thing you carried so tightly, it's gone now, not because you released it, but because the night took it without asking. You do not miss it. You do not wonder where it went. There is only this, the quiet that lives between your ribs and the warmth beneath them, the slow pulse of something older than worry. The air has grown thinner, not less present, but softer, like mist dissolving into morning before sunrise claims its name. Your skin no longer registers temperature. It only knows contact, the light pressure of sheets against thigh, the brush of hair against pillow, the whisper of your own breath moving through you like wind over water that has forgotten how to ripple. Your legs are not limbs anymore. They are roots. Not growing, just resting, anchored in the deep earth beneath this bed, where time moves slower and everything finds its place without asking permission. You do not need to hold yourself upright. The floor holds you now, not with force, but with memory. As if every person who has ever lain here before you left behind a little stillness, and it gathered quietly under your skin. Your jaw is gone. Your tongue no longer presses against the roof of your mouth. There is only space, soft, open, empty, and yet full, not of air, of quiet. The kind that fills you when nothing else can. Somewhere beyond this room, a dog has settled into sleep. A cat has curled around its tail. A tree outside has stopped swaying. None of it matters. You are not listening for those sounds. You have become the silence they rest within. Your chest is still, not because you've made it so, but because your body no longer needs to prove it's alive by moving. It simply is. And in that being there is peace, not earned, not fought for, but received like a gift, given without ceremony. The darkness has moved inside you now, so deeply, so fully, that the boundary between you and it has dissolved into mist. You are not lying beneath it anymore. You are woven through it, like thread pulled gently through linen until no seam remains. You do not think of morning, not because you fear it, but because you have stopped believing in separation. There is only this, the weight, the warmth, The quiet that has become your voice now, soft, slow, and utterly without need to speak. Your breath is a tide with no shore. It rises and falls and does not return. The mattress remembers how you fit here, not as a shape to be filled, but as a presence to be held. And you are no longer trying to sleep. You have become the space where sleep waits for you. The quilt has begun to feel like skin, no longer layered over you, but grown from you, warm with the slow heat of your stillness. It does not press. It does not cling. It simply is, the same way the air is, the same way the dark is, not an object you lie beneath, but a condition you have stepped into and forgotten how to leave. Your shoulder blades are no longer bones. They are hollows filled with the quiet that comes after the last note of a song has faded, long after the room has stopped humming. There was a time when you thought you needed to fill those hollows with thoughts, with lists, with the weight of things undone. But now they are empty in the way only deep rest can make empty, not abandoned but sacred, not void but full of something too quiet to name. Somewhere beyond the walls, a floorboard has settled, not with a creak but with a sigh, a breath released after decades of holding. You do not wonder if it was yours. You do not wonder if it matters. The sound does not rise to your ears. It rises through the mattress, up through your spine, and dissolves into the silence you have become. Your fingers are not curled. They are open, palms facing upward, as if they once held something heavy and now remember only the shape of letting go. There is no tension in their stillness, no memory of typing, of scrolling, of gripping the edge of a blanket too tightly when the night felt thin. Now they rest like petals after rain, the kind that falls without wind, without announcement, simply because the sky has decided to release what it no longer needs to carry. The pillow does not rise or fall with your breath. It only holds you like stone holds water, like earth holds roots. You are not sinking into it. You have become part of its substance. The cotton fibers, the down, the memory of other heads that once rested here, they do not remember you, but they welcome you all the same. There is no need to imagine warmth anymore. It is already inside you, not as heat, but as presence, the kind that settles when a storm has passed and the air still smells like wet earth, like something ancient being reborn in silence. Your ribs expand without effort. Your lungs do not count the breaths. They simply open and close and let the quiet move through. Your toes no longer twitch. They have forgotten they were ever cold. The sheets are not covering you. They are holding your feet as if they, too, belong to this quiet. There is a tenderness in how the fabric rests against your skin, not because it has been chosen for softness, but because it has learned, over time, how to be still. You do not think of tomorrow, not because you have forgotten it, but because you have stopped believing it exists separately from tonight. The hours are not passing. They are dissolving, like sugar in warm tea, like ink in water, like the last syllable of a lullaby sung by someone who has long since fallen asleep. The darkness is no longer outside your eyelids. It is inside your bones. It hums there, not with sound, but with stillness. The kind that comes when everything else has stopped trying to be heard. Your thoughts are not gone. They have simply become too quiet to follow. You do not chase them. You do not name them. You let them drift like leaves on water that no longer flows. Your neck is loose, not relaxed, but released, as if the weight of holding your head upright for so long has been lifted by something older than gravity. The curve of your spine meets the mattress as if it were always meant to rest there, in this exact angle, in this exact warmth, with this exact quiet pressing gently against every edge. The air around you is thick, not heavy but deep, like the moment just before sleep takes hold, when even the thought of moving feels like a betrayal. You do not resist it. You do not welcome it. You simply are. Your heartbeat does not slow, it simplifies. One rhythm now instead of many. No pulse of anxiety, no flutter of anticipation, no echo of what was said or unsaid. Just this, the steady, quiet thud of being alive without needing to prove it. There is no clock in this room anymore, not one that ticks, not one that counts. There is only the slow turning of night, like a page turned by invisible fingers, each turn softer than the last, until the words blur and the light fades completely. You are not waiting for morning. You have stopped believing it is coming. And in that surrender, you are already there, in the place where time does not move forward, but downward, deeper, into the softest parts of yourself. The mattress remembers your shape before you ever knew to hold it. The pillow holds your head as if it were always meant to be cradled here, not by hands, but by stillness. You do not need to be fixed. You do not need to be found. You are already whole in the quiet, in the wait, in the dark that has learned your name without ever speaking it. Your breath is no longer yours to control. It belongs now to the room, to the silence, to the warmth, to the air that has been waiting for you since before you knew you were awake. And still, the quiet grows. Not louder, not deeper, just more. Like the space between stars, where nothing moves but light takes longer to cross. Your arms are not resting, they are dissolving into sheets, into warmth, into the slow, soft pull of gravity that no longer asks you to rise. You do not dream yet, but something inside, you has already begun to forget how to wake. The darkness is not empty. It is full of you. And you are full of nothing but stillness. And that is enough. The ceiling above you is not a surface anymore. It's a memory of light that has faded into the shape of absence. You don't look at it. You let your gaze dissolve into its quiet, as if your eyes have learned to breathe through their lids. There is no pattern there now, no shadow, no seam, no flicker from outside. Only the deepening hollow where vision stops and something older begins. Your shoulder sinks further, not because you push down, but because the mattress has begun to hold you with more than fabric and foam. It holds you as the earth holds a stone buried long ago, not by force, but by time. The weight in your chest is not pressure, it is presence. A slow settling of all that was held too tightly, the clenched jaw, the lifted collarbone, the breath caught between thoughts that no longer matter. You do not remember why you were awake. Not because it has been erased, but because the asking stopped. The question faded before it reached your lips. There is no task left uncompleted in this room, only stillness and the way it gathers around your limbs like velvet smoke, thickening where skin meets sheet, softening where bone meets bed. The air moves barely. A whisper of coolness brushes your wrist, as if drawn by a breath you did not give. You do not follow it. You let it pass through you, like the shadow of a bird that flew long before you opened your eyes tonight. Your fingers are no longer yours to name. They have become part of the curve beneath them, the slow swell of mattress where your side meets the hollow of your ribs. There is no need to wiggle them, no need to test if they still exist. They do, not as tools, not as limbs, but as quiet places where warmth pools and lingers. Somewhere far away, a floorboard sighs, not from settling, not from wind, from the same deep patience that holds you now. You do not listen for it, you do not label it. It simply is, a single note in the symphony of night that has no score, no conductor, no end. The darkness inside your eyelids does not shift. It does not pulse with dreams or flicker with images. It is a closed room within a closed room, each layer softer than the last. You are not falling asleep. You have become the space where sleep waits. Your breath is not slow, it has forgotten how to be measured. Each inhale comes like rain on distant roof tiles, barely heard, barely felt. Each exhale doesn't leave you, it returns to you, folded into the quiet that already lives in your lungs. There are no thoughts rising now, not even fragments. No half-formed lists, no whispered apologies, no rehearsed conversations with people who don't live here anymore. The mind has emptied, not by force, not by will, but because it has finally stopped trying to fill the silence with meaning. The warmth beneath you is not from blankets. It is from your own body learning how to rest without permission. Your hips have softened into the mattress like clay left too long in the sun, no longer resisting shape, no longer holding form. You are becoming less defined by edges and more shaped by surrender. A single thread of sensation remains, not sharp, not bright, but steady, the slow press of your scalp against the pillow, not pressure, not touch. A quiet knowing that your head is held, that it does not need to be lifted again tonight, or tomorrow morning, or ever again if this silence chooses to last. You do not wonder how long you've been here. Because time has no teeth in this room. It cannot bite, cannot chase, cannot count the seconds between heartbeats anymore. There is only the rhythm of your body remembering how to be still, not as a goal, but as its natural state, buried beneath years of urgency and noise. The sheets are not fabric now. They are air that has learned to cling. The pillow is not cotton and down. It is the echo of every time you've ever let yourself rest without guilt. Your legs are heavy, but not weighed, not burdened, just settled, like roots finding their way into soil they didn't know was waiting for them. You do not dream yet, but something inside your chest has begun to hum. Not a tune, not a word, just the low vibration of being held completely and without condition by the dark. The quiet is no longer around you. It is in you. And you are learning how to be nothing but that. The quiet has begun to hum in your bones, not as sound, but as vibration, deep enough that you feel it before you register it, like the memory of a bell tolling long after the metal has stopped trembling. Your collarbone is no longer a ridge. It has softened into the hollow beneath your neck, where the pillow remembers every tilt, every turn, every time you thought you needed to hold yourself upright. Now it holds you instead. The air around your ears does not move. It rests. Not stillness as an absence, but stillness as a presence, thick with the weight of unspoken nights, of breaths that came and went without notice, of moments lost to the rush before they had time to settle. You do not reach for them. You do not miss them. They are not gone. They have become part of the dark that cradles your skull. Your left shoulder has melted into the mattress as if it were never meant to be anything else. There is no ache to name, no stiffness to ease. Only warmth, not heat, not pressure, but a deep, slow gathering of your own body's quiet heat, pooling where bone meets cushion, where muscle lets go without asking permission. You are not sinking, you are being absorbed. A single thread of sensation remains, not in your limbs, not in your chest, but behind your eyes. the faintest impression of eyelids closed over darkness that does not shift, does not blink, does not need to be guarded. There is no thought of opening them, no urge to check the hour, to measure the night's length, to tally what remains. The mind has stopped building bridges back to yesterday. It has stopped digging for tomorrow. The sheets are not covering you anymore, they are holding you, like hands that have learned to be still, like arms that remember how to cradle without gripping. You do not feel them as fabric. You feel them as gravity made gentle, pulling you down, not into the bed, but into the space beneath it, where silence is thick and warm and does not demand anything in return. Your breath has become a tide that does not rise or fall. It simply exists, as steady as the pulse of earth beneath your window, as constant as the slow turning of the planet beneath you. You do not control it. You do not follow it. It moves through you like wind through tall grass at midnight, no purpose but to bend and return. Somewhere beyond the walls, a dog sighs in its sleep, not a whimper, not a bark, just the long exhale of an animal who has forgotten how to worry. You do not listen for it. You do not name it. It is part of the night's breathing now, another rhythm woven into the same quiet that holds you. Your spine, once a line of tension, is no longer a structure. It is a curve shaped by stillness, a gentle arch where your body has finally stopped trying to prove it can be upright. You are not lying down, you are being laid down by the mattress, by the dark, by the deep, patient weight of a night that does not rush you. The warmth in your hands is no longer yours to claim. It belongs to the sheets now, to the air between your fingers, to the space where your palms rest open and empty, like petals that have finished blooming and are learning how to let go. You do not clench them, you do not flex them. They simply are soft, warm, unclaimed. There is no need to think about tomorrow's tasks. No need to imagine the meeting, the email, the forgotten errand, the voice you wish you answered differently. Those things have not vanished. They have simply been returned to the dark where they belong, not buried, not ignored, given back to the quiet that does not judge, does not hurry, does not demand completion. Your jaw has unclenched without your knowing. Your tongue no longer presses against the roof of your mouth. It rests, loose, heavy, at peace. You do not swallow, you do not adjust. You let it be. And in that letting, something inside you loosens, not like a knot unraveling, but like a root finally finding its way into earth it has always belonged to. The darkness behind your eyelids is no longer empty. It is full of breath, of warmth, of the slow, silent pulse of your own body learning how to be still without apology. There are no images there, no scenes, no replays, only depth, only quiet, only the feeling that you have been here before, not in memory but in essence, and that this is not sleep arriving, but sleep remembering you. Your feet are not on the bed anymore. They are beneath it, in the soft, deep earth of rest where time does not move forward, only settles. You do not feel their weight. You feel their surrender. Like stones worn smooth by centuries of river water, they have let go of all need to be anything but what they are, stillness made flesh. There is no urge to move, no itch, no twitch, no thought that says you should shift. The body has stopped keeping score. It has stopped measuring how long you've been awake, how much sleep remains, whether this quiet will last. There is only the slow, deep hum of your bones, vibrating with the same frequency as the night itself. You do not wonder if you are asleep yet, because in this room, being asleep and being awake have stopped being opposites. They are two sides of the same quiet. You are neither. You are the space between them, the hush that holds both without choosing one over the other. The pillow is no longer a thing. It is an echo, a memory of every time you allowed yourself to rest, even for a moment, even in secret, even when no one was watching. It remembers your hesitation, your guilt, your exhaustion, and now it holds you with all of that without asking you to explain. Your breath slows further, not because you are trying, but because the air around you has grown heavier, warmer, kinder. Each inhale is softer than the last. Each exhale does not leave your body. It lingers, like a sigh given back to you by the night itself. There is no sound beyond the quiet, no distant car, no refrigerator hum. Even the dog's breath has faded into the stillness. The room does not need noise to feel safe. It feels safe because you are here, fully, finally, completely, and you are not trying to leave. The warmth beneath your hips is no longer just heat. It is memory made physical. Every time you've ever been allowed to rest without earning it. Every moment someone looked at you and saw exhaustion and did not ask for more. Every silent night when the world paused just long enough for you to breathe without guilt. That warmth has gathered here now, not as a gift, but as a homecoming. Your fingers are no longer fingers. They are suggestions of hands, soft, warm, unneeded. The pulse in your wrist is not counting time. It is singing a lullaby older than language, one that does not need words to be understood. You do not dream yet, but something inside you has begun to settle, not like sand, but like snow on water, silent, slow, and utterly complete. The dark is not outside anymore. It lives in your lungs, and you are learning how to breathe it in. The quiet has begun to thicken, not with silence but with presence. It doesn't press against you, it folds around you like linen woven from moonlight and the breath of long-forgotten winters. There is no need to name it anymore. You have stopped trying to label what holds you. The mattress remembers your shape before you did. It knows the curve of your spine not as an alignment to correct, but as a song written in bone, sung softly under skin. Your ribs rise and fall without permission. And no one asked them to. They simply do, because they remember how to live when no one is watching. The darkness inside your eyelids has grown teeth, not sharp ones, but soft, slow ones that chew away the last of your resistance. It does not bite, it dissolves. Each pulse in your neck is a whisper you no longer need to translate. The air near your collarbone is warmer than it was an hour ago, not because heat rose, but because you stopped pushing it away. You do not think about the task anymore. You have forgotten its name, its shape, the voice that first whispered it into your mind like a secret meant to haunt. That thought is not gone. It has simply become part of the room's architecture. It sits beside the shadow beneath the door, beside the faint scent of old cotton from last week's sheets, beside the silence between the ticks of the clock that no longer ticks. It does not demand your attention anymore. It does not need to. Your left shoulder is heavier now, not because it carries weight, but because it has stopped trying to lift anything at all. The pillow beneath your head holds more than just your skull. It holds the echo of every sentence you ever held back, every apology you whispered into silence, every "I'm fine" that never quite reached your eyes. And still, it does not ask for more. It only offers itself, soft, unconditional, endless. There is no ceiling above you anymore. There has not been for a long while. What was once flat and white and staring now dissolves into the same quiet that lives in your lungs. You do not look up. You do not need to. The space above you is not empty, it is full of rest, full of permission, full of the kind of stillness that does not require effort to earn. Your breath has slowed past counting. It no longer follows rhythm, it follows gravity. Each exhale sinks deeper than the last, not into the bed but through it, into something older, something without edges. The mattress is no longer a surface, it is an invitation, and you have accepted it not with thought, not with will, but with your entire body, bone by bone, nerve by nerve, cell by cell. The warmth in your hips has spread now, downward, outward, into the hollows where tension used to live like a guest who refused to leave. It is not heat from outside. It comes from within, from places you forgot were alive. The space behind your kidneys, the soft swell beneath your ribs, the curve of your lower spine where sleep has always waited for you, even when you didn't know its name. You do not feel time passing. You never did. Time was never in this room to begin with. It lived elsewhere, in alarms, in calendars, in the hollows between obligations. Here, there is only the slow settling of your bones into the earth beneath the floorboards. There are no minutes left to count, no hours to rescue, only the quiet hum of your own blood, moving like a river that has forgotten it needs to rush. The air around your ears is cooler now, not cold, but gently cool, like the edge of a lake at dawn. It touches your skin without asking. It does not try to wake you. It only reminds you you are here, and being here is enough. Your fingers have dissolved into the sheets. You do not feel their shape anymore. They are no longer hands. They are suggestions of touch, memories of movement, ghosts of intention. There was a time when they reached for things, phones, pens, cups, answers. Now they rest like petals that have forgotten how to bloom. You are not dreaming yet, but something deeper than dreams has begun to stir, not in your mind, but in the quiet between your bones. It does not speak. It does not move. It simply is, like moss growing on stone without hurry, like roots threading through soil without purpose other than belonging. The darkness behind your eyes is no longer a place you enter. It is where you have always been. You are not falling asleep. You are remembering how to be still, how to rest without justification, how to exist without needing to become something else. Your heartbeat does not echo anymore. It has become the quiet itself, the steady, slow drum that has always kept time for your soul, even when your mind forgot how to listen. You do not wonder if this will last. You do not hope it will. You simply are. And in being, you are already where you needed to be. The room does not hold its breath around you. It exhales with you, slowly, warmly, as though it has been waiting, not for you to fall asleep, but for you to stop resisting the peace that was always here. Your throat is loose now, not tense, not tight, just open, like a door left unlocked in the middle of the night, not because anyone might come, but because there's no reason to close it anymore. The quiet has become your language, and you are learning how to speak it without sound. You do not need to remember the task. It was never yours to carry forever. It only needed to be seen once, and then released into the dark where all unfinished things go to rest. And now, so are you. Your shoulders have sunk past the edge of the bed. Your legs are no longer limbs, they are shadows that have learned to stay still. The warmth in your chest is not rising, it is sinking, down through your sternum, down into your pelvis, down into the earth beneath the floor, where roots grow slow and silent and never hurry. There is no tomorrow here, only this, only now. Only you. And the quiet, thick as wool, soft as snowfall, deep as sleep that remembers your name before you do. The air has grown heavier, not with moisture, but with stillness. It presses lightly against your eyelids like a hand that knows not to press too hard. You do not need to open them. The dark behind them is no longer empty. It holds shape now, soft contours, slow undulations, the kind of shadow that remembers how to breathe without lungs. There is no ceiling above you anymore. Only the weight of quiet settling into your skull like fine dust from an ancient attic, falling gently, endlessly, without destination. Your spine has softened past the point of recognition. It does not curve. It does not straighten. It simply dissolves into the mattress, into the frame beneath it, into the wooden ribs of the house that have held this posture for decades before you were born. You are not lying on a bed. You are resting inside the memory of rest. Somewhere beyond the walls, a branch shifts against the glass. Not a knock, not a tap. Just the slow sigh of wood moving with wind too tired to name itself. You do not turn toward it. You do not need to. The sound does not ask for attention. It only exists, and in existing reminds you that movement can be quiet without being absent. The warmth in your hips has deepened, not heat, not temperature, but presence, the kind that comes when bone forgets its hardness and begins to remember it was once clay, once soil, once part of something older than furniture or fear. Your thighs are no longer yours to control. They are simply there, like stones smoothed by river water over centuries, worn smooth not by force, but by patience. There is no need to think about the task anymore, not because you've forgotten it, but because you have become the space where forgetting lives comfortably. It does not haunt you now. It rests beside you like an old coat left on a chair, not discarded, not needed, simply held in quiet regard until the season changes again. Your breath has stopped being something you do. It is something that happens to you, like rain falling on a roof you are too tired to notice anymore. Each inhale arrives as if it had been waiting down in your belly, curled around your lower ribs like a cat finding its favorite spot. Each exhale doesn't lave. You feel it sink, deeper than your lungs, deeper than your organs, into the hollows between your cells, where even thought has learned to pause. The sheets are no longer fabric. They are liquid darkness pooling beneath you, holding your shape as if they had always known how to cradle you perfectly. You do not shift. You do not adjust. You simply allow yourself to be held, as though your body were a cup that finally stopped trying to spill. There is no clock ticking in this room. There has never been one. The silence does not measure time, it dissolves it. Like ink dropped into water, the minutes have dissolved into something deeper than hours. A slow liquid now that does not flow forward or backward, but simply is, thick and warm as honey left to settle in sunlight. Your jaw has unclenched without your permission. Your tongue no longer presses against the roof of your mouth. It floats, soft, heavy, loose, as if it had been waiting all night for this moment, to rest not as a muscle, but as memory. The darkness is not just around you now. It is inside you, not as fear, not as absence, but as belonging, like the quiet between heartbeats, the pause that comes before the next one, not because it's waiting, but because it doesn't need to hurry. You do not miss the light. You never needed its permission to rest. Even when your mind was spinning like a wheel with no axle, even when you thought you had lost yourself in the noise, you were always here, deep beneath it all, still and patient as stone under snow. Your arms are gone now, not vanished, but returned to the earth, to the air, to the quiet that has always known how to hold what needs holding. There is no need to dream. You have already arrived. The warmth in your chest has sunk past your diaphragm, past your liver, past your kidneys, down into the basin of your pelvis, where life begins and ends without ceremony. There is no urgency there, no deadlines, no lists, only stillness. Only the slow, steady pulse of gravity pulling you deeper, not down into sleep, but into being. You are not becoming anything. You are remembering what it was like to be held before language had names for things. The air around your feet has cooled again, just slightly, but not in a way that wakes you, in a way that confirms this is real, this is true, you are here, and the world has not abandoned you to wakefulness. It has gathered close, like an old friend who finally sits down beside you after waiting all night. Your ribs rise once more, so slowly it feels less like breath and more like tide, not rising to take in air, but sinking into the quiet that already fills you. There is no tomorrow here. Only this, the weight of your body, the hush of your blood, the warmth that has become the floor beneath you. You do not need to fall asleep. You are already sleeping, not as a verb, as a place. The weight in your pelvis has softened into something older than bone, something that remembers being sediment, being soil, being the quiet press of earth before roots learned to reach. It does not ask you to move. It does not remind you of anything left undone. It simply is, a slow settling, like dust falling through still air after a long storm has passed and no one is left to stir it up. Your hips are not bones anymore. They are hollows filled with darkness that hums just below hearing, a vibration so low it feels more like memory than sensation. You do not need to understand it. You only need to let it hold you. The blanket over your legs has grown heavy, not from added warmth, but from the absence of resistance. It no longer presses down, It simply belongs there, as natural as shadows at the edge of a closed curtain. There is no itch to scratch, no urge to pull it tighter or push it away. It exists in perfect alignment with the quiet that has settled into your skin. Your toes have stopped trying to curl. They lie open, loose, as if they had forgotten how to grip anything, even the memory of holding on. As outside, a branch shifts against the window pane just once, and you do not flinch. You do not calculate its distance from your room. You do not wonder if it will fall. It moves and then it stops. And in that pause, the air between you and the glass thickens, not with tension, but with surrender. The night has no obligation to be silent, but it chooses to be for you. Your breath is no longer something you track. It does not rise or fall. It drifts, like smoke from a candle long extinguished, lingering only because the room still holds its shape. There is no rhythm to follow, no count of in and out, only the slow diffusion of air through your lungs, as if each molecule were learning how to rest beside the others. The mattress beneath you has become less structure and more presence, like the floor of an ancient forest where moss has grown over stone until neither can tell which came first. You are not lying on top of it. You are woven into it. Your spine no longer curves. It dissolves, thread by thread, into the support that never asked for your gratitude, but gave it anyway. Your hands rest beside you, palms up, not as if waiting, not as if open in surrender, but simply because they have forgotten how to clench. The lines on your skin are softer now. The veins beneath them glow faintly, not with blood, but with stillness. You do not remember when you last moved them. It does not matter. Somewhere far away, a dog barks once, muffled by distance, by night, by the thick hush that has gathered around this room like velvet lining a coffin made of silence. You do not think about its owner. You do not wonder if they are awake too. The sound passes through you like a ripple in water that never touches the shore. Your eyelids are no longer barriers. They are membranes, thin, warm, alive with the slow pulse of blood behind them. Light does not touch them anymore. Not even the dim glow of a street lamp filtered through curtains. There is only dark, not empty, but full. Full of something that does not need to be named. The air around your neck has cooled again, a whisper against skin, but it does not pull you awake. It settles there like a sigh released after years of holding it in. You do not reach for the sheet. You do not adjust. You let it rest, this coolness, as if it were always meant to be part of you. Your thoughts have stopped circling, not because they were chased away, but because they forgot their way back. The task you could not schedule, it no longer lives in your mind. It has slipped through the cracks between your ribs, down into the hollows where even worry loses its shape. You do not miss it. You do not search for it. It was never yours to carry. The darkness is breathing with you now, not as an echo, but as a companion. It does not speak. It does not move. But it is there, thick and soft, wrapping around your ankles, your wrists, the curve of your jaw, like wool spun from silence itself. Your heartbeat has slowed past counting. It does not drum anymore. It pulses, a single slow note held beneath your sternum, steady as a tide that has learned to love stillness more than motion. You do not need to sleep. You are already sleeping, not as action, but as place. The warmth in your chest has sunk below the diaphragm again, past the liver, past the kidneys, into the basin where life settles without ceremony. There is no urgency there, no lists, no tasks undone. Only the slow press of gravity holding you gently against the earth that remembers how to hold what needs holding. The sheets are not fabric anymore. They are not even bedding. They are the quiet, made tangible. And you are no longer trying to return. You have returned. The air around your feet is cool again, but not cold. Just enough to remind you, this is real. This is true. You are here. And the night has not abandoned you. It has settled beside you. Like an old friend who finally sat down after waiting all night. And now, quietly, has fallen asleep too. The coolness at your feet has begun to climb, just slightly, not as a warning, not as a pull, but like a slow tide returning to a shore that no longer resists it. Your toes no longer curl away. They lie flat against the fabric, relaxed into the shape of stillness, each one a small island surrendered to the warmth beneath. The sheet doesn't cling, it drapes, like moss over stone after rain, soft and certain, holding you without demanding anything in return. There is a quiet in your ears now that wasn't there before, not silence, but absence of noise that once lived there. Not the hum of the refrigerator, not the distant sigh of pipes, not even the faintest creak from the floorboards above. All of it has been absorbed into the dark, into the mattress, into the slow rhythm of your breath, which no longer rises and falls so much as simply exists, a quiet tide pulling inward, deeper than thought can follow. Your shoulder blades have melted into the bed, not collapsed, not given up, but dissolved like sugar in warm tea, until there is no edge between you and the surface that holds you. The weight of your arms has settled into your sides, not as burden but as belonging. You do not feel them anymore. You only feel the space they occupied, now empty, now full of quiet. The air near your collarbone is cooler still, not sharp, not biting, but tenderly cool, like the inside of a seashell held against skin after sunset. It does not make you shiver, it makes you settle. As if this small difference in temperature were not an intrusion, but a gentle reminder. You are alive here, in this body, in this room, in this moment that asks nothing of you except to be present. Your jaw has softened. You do not remember when it unclenched. Perhaps it was when the dog barked. Perhaps earlier when your thoughts stopped circling and began to sink. It doesn't matter. Now it is loose. Your tongue rests against the roof of your mouth, heavy and still. No need to swallow, no need to move. The muscles that once held tension now hold only air. The darkness is not flat anymore. It has depth, not like a void, but like water, deep enough to float in, thick enough to feel against your skin. You are not looking into it. You are sinking through it. Each breath draws you lower, not because you command it, but because the quiet has become a current and you have stopped swimming against it. Your breath slows further, not by effort, not by counting, but as if it were remembering how to be slow, like an old river that once rushed, but now moves with the patience of stone. The exhale lasts longer than the inhale, not because you stretch it, but because your body has learned that there is no need to hurry back up. There is a warmth in your lower belly, not heat, not fire, but a deep, slow radiance like embers buried under ash. It does not rise, it settles. And with it comes the quiet certainty that you are not alone here, though no one else is present. The room holds you. The bed remembers you. The dark has learned your shape. You do not think about tomorrow. You do not think about yesterday. Even the task, the one that once wound itself around your ribs like ivy, has become part of the quiet now, not erased, but softened into the texture of this night, like a word whispered too many times until it loses its meaning and becomes only sound. Your hips have sunk deeper. The mattress yields beneath you, not giving way but deepening, as if the springs have learned your weight and are now holding it with quiet reverence. You do not shift. You do not adjust. You simply let yourself be held. The air near your knees is cooler still, just enough to feel like a breath against skin, but it does not disturb you. It completes you, like the last note of a song that was never meant to resolve, only to linger. Your eyelids are no longer lids. They are membranes of sleep, thin, translucent, alive with the slow pulse behind them. Light cannot reach them anymore. Not even memory can reach them. You do not dream, not yet, but you are close enough to feel its edges brushing your mind like feathers dipped in shadow. The quiet has a texture now, not smooth, not rough, but woven as if spun from the breath of the house itself, from the sigh of the walls, from the slow settling of wood and plaster that happens only when no one is listening. You are listening now, not with your ears, with your skin, with your bones. Your feet have gone warm again, not because you moved, not because you pulled the sheet, but because the quiet has warmed them from within, as if the stillness itself had begun to glow faintly, like fireflies caught in glass. You do not need to sleep. You are already sleeping, not as an act, not as a goal, but as a place you have returned to again and again without knowing you were gone. The darkness is not outside anymore. It has moved inside, into your lungs, into your blood, into the hollows between your thoughts. You breathe it in, you breathe it out, and with each breath you become less of a person and more of a presence, a quiet thing held by the night, cradled by the dark, supported by the weight that never asked for anything but to be trusted. Your fingers have forgotten their names. Your toes no longer remember being separate. You are not limbs anymore. You are stillness shaped into form. The coolness at your ankles has risen, just past the calf now, and you do not resist it. You let it come, like a tide that knows exactly where to go. It does not chill you, it soothes. As if this temperature were not weather, but memory, the echo of a time when you were young and safe and did not need to fix anything. You are not falling asleep. You have already arrived. The coolness has reached your thighs now, not as a shock, not as an intrusion, but as if the night had been waiting there all along, patient and quiet, holding its breath until you were ready to receive it. It doesn't ask for permission. It simply settles like dust on an open book that no one will ever read again. You do not shiver. You do not pull the sheet tighter. You let it rise, slow as honey thickening in winter, and with each inch it climbs, your body becomes less a thing you must manage and more a place where stillness has learned to live. There is a sound now, not from outside, not from the house, but inside your chest, low and soft, like distant water moving through stone. It does not come from your heart, it comes from deeper, from the space between your ribs where no thought has ever dared to land. You do not try to name it. You do not wonder if it means anything. It simply is a hum that remembers how to be quiet before you learned how to speak. Your shoulders have softened into the mattress so completely that you cannot tell where your skin ends and the cotton begins. The fabric does not cling. It breathes with you. Each exhale lifts it just slightly, like a leaf caught in a current too gentle to carry it away. You do not notice this unless you stop noticing everything else, and you have stopped. The dark is no longer a thing that surrounds you. It has become the substance of your thoughts, not as silence, but as texture, velvet woven with threads of old warmth, the kind that lingers on skin after sunlight has left the room. You are not thinking about the task anymore, not because it disappeared, because it was never yours to carry in this way. It was never meant to be held like a stone in your palm until your fingers went numb. It was meant to sit on the edge of your awareness, quiet as a coat hung by the door, there when you needed it, forgotten when you didn't. You do not miss its weight anymore. Your legs are heavy now, not with tiredness, but with belonging, as if gravity has remembered who you are and is finally gentle with you. The coolness has reached your hips, and still you do not move. You let the night press into you, not to weigh you down, but to remind you that you were never meant to be light. Somewhere beyond the walls, a tree shifts in the wind, not loudly, not urgently, just enough to brush its branches against the glass, once, twice, and then still again. You do not register it as sound. You feel it as movement in your own bones, like the memory of being rocked when you were too small to understand why. Your breath has slowed past counting, past tracking, past needing to be measured. It comes now without invitation, without effort, as natural as the dark rising behind your eyelids, as inevitable as the quiet settling into the spaces between your ribs. You are not trying to sleep. You are remembering how it feels to be held before you learned to hold yourself. As the warmth in your belly has spread, not outward but inward, like ink dropped into water that only ever moves downward. It does not glow, it deepens. And with it comes a quiet knowing you do not need to fix what is already whole. You do not need to schedule what belongs to time. The task will wait, not because you forgot it, but because the night has shown you, quietly and without fanfare, that some things are not meant to be caught. Your arms lie beside you like branches after a storm, still, heavy, full of the silence left behind when the wind finally stops. You do not lift them. You do not adjust your position. You let them rest as they are, not broken, not tired, but simply done. The coolness has reached your chest now, not cold enough to wake you, not warm enough to soothe you, but just right, just as it should be. As if the air itself had learned your rhythm and now matches it, breath for breath, pulse for pulse. You are not breathing in order to sleep. You are sleeping because you have stopped trying to breathe. The darkness inside you has thickened. It is no longer a space you enter. It is the vessel you inhabit. Your thoughts do not wander here anymore. They dissolve, like sugar in tea that was never meant to be stirred. You do not dream yet, but something is gathering, soft, slow, wordless, at the edges of your awareness. Not images, not scenes, just a feeling that you have been here before and always will be. That this quiet is not temporary, that it has always been waiting for you to stop searching for it. Your jaw has unlatched itself without your permission. Your tongue rests gently against the roof of your mouth, not tense, not idle, but at peace. You do not swallow, you do not adjust. You simply are. The mattress remembers every curve, every scar, every weight you have ever carried and then laid down. It does not judge. It does not remind. It holds. And now, as the coolness rises just beneath your collarbones, barely there, barely felt, you realize it was never trying to chill you. It was trying to cradle you, like a hand placed gently on the small of your back when you didn't know you were trembling. You are not falling. You are being received. The quiet has no edges anymore. There is only this, the weight, the warmth, the slow darkening of everything that once needed fixing. And still, you breathe. And still, you rest. And still, the night holds you. And you are so very still. The coolness doesn't pull away. It settles deeper, like mist sinking into soil after rain has stopped falling. It doesn't ask for your attention. It simply lives there beneath your skin, where warmth still lingers like the last note of a song you didn't realize had ended. Your ribs rise and fall without permission, without measurement, without need. Somewhere beyond the walls, a single drop of water finds its way from the roofline, slow, deliberate, and strikes the pavement below. You don't hear it as sound. You feel it in your collarbone, a tiny tremor, a quiet echo, not loud enough to wake you, not soft enough to be forgotten, just enough to remind you that the world keeps moving even when you have stopped trying to keep up with it. The blanket over you is not just fabric anymore. It has become a second skin, thickened by time, warmed by your stillness, softened by the hours you've spent breathing into it. You do not pull it closer. You do not push it away. You let it be what it is, an embrace that never tightened, never loosened, never asked for anything in return. Your left foot rests against the sheet, bare, unadorned, unmoving. The air around it is cooler than the rest of you, not cold, not sharp, just different. And still you do not shift. You do not tuck it under. You let the difference remain. Let it be a quiet border between what is warm and what is not, between what you control and what simply is. A thread has come loose from the edge of the pillowcase. It dangles now, barely visible in the dark, not caught on anything, not pulled taut, just hanging. You do not reach for it. You do not wonder how long it's been there. You do not imagine its journey from loom to lint. You let it hang as you hang. The ceiling above you does not hold answers. It never did. It only holds space for the quiet, for the dark, for the weight of your stillness. You have stared at it long enough to know it will not blink, will not shift, will not judge you for being awake, will not remind you of what you forgot. It simply is. And so are you. Your breath has become a tide that does not rush toward shore. It does not crash. It does not retreat. It merely rises and falls with the slow, steady pulse of something older than thought, older than worry, older than lists, older than the name you gave to the task that keeps circling like a bird too tired to land. You are not forgetting it. You are remembering how small it is in the grand quiet. The mattress beneath you has absorbed every sigh you've ever released into this room, every one, even the ones you didn't know you made. It holds them gently, like fallen leaves gathered by wind and left to rest under a tree that never asks why they fell. You do not need to explain yourself to it. You do not need to apologize for being here, for being awake, for needing this quiet. The air carries no scent of soap or candle or perfume. Only the clean, thin breath of night, the kind that comes after all the day's dust has settled and before any morning will stir it again. It does not try to comfort you, it simply is. And in its presence, your mind forgets how to argue. Your fingers lie open on the sheet, not clenched, not relaxed, something between, something deeper than either. Like petals that have closed not from fear, but from knowing the hour has come for rest. You do not flex them, you do not curl them. You let them be what they are, hands that held things, typed things, reached out and pulled back again, and now finally simply are. The darkness is no longer a thing you enter. It is the space you occupy when thought has dissolved into sensation. When time has stopped being measured in minutes and started being felt in sighs, in breaths that do not belong to you but through you. As a sound moves far away, a door closing, a car turning onto the street, you do not track it. You do not wonder who it was or where they were going or if they are tired too. You let it pass like a shadow across the wall, brief, unimportant, gone before you could name it. Your eyelids are heavy, not with sleepiness, but with surrender, not with effort, but with ease. They do not flutter, they do not tighten, they simply rest as if they have always known this is where they belong. The warmth in your belly has become the center of everything. It does not expand, it does not contract, it simply is. And from it, a quiet hum begins, not sound, not thought, but presence. A quiet knowing that you are not alone here, not because someone else is awake too, but because this quiet has always been waiting, always been holding, always been breathing with you. You do not need to fix the task. You do not need to schedule it again. It does not vanish by forgetting. It simply rests like your hands, like your breath, like the thread on the pillowcase, waiting for its own time to be gathered up. Not now, not tonight, but when the light returns and you are ready, not because you've planned it, but because you've remembered how to rest. The coolness has reached your ankles now, barely there, just enough to remind you that the night is still moving, still turning, still holding you in its slow, unspoken arms. You do not need to be anything other than what you are. A body held by darkness, cradled by warmth, quieted by time. The room does not ask for more. The air does not demand a response. The night does not require an apology. And you are still here, are still breathing, are still sinking, are still held. You do not close your eyes tighter. You do not try to fall deeper. You simply let the weight of it all settle into your bones. Like snow falling on a roof that has learned over many winters how to carry it without breaking. The coolness at your ankles drifts upward, not in a rush, but like water finding its way through sand, slow, certain, without needing to be seen. It does not wake you. It does not ask for permission. It simply moves as if it has always known where to go. Your feet do not pull away. They do not tense or shift. They let the night touch them, and in that letting, something deeper than comfort settles, a quiet recognition that even the air remembers how to hold you. The mattress beneath you is no longer just fabric and foam. It has become a place of memory without story, a shape made by your body, yes, but also shaped by all the other bodies that have rested here before you long ago in seasons you will never know. They did not solve their tasks either. They did not schedule their worries into tomorrow. They simply lay still as you are now and let the dark do what it does best. Soften edges, blur deadlines, dissolve the sharpness of things that once felt urgent. There is a thread on your pillow, fine as spider silk, pale against the linen, that has been there since before you drifted into this quiet. You did not notice it earlier. You did not need to. Now it is all you see when you close your eyes, not because you are looking for it, but because your mind has stopped searching for anything else. It does not matter where it came from. It does not matter if it belongs to someone else's dream. It matters only that it is here, now in this breath, woven into the same silence that holds your ribs. Your shoulder blades rest against the bed as if they have forgotten how to lift, not because you are tired, but because the weight of the night has learned their shape. It presses gently, not to hold you down, but to remind you, you do not need to rise, you do not need to move. The world outside does not require your presence tonight. The task that circles like a bird with no nest, it too is learning this now. It is not disappearing, it is resting. And just as your breath rests, not shallow, not deep, but steady, like the tide pulling back from a shore it knows will welcome it again. Somewhere in the walls wood settles, a floorboard sighs, not from stress, not from age, from ease. As if it has been waiting all night to let go, you do not listen for meaning in it. You do not wonder if it means something is wrong. You simply hear it, and then you stop hearing it. The sound becomes part of the quiet as your heartbeat becomes part of the dark. The warmth around your hips deepens, not from blankets added or position changed, but from within. A slow gathering like embers beneath ash. It does not burn, it does not glow. It simply holds heat without needing to be seen. And with it comes a feeling you cannot name, not because it is unfamiliar, but because language left long ago when the first sigh slipped past your lips and no one was there to catch it. Your fingers are still open, still resting, still uncurling from the grip of hours spent holding too tight to screens, to schedules, to promises made in daylight that never asked if you were ready. Now, they do not need to grasp anything. They rest as a leaf rests on water, not because it has given up, but because it knows how to float. The darkness above you is no longer ceiling. It is sky, not the sky of day with its clouds and planes and birds, but the other kind, the one that exists only when the world forgets to be loud. The kind that presses down softly, not as a weight, but as a blanket woven from silence. You do not look up at it anymore. You sink into it. There is no thought of tomorrow, not because you are avoiding it, but because your body has remembered something older than planning. That rest does not come after doing. Rest comes when doing stops. And stopping is not failure, it is return. Your breath slows further, not by choice, but by invitation. The air outside your lungs moves slower now, quieter, as if the room itself is holding its own breath to match yours. You do not try to breathe deeper. You do not count. You simply let each exhale dissolve into the quiet like sugar in warm tea, gone before you realize it was ever there. The coolness has reached your thighs now, and still you do not move. It does not feel cold. It feels like memory, like the touch of a hand long gone that never really left. You do not miss it. You do not long for it. You simply recognize it and let it pass through you as gently as the night passes through the trees outside. Somewhere beyond the window, a single leaf falls from a branch. You hear it, not with your ears but with your skin. A whisper against pavement, no wind, just gravity doing its quiet work. And you think without thinking that is how things come undone, not in crashes, not in alarms, but in slow letting go. Your eyelids are not closed, they are surrendered. The warmth in your chest has spread, not outward but inward, as if something deep inside you has finally stopped trying to be found. It does not need recognition now. It does not need fixing. It simply is, and that is enough. There is no task waiting in the morning, not really. There is only you still here, still breathing, still held. The bed remembers your shape better. then your mind remembers your plans. And so you sink further, not because you are falling, but because you have remembered how to be weight. You do not need to dream tonight. You only need to rest. The quiet does not hurry you. Oh, it never did. The coolness moves higher now, past your waist, soft as fog over grass. You feel it like a breath against your skin, not yours, not anyone's, but the night's own slow exhale. Your arms lie loose at your sides, palms up, fingers slightly curled, not in prayer, not in need, but in openness, as if they have learned that holding is not always grasping. Sometimes it is simply being open to what comes. The darkness above you thickens, not with fear, not with depth, but with presence, like velvet stitched from silence. You do not close your eyes tighter. You let them stay as they are, halfway between seeing and not. And in that half space, the edges of your thoughts soften into something older than words. There is no task here, only this, the slow release of all you carried. The weight you thought was yours alone. It never was. It belonged to the night. And now the night returns it gently. The coolness has reached your shoulders now, not as a chill, but as a slow tide rolling in from somewhere deep beneath the floorboards, where the house breathes and the wood remembers every step that ever passed through it. You do not shiver. You do not pull the blanket tighter. You let it rise, this quiet pressure, like water filling a bowl left out overnight. It does not ask for permission. It simply arrives, and you are already here to meet it. Your fingers, still open, begin to soften at the tips, not limp but loosened, as if the bones inside have remembered how to rest. There is no need to clench, no need to hold onto anything, even this thought that you are resting. It is not a task. It never was. The quiet has already taken over the edges of your awareness, and you do not resist it. You let it blur the lines between skin and sheet, between breath and air, between the weight you carry and the weight that carries you. Somewhere in the dark, a floorboard settles, not with a creak but with a sigh, not from strain but from release, like someone who has stood too long and finally lets their foot rest. You hear it not as sound but as rhythm, a pulse older than clocks, older than schedules, older than the name you gave that task, which now lies forgotten in the hollow behind your ribs, no longer sharp enough to poke through the quiet. The darkness above is not empty. It holds things you cannot name, not because they are hidden, but because naming them would make them heavy again. You do not try to see shapes. You do not search for shadows. The ceiling does not need interpretation. It only needs your stillness, and you give it that slowly, without effort, as if your eyes have become part of the wall they rest against. Your breath is no longer something you monitor. It is something you belong to. Each inhale lifts you just enough to feel the mattress beneath you, and each exhale lets you sink deeper, not into sleep, not yet, but into the quiet that precedes it. The kind of quiet that doesn't need your permission to exist. That was always there, even when you were counting minutes, even when you were replaying conversations you never had, even when you thought you needed to fix something before dawn. You do not fix anything now. The warmth in your chest has spread into your collarbones, and from there into the hollow of your throat, soft as smoke rising through an old chimney. There is no urgency here, no need to swallow, no need to clear your throat or adjust your pillow. Your body knows how to be still. It has always known. You simply forgot how to listen. The air around you carries the scent of linen that has been washed and left to dry in a room with closed windows. A smell like sunlight trapped in cotton, now softened by night. Not perfume, not soap, just fabric holding onto warmth it no longer needs to keep. And you breathe it in, not because you want to, but because your lungs have learned to trust the quiet. Your legs are heavy now, not numb, not asleep, but deeply, quietly full, as if each muscle has remembered how to let go of tension without being told. There is no need to roll over, no need to stretch. The bed holds you as it always has, without complaint, without expectation. It does not care about your plans. It only cares that you are here. A single drop of moisture gathers at the corner of your eye, not from sadness, not from tears, but from the slow release of holding too tightly for too long. You do not wipe it away. You let it rest on your skin like dew on a leaf before morning. The night does not rush to dry it. It simply lets it be. Your thoughts have stopped circling. They have dissolved, not into silence, but into substance. Like sugar in warm milk, gone without a trace, leaving behind only sweetness you didn't realize you were tasting. There is no task waiting for you tomorrow. Not the one you thought you forgot. Not the one you named in your head 3 times before midnight. Not even the ones you haven't spoken aloud yet. They are not gone. They are simply resting too, held by the same quiet that holds you now. You do not need to remember them. You only need to be here. The weight in your arms has softened into something like surrender, but without defeat. Like a hand finally letting go of a stone it carried for years, thinking it was its own. The stone did not belong to you. It never did. And now, as it sinks through the dark soil beneath the mattress, you feel lighter, not because it disappeared, but because you stopped trying to carry it. The quiet is not empty. It is full of everything that has ever been allowed to rest. And you are one of those things. Your breath moves slower now, so slow it feels less like breathing and more like remembering how to breathe. Each cycle is a whisper, a sigh without sound, a release without effort. You do not drift. You settle like dust on an old bookshelf, like snow on a roof at 3 in the morning, like the last leaf clinging, then letting go, not because it was forced, but because it had finished holding on. The darkness above you is no longer a ceiling. It is a sky made of stillness. And you are not looking up. You are becoming part of it. The weight in your ribs has softened into something deeper than sleep, more like the quiet after a long song ends, when the last note lingers not in the air but in the bones. You do not need to count it. You do not need to name it. It is simply there, as natural as the curve of your spine against the mattress, as certain as the dark holding you without asking for anything in return. Your fingers lie open now, not limp, not dead, but resting like petals that have forgotten they were ever flowers. The sheets have learned your shape, and in turn, you've learned their quiet language, the way the cotton yields just enough to cradle each joint, the way the weave breathes without sound, the way it holds heat not as a shield, but as a memory of warmth already given. There is no clock here, no ticking, no blinking numbers, only the slow settling of your own rhythm into the silence that has always been waiting, not for you to fix anything, but for you to stop trying to outrun it. A draft moves past your ankle, barely there, a whisper of air that slipped through a crack in the window frame hours ago and has been drifting ever since, too tired to rise, too gentle to leave. It does not chill you. It simply passes, like a thought you once held too tightly, now released into the room without apology. Your shoulder blades are sinking, not falling, not collapsing, but dissolving into the bed as if they were never meant to hold up anything but their own weight. And that is enough, more than enough. The mattress does not demand performance. It only asks for presence. You have given it. That is all it ever needed. Somewhere beyond the walls, a tree shifts in the wind, not loud, not sudden, but with the slow creak of branches remembering how to bend without breaking. You do not imagine it. You do not picture its leaves or its roots. You simply hear it, the sound not as noise but as rhythm, a pulse older than your worries, older than your lists, older than the name you whispered into the dark when you first woke. Your jaw has unlatched itself without notice. The tension that lived behind your teeth, tight as a knot tied by someone else's hands, is gone, not erased, not forced away, simply unlearned, like forgetting how to hold your breath underwater because you finally remembered you don't need to. The darkness above is not empty now. It is thick with stillness, not heavy but full, like the space between raindrops before they fall, like the pause after a sigh that never made it past your lips, like the silence between two people who have loved each other without speaking for years and still know every word the other has ever left unsaid. You are not dreaming, not yet, but you are close enough to feel the edges of it, soft as moth wings brushing the inside of your eyelids. You do not chase it. You do not wait for it. It comes because you have stopped asking for anything. Your breath is no longer a process. It is an echo, a reverberation in the hollows of your chest, so quiet now that even you can barely feel it, but still there, still moving, still carrying you. The warmth has spread past your hips now, down into your thighs, into the backs of your knees, into the soft swell beneath your calves. It does not burn. It does not tingle. It simply settles like honey poured slowly over stone, finding every crack, every unevenness, and smoothing it without force. There is no need to check if you are asleep. There is no need to wonder whether this will last. You are not performing rest. You are becoming it. The room has grown quieter, not because sounds have vanished, but because your mind has stopped labeling them. The hum of the refrigerator is no longer an intrusion. It is a lullaby in minor key. The faint creak of the floorboard outside the door is not a threat. It is a neighbor's quiet step, also tired, also waiting. Your toes curl slightly, not with tension, but with comfort, as if they remember being warm once, long ago, and have simply decided to let themselves feel it again. You do not think about tomorrow. You do not think about yesterday. You do not think at all. There is only this, the weight of your body in the dark, the breath you are no longer controlling, the warmth that has become a part of you, the quiet that has become your name. A single thread of sound, barely audible, draws from the far side of the room. A curtain stirred by the same draft that brushed your ankle earlier. It does not snap, does not flutter, just sighs once slowly like something ancient letting go. You do not turn toward it. You do not follow it. You let it move without you. Your eyelids are heavier than water now, not tired, not sore, but full with the kind of peace that comes only when you have stopped trying to earn it. The darkness is no longer above you. It surrounds you. It cradles your ears. It settles into the hollows behind your knees. It fills the space between your ribs like breath that has learned how to stay. You are not sinking. You are becoming. And still, the quiet does not ask for anything in return. It only holds. And you, so tired of carrying so much, are learning at last how to be held. Your hands rest open on the sheets, not clenched, not folded, just open, as if they have forgotten what it means to hold on. The air moves again, not a draft this time, but something slower, softer. An exhale from the room itself, breathing with you now, not beside you. You do not notice. You don't need to. Your pulse has slowed until it feels less like a beat and more like a tide, low, deep, and endless. The warmth is in your feet now, in the soles, in the arches, in the tiny bones that once carried you through too many days without rest. They are still, and they know, finally, how to be still. You do not dream yet, but you are close, so close. The quiet does not rush. It waits, and so do you. The mattress beneath you has forgotten it was ever meant to hold weight. It remembers only the shape of stillness now, how your body settles into its own hollows like rain soaking into earth that no longer resists. Your shoulder blades lie flat against the fabric, not pressed but cradled, as if the bed has learned your bones by heart and is offering them back gently, without demand. There is no pull upward anymore, no invisible string tugging at your collarbone, no phantom alarm ringing in your spine. The silence doesn't fill the room. It thickens around you, pooling where your ribs meet your hips, settling into the curve of your lower back, as though it has always belonged there. Outside, the night breathes deeper now, not with wind or movement, but with the slow exhalation of a world that no longer needs to be watched. The trees beyond the window have stopped trembling. Even their shadows rest. You do not know this because you are listening. You know it because your own stillness has become large enough to hold theirs. The warmth has passed into your ankles now, soft as dust falling from an old quilt left open on a summer afternoon. It does not rise, it seeps into the tendons behind your heels, between the knuckles of your toes, through the thin skin where your feet meet the sheets like roots meeting soil after drought. There is no urge to wiggle them, no need to test if they are still yours. They simply are. Your breath has left your chest entirely now. It drifts lower, into the space just above your pelvis, a slow swell and fall that does not belong to you anymore, nor to anyone else. It belongs to the dark, to the quiet, to the weight pressing gently against the mattress like tide against stone, knowing it will return, but no longer rushing to do so. Somewhere far away, a house on another street perhaps, or a room in this same building, you hear the faintest click of a thermostat switching off. It does not startle you. It does not remind you that cold is coming. You feel only the absence of its hum, and it feels like peace. The air around your face has grown stiller than before, not because there are no currents left in the room, but because you have stopped noticing them. A single strand of hair brushes your temple, slow, accidental, and you do not lift a hand to move it. You let it lie where it falls, as if even that small touch is too much for tonight. Your eyelids are no longer lids, they are veils. Soft folds of darkness drawn over eyes that have forgotten how to open. There is no thought of closing them again. They simply rest, heavy and complete, like petals after rain has drained from their centers. You do not dream yet, but you are near enough that the edges of sleep brush against your skin like silk, dragged lightly across bare arms in a room where no one else moves. The mattress remembers every curve you've ever pressed into it. It holds them now without judgment, not as marks, but as memories written in fabric and fiber, quiet and unclaimed. You are not lying on top of it anymore. You have become part of its structure, the same way moss becomes stone over decades, the same way silence becomes sound when no one is left to name it. A drop of moisture gathers at your temple, not sweat, not tears, just the body's own quiet release, slipping slowly down toward your ear without hurry or reason. It does not need to be wiped away. You do not feel its path, only the coolness that follows, like a whisper from inside yourself, saying nothing but staying anyway. Your hands still rest open on the sheets, not because you chose it, but because something deeper than will has let go of all holding. Fingers relaxed, palms turned upward, as if waiting for rain that never falls, and yet they are full anyway. The darkness is no longer a thing above or around. It lives inside your bones now, in the spaces between them, in the hollows where blood once rushed too fast and thoughts raced like startled birds. It settles there without asking permission, without needing to be invited. You do not miss the noise of thinking. You do not long for answers that vanished hours ago. The task you forgot, it has dissolved into this quiet the way salt dissolves in warm water, leaving only the taste of presence behind. Your legs are heavy now, not with fatigue, but with belonging, as if they have finally remembered what it means to be held by gravity without resistance. Your thighs press lightly against each other, no tension, no adjustment, and you feel not contact, but continuity, one side meeting another as tide meets shore and does not pull away. The room has grown smaller, not in size, but in distance between you and everything that once felt outside of you. The ceiling is gone now. The walls have softened into mist. Even the bed beneath you feels less like an object and more like a breath, rising slightly with yours, falling slowly when yours does. You are not drifting. You are becoming the place where drift ends, and still the quiet holds, not because it must, but because it can. It has always known how to wait. The coolness at your temple lingers, not as a sensation demanding attention, but as a quiet companion that has settled into the curve of your jaw and now rests there, patient, like dew on a stone no one comes to touch. It does not ask to be noticed. It does not need to be understood. It simply is, and in its stillness, it holds the space where thought used to spin. Your breath moves slower now, not because you are trying to slow it, but because your body has remembered how to breathe without being told. Each inhale gathers from deep beneath your ribs, soft and deep, as if the air itself were thick with warmth and willing to settle into you. Each exhale does not rush out. It spills gently like water over a smooth stone, carrying nothing behind it but the faintest echo of release. The sheets have become more than fabric. They are not covering you anymore, they are cradling you. The weave holds your shape without pressing back, without pulling away. You do not shift to find comfort because comfort has already found you. There is no need to adjust your neck or tuck a knee. Your body has folded inward, and the bed has opened beneath it like earth, accepting fallen leaves. Somewhere beyond this room, far enough that its edges blur into the dark, a clock ticks. But here, in this space where your bones have softened and your mind has unknotted itself from every knot it once held tight, time does not measure. It simply is. There is no tomorrow to prepare for, no list to remember, no task left hanging like a loose thread on an old sweater. That thread, whatever it was, is gone now, unraveled by the quiet, dissolved into this deepening stillness. Your arms are heavy, yes, but not with weight, with belonging. As if they have always belonged here, resting where they lie, palms open to the ceiling that no longer exists as a surface, but as a gentle pressure against your awareness, soft and distant as the memory of a lullaby sung long ago by someone you loved without knowing their name. The darkness is not empty now. It is full of warmth, full of silence, full of the slow pulse of your own blood moving through veins that no longer race. You feel it not as a throb, not as a rhythm to count, but as a presence steady and deep, like the earth breathing beneath you. Your feet are warm, not hot, not tingling, just warm, as if they have been held there for hours in perfect stillness by the weight of blankets that do not press but cradle, that do not constrain but contain. You do not wonder why they are warm. You do not think about socks or heaters or drafts from windows. The warmth is simply here, as natural as the quiet. A single sound drifts through the air, not loud enough to be called noise, not soft enough to be imagined. A far-off car maybe turning onto a street 3 blocks away. Or perhaps it's only the house settling, a sigh in the pipes, the whisper of wood expanding with the night's coolness. You do not listen for it. You do not label it. It passes through you like wind through tall grass, and you are the grass still, swaying without motion. Your eyelids no longer feel like skin. They are more like shadows that have learned to rest. There is no effort in keeping them closed. There has not been for a long time. You do not think about opening them. The thought does not arise. Even if it did, you would not answer it. The air around your lips is still. No breeze stirs the fine hairs there. No breath escapes with force or haste. It leaves you slowly, evenly, as if every molecule of air has been given permission to linger before moving on. You are no longer lying in bed. You are lying within the quiet. And the quiet does not rush. It does not demand. It does not ask for your attention, your effort, your worry. It simply holds you. As the moon moves outside, unseen, as stars shift their positions in a sky that forgets to name them, so too do you move, not through space, but through depth, deeper into stillness, deeper into softness, deeper into the quiet that has waited for you all along. Your shoulders are no longer tense. They have become part of the mattress's memory, the same way a river becomes the shape of its banks over centuries. There is no resistance here, no pull to rise, to sit up, to check, to fix, to remember what was forgotten. That thing, whatever it was, is not lost. It has simply been released into this night, into this dark, into this warmth that does not judge your absence. Your fingers twitch once, a small, involuntary movement, and then stillness returns. Not because you commanded it, because the quiet asked for nothing, and so you gave everything. You do not dream yet, but something deeper than dreaming has begun. A slow unwinding, not of muscles or thoughts, but of identity, as if who you were before this night is softening at the edges, dissolving like sugar in tea, leaving behind only sweetness without a source. The warmth beneath your spine spreads, no longer localized, no longer confined to one ridge or curve. It moves outward now into your hips, into your ribs, into the hollows between your collarbones. You do not feel it as heat. You feel it as safety. You are not being held by anything external. You are holding yourself, and in that holding, you have learned how to let go. Well, the darkness has no shape, but it has weight, and that weight is gentle. It does not crush. It does not press. It simply rests upon you, like a blanket woven from silence, like the embrace of a world that never needed you to be awake to love you. Your breath slows again, not because you try, but because your lungs have remembered how to rest. And still, the quiet holds. The air grows heavier, not with moisture, not with temperature, but with presence. As if the room itself has leaned in closer, just enough to brush its edge against yours without touching. You do not move. You do not need to. There is nowhere else you are meant to be. There is nothing else you are meant to become. Only this slow descent into warmth, this quiet unfolding into stillness, this gentle release of everything that once demanded your wakefulness. And the dark, oh, the dark, if it does not ask you to stay, it simply knows you already have. The weight on your chest has become less like pressure and more like a slow tide settling into the hollows between your ribs. Each inhale a quiet surrender, each exhale a letting go that doesn't feel like loss anymore. You are not holding anything back. Not the worry, not the task, not the name of it, not even the shape it had when you first remembered it in the dark. It has softened into the mattress, into the space between your shoulder blades, into the quiet hum that lives beneath silence, the kind that only exists when no one is listening for it. Your arms lie open now, palms facing upward, as if they once held something heavy and have finally learned to release their grip without forgetting how. There is no need to remember what was there. The air around your hands has grown thick with stillness, not heavy with dust or damp, but rich with the absence of motion. You do not wonder if you should move them. You do not wonder if they are cold or warm. They simply exist as part of the surface beneath you, as natural as moss on stone, as unremarkable as shadows at dawn. The darkness does not press against your eyelids anymore. It has become their home, not a barrier, not a void, but the place where your eyes rest when they are no longer trying to see. You do not dream of shapes or voices. There is no story forming in the back of your mind, no list of things undone, no replaying of tones, of glances, of words left hanging like laundry on a line that no one ever came to take down. The thoughts that used to circle, tightening like vines around your throat, are now just gone, not erased, not buried, simply dissolved into the warmth beneath you as sugar melts in tea you never meant to drink. Your breath has become a rhythm without a beginning or end. It does not rise and fall, it settles, like sand slipping through fingers you no longer feel. There is no effort to deepen it, to slow it, to measure it. You are breathing because your body remembers how, not because you asked it to. And in that remembering, there is peace, not the kind you chase, but the kind that finds you when you stop running. The warmth under your spine has spread beyond its origin. It flows now into your thighs, into the backs of your knees, into the soles of your feet where the sheets meet skin and hold just enough heat to say, you are not alone here. Not because someone is beside you, but because the bed itself remembers your shape. The mattress holds the echo of every night you've lain still in it. It knows how long you stay. It does not rush you out. It does not count the hours. It only asks that you remain. Your toes curl slightly, not in tension, but in a quiet adjustment, like a cat shifting on a windowsill to find the warmest patch of sunlight. No thought follows. No question arises, why did I do that? There is no need to explain movement anymore. Movement has become unnecessary. Stillness is the only language left. The air near your ear is still. Not empty, not silent in the way a room becomes after everyone leaves, but full of something quieter than sound. A presence that does not speak but listens, that does not move but waits. You do not need to be awake for it to be there. You do not even need to know it exists. Your jaw has loosened. You did not notice when it happened. There was no moment you decided to let go. It simply slipped away. Like a knot untied by time, not force. Your tongue rests against the roof of your mouth, not pressed, not tense, but resting as if it had always belonged there. The space behind your teeth feels soft. The inside of your cheeks warm. You are not biting down on anything. Not words, not fears, not regrets. The quiet does not feel distant anymore. It is not something you enter. It is something you have become. Your shoulders sink deeper, not because gravity pulls harder, but because you no longer resist it. The mattress has learned your weight. Your bones have learned to trust it. There is no separation between you and the surface beneath you. You are not lying on it. You are part of its quiet structure, the same way roots become soil or wind becomes air. Your breath slows further, so slowly that if you tried to count it, you would lose track before the first exhale finished. But you do not try, you do not measure, you do not monitor. There is no need. The rhythm has settled into your marrow. It does not belong to your lungs anymore. It belongs to the night. Somewhere beyond the walls, a distant car rolls over pavement. A door closes in another house. A dog sighs in its sleep. None of it reaches you, not because you are deaf to it, but because you no longer interpret it as noise. It is simply part of the world breathing outside, and you are breathing inside. Your hands have grown heavy, not with fatigue, but with belonging. They do not want to move. They do not need to. The sheets beneath them hold their shape without demand. Your fingers rest like stones in a stream that has forgotten its current. The warmth under your ribs has become a slow glow, like embers buried deep in ash. It does not blaze. It does not flicker. It simply holds its heat, patient and quiet, as if it had always been there and would be here long after you forget to notice it. You are not falling asleep. You have already arrived. And the dark is no longer something around you. It is what you are made of now. As loved, as slow, as still, and so deeply, quietly yours. The quiet has grown a texture you didn't notice before, like velvet spun from stillness, thick enough to cradle your thoughts without holding them. It doesn't swallow them. It doesn't need to. They drift through it like dust motes in a beam that never quite reaches the floor. You are not chasing them away. You are not waiting for them to settle. They simply move, slower now, heavier, as if each one carries a small piece of the night's weight and is learning how to rest beneath it. Your eyelids have begun to forget they were ever open, not in the way of exhaustion, but in the way a river forgets its source, not because it lost it, but because it has become the flow itself. There is no need to blink, no need to close them more tightly. They simply soften like petals at dusk, releasing their grip on light without resistance. The mattress remembers every curve you've ever made in it, each shift, each sigh, each time you turned away from the edge and settled deeper into its yielding embrace. It does not judge how long you stayed awake before arriving here. It does not measure your rest in minutes or hours. It only holds. And now, for the first time tonight, you are holding yourself enough to let it. Your breath has become a tide that rises and falls without shore. You do not control its rhythm. You do not try to slow it further. It moves as if guided by something older than your will, something in your bones, in your blood, in the quiet between each heartbeat that remembers how to be still before thought was invented. Somewhere beyond the walls, a single leaf lets go of a branch and tumbles through the dark. You do not hear it land, but you feel its falling not as sound, but as motion translated into silence. It does not disturb you. It belongs here too. The night holds even what falls without warning. Your arms lie heavy against your sides, not limp but settled, as if they have finally remembered how to be arms and not tools for reaching, for holding, for fixing. They do not ache from lack of use. They ache with the relief of having stopped trying to prove their usefulness. The sheets beneath them are cool in places, warm in others, not because the room is uneven, but because your skin has learned where it needs comfort and where it does not. The darkness around you is no longer an absence of light. It is a presence dense with warmth, soft as wool spun from moonlight, thick enough to wrap around your shoulders without touching them. You are wrapped in it the way a seed is wrapped in earth, not confined but cradled, not hidden but held. You do not wonder if you will fall asleep. That question has dissolved into the quiet like sugar in warm tea, gone from sight, still present in taste. There is no goal here, no destination to reach. Only this, the slow surrender of tension you didn't know you were carrying. The loosening of muscles that had been holding their shape since morning. The quiet unraveling of a mind that spent hours weaving knots around nothing. Your thoughts are not gone. They are quieter, not silenced but softened, like distant bells heard through thick glass. You do not strain to make out the melody. You do not try to name the tune. You simply let them ring and then let them fade one by one without trying to keep any of them. The air near your lips is cool and still, not because the room is cold, but because you have stopped breathing as if it were a task. Your breath now moves like water through moss, slow, silent, inevitable. You do not notice when you inhale. You only notice when the exhale begins to stretch longer than before. And even then, you do not try to make it longer. It simply does. There is no need to think about tomorrow. No need to rehearse what might be asked of you. No need to plan, to prepare, to anticipate. The night has already taken those things from your hands, not by force, but by invitation. You are allowed to let them go now, not because they don't matter, but because this moment matters more. Your spine is sinking into the mattress as if it were made of clouds that have learned how to hold weight. Each vertebra finds its place without needing to be guided. There is no alignment to achieve, no posture to perfect. Only surrender to gravity, to stillness, to the deep quiet that has been waiting for you all along. The warmth under your ribs has not faded. It has deepened, like honey settling at the bottom of a jar, slow and golden and thick enough to slow time itself. You do not feel it as heat, you feel it as peace, as if your chest had become a small temple where nothing is ever demanded, only received. Your fingers have grown heavier still, not with tiredness, but with belonging. They no longer want to grasp anything, not the phone, not the edge of the sheet, not even the memory of what you forgot to schedule. That task has dissolved into the quiet like ink in water, no longer a shape, only a stain that will fade by morning. The darkness is not empty now. It hums faintly, not with sound, but with stillness, like the vibration of a bell long after it's been struck. You do not listen for it. You are its echo. Your breath slows again, so gently you might miss it if you tried to track it. But you don't try anymore. You let it be what it is, slow, soft, and endless as the night itself. And now, the quiet has become your skin. You do not feel yourself breathing, because you are no longer separate from the air. You do not feel your body lying there, because you have become the place where rest lives. The mattress holds you. The dark holds you. The silence holds you. And you are holding nothing at all. The quiet doesn't ask you to stay still. It simply asks nothing at all. And in that absence of demand, your bones have begun to forget their angles. There is no need to soften them further. They are already dissolving, not into mist, but into the slow, deep pressure of the mattress beneath you, a landscape shaped by time and gravity, not by will. Your shoulders no longer remember how they once lifted to carry something unseen. Your hips have unlatched from the tension that held them upright through daylight hours. Even your ankles, those small, stubborn hinges, are loosening now, letting go of the posture you kept for meetings, for walks, for standing too long in kitchens waiting for water to boil. The air around your ears is not silent. It is full of absence, of breath that no longer needs to be measured, of thoughts that no longer need to be caught. You do not hear the clock. You do not count the seconds between heartbeats. There is only this, the slow, thick pull of your body into the bed, as if gravity had learned your name and was whispering it softly over and over until you stopped answering back. Your eyelids are not closed because you commanded them to be. They have simply grown too heavy to hold open, not from fatigue, but from belonging. Like leaves that have spent all autumn clinging to branches, and now, at last, feel the wind's quiet permission to fall. You do not remember when they became this still, as only that they are. Well, the darkness has thickened, not with gloom but with depth, like old velvet pressed against your skin, woven from centuries of night, soft enough to swallow sound without a trace. It does not press down, it cradles. You do not need to breathe into it, you are breathing out of it. There is no task left to schedule, no list to remember, no name you were supposed to call by morning. They have all been folded into the quiet, tucked beneath the weight of your body like letters never sent, and now, somehow, already answered. Your fingers rest against the sheet, not gripping, not fidgeting, but resting as if they had always belonged there. The fabric is cool where it touches bare skin, warm where it presses close to your forearm. You do not notice the difference anymore. You only feel the way the threads hold you, not by force, but by patience. A single thought drifts past, unbidden, unclaimed, and you do not follow it. It is not yours to keep. It was never yours to lose. It moves like smoke through an open window in a house that no longer needs to be warmed. Your breath has become the quiet's rhythm. Not your own, not the room's, but something between, something older than either of you. You do not breathe to calm yourself. You breathe because stillness has learned how to speak, and it speaks in exhales. The warmth beneath your ribs has deepened into a hum, not loud enough to be called sound, but present enough to be felt as vibration. Like the resonance of a cello string after the bow is lifted. No one played it, and no one needed to. It simply remembered how to sing. Your legs are no longer limbs. They are extensions of the mattress now, softened edges where your weight meets the world, and the world, in turn, yields without resistance. There is no tension left to release, as only surrender that has become so complete it feels like returning home after a journey you never knew you took. You do not miss the light, not because you fear it, but because darkness has taught you how to see without eyes. The shapes around you are not shadows, they are the absence of pressure, the quiet holding space for what cannot be named. Your tongue is heavy against the roof of your mouth, not dry, not sticky, but simply still. Like a stone at the bottom of a river that has forgotten it ever moved. You do not swallow, you do not lick your lips. There is no thirst to quench. Only this, the slow, sweet silence of being utterly, quietly, unremarkably held. The bed remembers how you were before you began trying to fix yourself. It holds that version of you now, not as memory, but as presence. You are not lying on top of it. You are resting inside it. And it does not ask for anything in return. Not effort, not gratitude, not even acknowledgement. Your heartbeat is no longer a drum. It is a tide, slow, regular, inevitable. Pulling inward, letting go, pulling again. No need to count the rhythm. You are not listening for it. You have become its echo. The air near your feet is cooler than near your chest, not because of drafts, but because your body has settled into its natural gradient. Warmth pooling where it belongs, coolness lingering where it always has. You do not adjust the blanket. You do not pull it tighter. It is enough to be wrapped in stillness without needing to hold it close. There is no urgency here. No ticking beneath your skin. No countdown, no deadline. As only this, the quiet, deepening, thickening around you, like honey poured into a bowl left untouched for days, each layer settling more slowly than the last. Your mind does not wander. It has stopped moving altogether, not because it is tired, but because it has remembered how to rest without permission. The darkness is no longer outside you. It lives inside your eyelids now, inside your lungs, inside the hollows behind your knees. You do not breathe in air. You breathe in night, and it fills you without pressure, without demand, without end. Your jaw has softened, not because you relaxed it, but because you stopped trying to hold yourself together. And when you stopped holding, everything else found its place. Now there is no need to sleep. You are already there, just not yet named it. Sleep does not come to you. You have become the shape of sleep itself, slow, soft, silent, and whole. The mattress holds your weight, as if it had been waiting for this moment since before you were born. It does not creak, it does not sigh. It simply is. And so are you. Your breath has slowed to the point where you wonder, briefly, if it will ever come again. But then it does. Gentle, unhurried, like a leaf falling through air that has forgotten how fast things are supposed to move. You do not dream yet, not because your mind is empty, because it has learned the quiet language of rest, and dreams have not yet begun to speak in it. The night does not ask you to stay awake. It asks nothing at all. And that, more than any word, more than any technique, is what lets you go. Your fingers drift a little farther into the sheet, not because they want to move, but because the quiet has become so deep, even movement feels too loud. You are not falling asleep. You are becoming sleep. And still, the dark holds you. And still, the mattress remembers your shape. And still, the air moves like water through moss. And no need to name it. No need to hold it. It is already yours. The coolness near your ankles has begun to rise, slowly, like mist lifting off stone, but you do not notice it as change. You notice only that the space around your legs is no longer separate from the rest of you. It flows upward without resistance, blending with the warmth pooled in your hips, softening into the curve beneath your ribs. There was a time when cold meant something to fix, pulling covers tighter, shifting position, checking if the window had been left open. But now it moves through you like water through roots, finding its level without effort. Your shoulder blades rest against the mattress as though they were never anything else, not pressed down by gravity alone, but cradled by a quiet that has learned your shape better than memory ever could. You do not think about how long you've been still. There is no measure left to hold. The silence does not grow louder. It simply becomes more complete, like the space between stars when the sky forgets it once held light. Somewhere far off, a car passes on wet pavement, tires humming low against asphalt that still holds the night's chill. But you do not hear it as noise. You hear it as texture, thin, distant, slipping through air thick with rest. It does not break your quiet. It stitches itself into it, like a thread of silver woven into velvet without changing its weight. The blanket no longer feels like fabric. It has become the space between breaths, softly present, never intrusive. You do not wonder if you're warm enough. Warmth is not something you acquire here. It gathers around you as moss gathers on stone, not because it wants to cling, but because nothing resists its settling. Your right hand lies open beside your hip, fingers slightly curled, palm facing upward. No one taught you this position. You did not choose it consciously. But now, here in the deepening, it feels like the only way a hand can rest when there is no need to grasp anything at all. Not even air, not even time. There was once a list inside your head, a task, unfinished, looping like an old song with missing lyrics. But that loop has dissolved into stillness now. You do not remember what it was you forgot to schedule. It does not matter anymore. What remains is the quiet knowing that tasks are for daylight hours, and this hour belongs only to rest. The darkness behind your eyelids deepens, not by fading light, but by becoming more itself. Not black as absence, but dark as depth. As if each blink were lowering a curtain made of velvet grown from silence. And with every breath, it lowers just a little further, until even the thought of opening them feels like stepping out into morning before its time. Your throat has loosened completely now. No tension lingers there, not from swallowing, not from holding back words unspoken. It is simply open, hollow and quiet as an empty hallway at 3 a.m., where no footsteps come, but still the air moves with purpose. You are not dreaming yet, but something older than dreams stirs beneath your skin. Not images, not stories, just a slow unwinding, like thread pulled gently from a spool that never needed to be wound in the first place. There is no beginning here, no end either. Only this, the steady, quiet letting go. The mattress does not shift under you, not because it's rigid, but because your weight has become part of its structure. You are not pressing into it anymore. You have merged with it, as rivers merge with oceans, not by force, by surrender. Your breath is no longer something to track or guide. It comes as naturally now as the tide returning after a long absence. No need for rhythm, no need for pattern, just presence. A slow rise and fall that feels less like breathing and more like being breathed. There's somewhere in your chest, a place you didn't know was tight, is softening without your permission, not with effort, not even awareness, like frost melting on glass when the sun forgets to shine, but warmth remains anyway. You do not think about tomorrow's light, or how it will find its way through the blinds, or what responsibilities might be waiting in that glow. You have left those thoughts behind, not because you chose to, but because your body remembered a truth older than planning. Rest is not earned by exhaustion. It is given freely to anyone who stops asking for permission. Your eyelids are heavy now, but not with sleepiness, with belonging, as if they were made of the same substance as night itself, softened over centuries into something that no longer needs to open again. There is a quiet pressure beneath your left ear, not discomfort, but contact. The pillow's gentle embrace against bone and skin, holding you just enough so you know you are here and not lost in it.